is West Bremer Radio. The year was 2019. Brock Feeney was dominating in Super 3. Will Brown was competing in TCR in what was its inaugural season in Australia. West Bremer Radio was still in its infancy. New South Wales were the Origin champions. Scott McLaughlin the Supercars champion. Queensland Raceway wouldn't be part of Tony Quinn's portfolio yet for another 2 years. The Paperclip is no stranger to hosting marquee national level motor racing events, from the Repco Supercars Championship to the Shannon Speed Series and even the Australian Superbike Championship. But around this time 6 years ago, the venue was staging a state-level event worthy of national status, headlined by the Australian Formula V National Challenge and the EFS 4x4 Accessories 170km Enduro for the Peters Motorsport Promotions operated Queensland XL Cup. There's no disputing that Hyundai XL competition has been one of Australian motorsport's great success stories over the last 15 years, but it's Queensland that is considered the spiritual home of the category because it's here that the phenomenon was born. The origins of motorsport's answer to the Korean War are situated within two local racing facilities, both Queensland Raceway and its former sister venue, Lakeside Park. And it wasn't just the XLs that burst onto the scene there either. The same two venues also played host to the inaugural season of TA2 racing in Australia back in 2018. At state level, Hyundai XL racing remains the most popular one-make category around the country, but the end of last decade was a real peak period for these pocket rockets. By that time, it was no longer just a playground for the average weekend racer looking for an adrenaline rush. This category was now competing head-on with Formula Ford to attract the interest of karting graduates and had firmly established itself as a legitimate pathway category for that next wave of Australian motorsport talent. XL racing was now considered a breeding ground for those up-and-coming drivers, those stars on the rise. They'd cut their teeth here as a stepping stone towards other opportunities, both at home and abroad in their motorsport career. This category has been the birthplace to some almighty success stories, with XL alumni continuing to shine elsewhere in the sport in 2025, having risen through the ranks, some to other tiers of the Australian motorsport pyramid, while a select few are now competing in what's viewed to be the pinnacle of the game in this part of the world, the Repco Supercars Championship. For many of the younger stars of this sport, this is just one step, one chapter of an almighty adventure, while for others, they're still getting their kicks out of the trusty old XL. But that's the beauty of the category. The look of the grid is constantly changing and evolving, but the quality of the product, the entertainment and racing spectacle that they provide, week in, week out, remains the same. It's of the highest order. Next weekend, the world descends on Queensland Raceway for the 2025 Nankang XL World Enduro, the 14th Enduro weekend to be conducted by the Peters Motorsport Promotions XL Cup. It'll be round 4 of the 2025 Nankang Queensland XL Cup season, and in terrific news for us and you, every minute of the action will be live, exclusive and free to West Bremer Sport. And to celebrate the return of motorsport to our platforms, we're whetting your appetite for next weekend by taking you back to the September 2019 edition of this race, which featured the aforementioned Will Brown and Brock Feeney on the starting grid, among many others. This, believe me, is a trip down memory lane. And just like 2019, the 2025 edition will feature some of the biggest names in Australian motorsport from a whole host of our top-level national categories, because when endurance season arrives, it's their annual chance to have a crack at XL racing, and they jump at the chance to do so. Such is the appeal of the category and the racing it produces. They have been for years, but that's the stature of this annual event. It's truly become a staple of the Australian motorsport calendar, and it's proudly Queensland's. We proudly welcome listeners from around Australia and the world to Willowbank's Queensland Raceway and to this special edition of Sunday Arvo Motorsport as we begin our countdown to XL World Enduro Weekend 2025 by revisiting the 2019 EFS 4x4 Accessories 170 right here, local, exclusive and free via the YouTube channel of your home of sport at Ipswich, the one and only West Bremer Sport. Spin, 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 round, round, round he goes. The best events from the grassroots and state level. Away we go now, and look at on the outside, Brooke got away to a ripper. Stubbs jump well, Symes just goes straight through. Ayres and Stubbs. Buckley on the outside, look at this, trying to hold it all the way around. Oh, the contact, Pete's been turned around.
Oh no, Ostow's off the road.
Oh wow.
The mistakes from our race leader.
Let's go play one on the lights, ladies and gentlemen. All the thrills, spills and high-octane drama and excitement that only motorsport can provide. Dylan Thomas wins on a Sunday afternoon in Goulburn, and he made it look too easy. You're listening to Sunday Over Motorsport on West Bremer Sport.
We're ready now to go racing.
The more things change, the more they stay the same. Queensland Raceway is still affectionately known as the Paperclip. The state is affectionately known as the Sunshine State. Spring and September in these parts are often steamy, and Queensland Raceway's biggest event of the decade of the 2010s remains the one that we're revisiting this afternoon. I mentioned at the very beginning of the broadcast all those years ago that this was potentially the biggest event the Paperclip was ever playing host to, and certainly the biggest event of the year and maybe even the decade. And 6 years later, there's been nothing to surpass what we witnessed on that weekend in 2019. Our chance this afternoon to recapture and revisit and relive what was an extraordinary weekend of Hyundai XL competition, nestled within an even bigger event that also featured the Australian Formula V National Challenge and the Queensland Production Car Championship Enduro weekend as well. But it's the Korean Pocket Rockets that are our focus for the next 6 hours right here on the platforms of your home of sport in Ipswich. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Zak Caban. Nice to have you along for the ride wherever you're tuning in all around Ipswich, Queensland, Australia, or indeed the world here on the West Bremer Radio YouTube channel. A YouTube exclusive, much like what we're bringing you next weekend when we bring you sound and vision coverage across Saturday and Sunday of the 2025 instalment of this signature event on not just the Queensland but also the Australian motorsport calendar. And it is terrific to be able to dig into the archive and relive the last time we broadcast this event for you. It's hard to believe it has been 6 years. This afternoon, all the action as it aired way back when. So you're going to recognise some old names. We're also going to mention names that are sadly no longer with us, names that are no longer racing, names that are no longer part of the XL category. But I guarantee that you will hear some names this weekend in our replay of the 2019 EFS 4x4 Accessories 170 that you're also going to hear quite prominently next weekend out at Champions Way in Willowbank at the top of the Ipswich Motorsport Precinct. Now, before we get to the menu for this afternoon, let me steer you in the direction of next weekend. 2 days, sound and vision coverage, Saturday and Sunday across the platforms of your home of sport in Ipswich, and we will be live on the West Bremer Radio YouTube channel and also the West Bremer Sport audio channel. More details and information regarding broadcast times and the like at the end of this broadcast, so please stay tuned for that. In the meantime, let me revisit the weather forecast way back when. Typical stinking hot Queensland summer day in spring. It was hot, it was humid, it was steamy, it was muggy, it was uncomfortable. But we didn't care because the on-track action was top shelf. It was red hot. In fact, it was probably hotter than the ambient, which is what we've come to expect from the XLs over the years. So without further ado, as we plan to dig into the archive and throw it back to 2019, here's a look at what we've got coming your way this afternoon. Today, it's a special throwback edition of Sunday Over Motorsport across the platforms of your home of sport in Ipswich, in which we invite you to join us for 6 hours of XL excellence, because we've dug into the archives to enable you to relive all the action from the 2019 EFS 4x4 Accessories 170km endurance race, which was the first of two that the category staged that season. 6 years ago, this event was one of two headline acts as part of the biggest Queensland Racing Drivers' Championship event ever staged at Queensland Raceway, the 47th annual Australian Formula V National Challenge being the other. For the XL contingent, it was a 3-day race meeting broken into 3 parts. Practice on the Friday, sprint racing on the Saturday, and the Enduro on the Sunday. Back then, the Saturday and the Sunday were essentially separate events as far as the XLs were concerned. The Saturday was the 6th round of their season-long 2019 Queensland XL Cup campaign before the Enduro took centre stage on the Sunday afternoon. And while that 54-lap race amounted to nothing as far as the championship picture was concerned back then, the field left nothing on the table as it was serious business with bragging rights well and truly on the line. Today, you'll hear the September 2019 Enduro in full and uninterrupted, plus the qualifying session that preceded it with expert commentary from Wes Beadman, Mark Jones, and a very hoarse yours truly. As an added bonus, we're kicking things off by going sprint racing, ladies and gentlemen. We'll relive the entire 6th round of the 2019 season with the qualifying session and 3 sprint races that took place on the Saturday of the event as well. Plus, you'll hear all the XL-related paddock content from the pre-event to the post-qualifying and post-race interviews, as well as the presentation and all the usual analysis as it aired right here 6 years ago. Our countdown to the 2025 Nankang XL World Enduro ramps up a notch right here and now, so strap yourself in for the next 6 hours and let us do all the work as our favourite Korean pocket rockets entertain you in this special throwback edition of Sunday Arvo Motorsport right here on the platforms of your home of sport at Ipswich, the one and only West Bremer Sport. We're very proud of the fact that we're going to be trackside next weekend, encapsulating all the action of the 2025 edition of the Enduro and bringing it to you live, exclusive and free as it unfolds right here on the platforms of West Bremer Radio and West Bremer Sport. And much like our sound and audio compliments, stay with us here throughout the course of the afternoon, because at the end we'll also tell you how you can stay across our social platforms with regards to content that we are going to be rolling out on the Friday. Yes, we're going to be trackside for all 3 days of the event, but there's been a slight change to the way we're going to go about bringing the Friday track activity to you and all of the pre-event interviews as well. So stay with us. More information regarding that a little bit later on. There will be a little bit of collaborative work required to get that across the line. You might be looking at this, ladies and gentlemen, and thinking that West Bremer Radio is having a Foxtel-esque moment, and you'd be absolutely right, because what better way to drum up the interest, the hype, the excitement, the engagement, the conversation regarding our upcoming marquee sporting event on the 2025 calendar, the XL World Enduro QR, than by doing exactly what they'll be doing over the course of the next few weeks. You watch it with the AFL Grand Final, the NRL Grand Final, and also the Bathurst 1000. There'll be programs dedicated to great and historical moments, past games and races, and of course there'll be also dedicated special programming, and that's what we're doing here for the next 6 hours. What we've done, we've stripped the nuts and bolts of the event as it aired back then. There's been a couple of little tweaks and amendments that have had to be made along the way to cut out some throws that are leading you nowhere, of course, because what this was, ladies and gentlemen, way back when was 2 days of coverage. We had the Australian Formula V National Challenge, the Queensland Production Car Championship, and the Hyundai XL content all rolled into one across 2 days of coverage. But what we've done is we've stripped it back to just the XL content, pretty much all the audio as it aired back then, and even a little bit more, and more on that in just a few moments, quite frankly, and of course all the IDs, the music, etc. as it aired back then, coming your way this afternoon. As I say, just a couple of slight tweaks with regards to ad break throws and the like. See if you pick them up as we go along. So, with all that being said and done, let's go right back to the start and the first of our 2 days of coverage, where Mark Jones and I previewed the upcoming weekend of XL competition down on pit lane. Let's return our focus, though, to what's happening here at Queensland Raceway this weekend, Jonesy. And after a 10-week break, the Track Attack Australia XL Cup back in action. essentially the tin top equivalent of Formula V as far as I'm concerned in terms of that close dicing and intense racing. We've seen it so many times before. And this weekend, it is a star-studded field and then some, lining up for the first of 2 non-championship endurance races this season. But to get there, they've got to get through damage-free 3 sprint races in round 6 of the Track Attack Australia XL Cup, which Scott Green leads comfortably at the moment.
Yes, he does, but you can never be complacent in a series as competitive and hard fought as XL Cup, because we've seen last year that Scott's championship challenge came undone when with a incident over at turn 2 where several drivers got tangled up, and that allowed Brett Parrish to step away in the points score, and by the season end, Green wasn't able to threaten for the championship. But this year, Green does appear to have. I'm really hesitant to say that the championship is his to lose, because the moment you say something like that, something then happens. I don't know what it could be. Maybe a lightning bolt will flash from the sky and destroy his car. I don't know. There's something will jump out of the mists of time. But no,
that might explain why you were up me so quickly earlier in the year when I put the house on him on the first day of the championship.
Well, yes. I personally think it was slightly rude to be that bold that early, but that's true.
It might just pay off, though.
But
anyway, continue.
Well, you'd have to actually have money on it for it to pay off.
Didn't have a market on it.
No, the sports betting people don't seem to be interested in Formula V racing, or XLs, I should say. But nonetheless, I mean, that's a fabulous grid there. There's some of our co-drivers for the weekend have got hold of cars to warm themselves up, so to speak, in the sprint races. Like Chelsea Angelo, for instance, is listed as driving 51 in the sprint races. So there's at least one of our co-drivers is going to be getting some extra laps. But the favourites, though, the favourites are who they normally are, really. Brock Feeney, of course, will be an outstanding front runner, as will Brett Parrish, as will Cameron Bartholomew, who's a leading competitor in the Morgan Park-based championship. John Sheridan is back. We've got Darren Curry has been completely devoid of luck this season, but he's absolutely got the pace to take a race win. Michael Smith is another one who's just itching to break through for his first race win. Seton Connor Young, another hard charger in the field, will watch out for with interest. Matt Wells, another one. Darren Whittington, of course. And there's that man Green.
Yes, as per usual. And what you say about the co-drivers getting seat time in the sprint races could be integral to their success on Sunday, but the calibre of co-drivers that want to come and play in the XL Cup is testament to the competitiveness of the category, but also the connections of some of our main game drivers. It's important to note. When you look at the fact that we've got Super 2, Super 3, TCR Australia, the Australian Production Car Series all represented, it speaks volumes of the rise of popularity of Queensland's homegrown XLs.
Well, absolutely. Like we've had drivers of the calibre of Paul Morris come and race in these Enduros in the past, and Wayne Wakefield was also he was a regular co-driver for Jason Lansdale before Lansdale moved to Queensland Touring Cars. So there's always been a bunch of class drivers from other championships that stepped in. Of course, Cameron Wilson is perhaps our most common National Series competitor, as he's a former Series champion. However, not running this weekend.
Notable absentee, of course. He's down at the Bend, where the XLs are supporting the HQ Nationals, of course, because that's exactly where the XL Nationals will be held in November, and Wilson's getting some preparation in for that. So really looking forward to seeing what the XLs provide. It surely can't be long before they consider making the Enduros part of the championship, Jones. This is the third year of the Enduros now, and there's two of them, not one anymore, all sponsored by EFS 4x4 accessories. Is important to note as well.
I'm sure the Enduros are older than that, and the original 1 hour format XL Enduro was part of the championship.
Yeah.
That's pulling that out of the championship has been a more recent,
last 3 years,
recent development. But yeah, but yes, it did used to be part of the championship. It has, but I guess it's competitor decision. That's the kind of thing that would be put to them. They would prefer the Enduros to be standalone, and I can understand that, because that's a fair whack of points, because of course multiple race points would be handed out for the Enduro. So a DNF in the Enduro suddenly ends the championship. So I can certainly understand the decision to remove it from the championship point score.
It can at times be a little bit difficult to gauge the excitement and enthusiasm levels of my colleague there, the Encyclopedia of Queensland Motorsport, Mark Jones, but one thing is for certain, I was bouncing off the walls then, and I'll be bouncing off the walls next weekend as well. More from Jonesy a little bit later on when we take in all the on-track action in this broadcast, of course. But before that, we're going to take you into the paddock. And I want to bring you off the very top of the program two interviews that never saw the light of day in the original broadcast. And there's a unique reason for it, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, one of those situations where I had too much content and not enough time, and we also had a couple of track issues that resulted in delays and sessions running longer than they should have, etc. and so forth. And because it was a post-produced program, we had to work within the time frames that were given to us. And yeah, hard to believe, I know, we lived in an era where time constraints and restraints were actually a thing. The reason for it wasn't because of anything on West Bremer Radio's end, but instead we were, of course, simulcasting the event to 2MCE, my old community radio station stomping ground down there in Bathurst and Orange, the central west of New South Wales. Now, as I say, it is community radio. We were filling airtime that would have otherwise been filled by the community radio network feed overnight on a Tuesday night into a Wednesday morning, a Wednesday night into a Thursday morning, between, I think it was 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. on the Tuesday night, 10 p.m. and 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. on the Wednesday morning. And as a result of that, we had to work within those parameters. And unfortunately, with some of the on-track components of the weekend running a little bit over time, as I mentioned, we had to leave a couple of interviews on the karting room floor. But thankfully, we've got as much time as we like here on YouTube this afternoon, so we are going to slot them back in. You'll hear from John Sheridan, Caden Olsen, and Darren Curry in just a few moments. But yeah, a unique period in time in which we had to work within those parameters, purely because the local breakfast program would start at 7 a.m. each morning without fail, and they would also take the national news off the satellite from the community radio network at the top of the hour each hour, hence why we had to work within those time frames. We did it, but unfortunately, it was one of those rare instances where having too much content was actually a bad thing. Normally, it's a good thing. In fact, normally I'm of the belief, and it's my normal way of mantra and operating and philosophy, too much content is never enough and never a bad thing, but in this case, it was. So without further ado, two interviews that never saw the light of day back then, running as an exclusive for the first time here in 2025 on the platforms of West Bremer Radio, and three great blokes that have really made their mark on XL racing over the course of time. One now, of course, doing good racing things overseas as well. Here come Caden Olsen alongside Darren Curry, and to kick us off, one of the great characters of the XL Cup of the back end of last decade, Pommy, John Sheridan. One of our favourites in the Track Attack Australia XL Cup is Pommy John Sheridan. We haven't seen you much this year, mate, but it's nice to have you back for what is one of the bigger events of the year.
Yeah, thank you, Zach. It's always good to race an XL. I believe this is going to be a big field as well. Got some good names in it. So I've got Matty Ross, who did campaign in the Track Attack series a couple of years ago. So he's a good little steerer. So yeah, it should be good fun.
Yeah, not your usual co-drivers that we see you teaming up with in the Queensland Endurance Championship.
Yeah, no, they, Danny Ross and Jay Faulkner, Jaden's decided is sort of actually running with me in the Fiesta that I've got, the Fiesta XR4, and Dan's just following away, doing a bit more rallying, so Dan's gone a different direction, but we were going to do 300, but of course, unfortunately, that's no longer, so we'll have to see what's going to happen next year.
Indeed. Now, talk to me about the Fiesta, because outside of the 300s, have you got your eyes on something like Queensland production cars or Australian production cars or something there?
Yeah, it's improved production and I've been running it, so
cool.
I'm just getting it ready. I've just got some decent suspension in it. I've got a few little engine mods to put on, but it's pretty good. I'm sort of into the low 29s around here at the moment in it. I reckon I've got another couple of seconds in that, so it's a pretty competitive car in the series that's going to be running. So completely different to drive than this, although it makes you realise how good the XLs are, if I'm honest, because the cornering speeds on these things are amazing. We'll see next year. I want to probably focus more on the improved production rather than the XLs next year. This one's just a bit of a building year, and getting stuff together, getting the car ready. So.
Must be nice coming back to something that's familiar though, and then having the calibre of co-drivers lining up in terms of the opportunity to test yourself against guys that are in the higher ranks of motorsport at national level.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. When you see some of the names that are coming in back into this, it's great. Just makes me wish I had a bit more of a competitive car though. I mean, the idea was I was going to sort of step away from the XLs for a bit, but it's such a good series that, once you've not been in the car for a bit, you just want to get back out there. We had this, which was the 300 car that we just played around in, so we just converted it back. And yes, I still want to be competitive, and I know I'm not, which is frustrating, but even so, it's good. It's going to be good to be in the thick of it. I think if we can get in the top 10, I'll be super chuffed, but we'll see.
This is, of course, a different car to the one that had the heavy impact at Lakeside last year, and that was a hugely competitive XL Cup car. That must have been frustrating for you.
Yeah, that one was right at the front. That was great. It was right on it. I just got it set up to what I liked. It was running really good, and that season was going to be a good season, unfortunately. And then the first race, the first meeting was all over. I forgot what the question was there. At the end there, Zach.
That's all right. We'll press on because I forgot it as well. The fact of the matter is, it must have been. I've just remembered. It must have been hugely frustrating for you to not be able to get that car back to where it was and go with a new one. Yeah,
it was because it was just bent in two basically, that last one. Yeah. So we just had to salvage the bits and that was it. In hindsight, I probably should have spent the time and rebuilt and got a decent shell and started again and just put my old stuff back on it. But again, I was a bit short of cash and a bit frustrated, so I didn't. I didn't do anything, and then obviously got to that point when I wanted to be back in the car, and we just had this. It was easier just to get involved in this one. But then, as I say, this one's never been that quick. It has had previous hands where it was never quick, so but it was easy to get on board. But you do sit behind the wheel and get a bit frustrated, but maybe I've just got to improve. That's the thing, which there is a bit in there as well. So, yeah.
Truthfully, if it can go the distance on Sunday afternoon, 50 laps, ballpark figure, where is it for you?
I think if we can get around the sort of 10, then I'll be happy, I reckon. Especially in view of some of the cars and the drivers that are out. It's a difficult one. I mean, this engine I've actually redone myself. It's the first time ever as well. Hence the reason I've got no idea if it's going to actually even last. But it's difficult, mate, isn't it? Really difficult to know. Yeah, round and then I'll be super chuffed. Realistically, I think with the grid probably we might be sort of mid-pack, 15 to 20 somewhere. But we just have to wait and see.
Time will tell. 50 laps is a long way, and we know the attrition rate of these Enduros.
Well, that's what it is, mate. At the end of the day, you've got to finish, because it's amazing how many quick cars don't, and you can really bump yourself up that result sheet if you could just make it to the end. So, watch this space.
Yeah, watch it indeed. As we say, different car, Maybe not as competitive as the last one, but still a hell of a competitive driver behind the wheel. So we know that you can pull something good out of it in the long run, mate, and we hope you do, and we hope it all goes well. Thanks for having a chat to us.
Yeah, cheers, Zach. Thanks, mate.
It's always good to see Darren Curry racing in an XL, but it's particularly nice to see Kate Dawson back at Queensland Raceway as well. What have you been doing with yourself the last 12 months, mate?
Oh, mate, I've been a little bit busy with Frank, my teammate in the Australian Production Car Series. We've had a pretty successful year so far and got 2 rounds left now. Hopefully we can continue that success.
It's nice to see you back in an XL, though. Do you miss racing these little pocket rockets?
Extremely. It's such a raw kind of racing. Like, it's the production car, you've got power, you've got brakes. These things, you've got nothing. Like, it's all on the line. So, yeah, definitely miss it.
Come back to the production car stuff in just a moment. Darren Curry, nice to see you, mate. Of course, we know this car, we know this driver. Is this the weekend where you finally have a full weekend of luck?
Hopefully, mate. Everything's crossed. I think we'll be right. We've done a couple of other rounds in other cars just to get some more seat time. And this car obviously is pretty well prepared. And yeah, I'm looking forward to getting out there and giving it a go. I think we'll be right.
It's been an interesting season for you. Still sitting there or thereabouts in the championship, well inside the top 10 at the moment. 3 rounds left. What's the aim for you from here? Where are you aiming to be by the end of the next 10 races?
So coming into this year, obviously it's only my second year in the XL Series, so I was hoping for a top 10. I think we're on track for a top 10. If we could jag a top 5, I'd be really impressed. But it's just for me about more seat time, more experience, and then come back next year and have a really good crack at it. So.
And obviously it helps in terms of Sunday to have someone as experienced and credentialed as Caden coming along for the ride, I guess.
Yeah, well, look, Caden's done a lot of racing over the last 12 months. Raced at a lot of good tracks like Bathurst and all that sort of stuff around the country. He's got a lot of experience, and the feedback he can give me is only going to help me, so it's going to be really good.
Talk to me about the Australian Production Car Series, Caden, because whilst I know, and a lot of other people around here know, a lot of our radio listeners probably wouldn't have known that you'd made that step forward. It's been a busy year for you guys, obviously the 6 hour as well as the rounds of the championship, and you haven't gone too far from the XLs. You're still in the Hyundai brand.
Yeah, so we're actually stepped up into the Hyundai i30N, which is just a big XL. It's more power. It's heavier though. It's got bigger brakes. It's unreal.
Just don't go nabbing mine for spare parts over the course of the weekend.
I've
got an i30. Yeah,
thank you.
Now, from your standpoint, what has that step up to national level competition been like in terms of intensity, pressure, and obviously attention as well?
Oh, it's extremely intense. The pressure's unreal. The driving standards is another level that we've never experienced before. Frank and I have come from XLs, and everyone says it's just XLs, but yeah, it's really given us the fundamentals to step forward into a national category. So,
gotta love live radio. When you talk about your XL Cup campaign, Darren, when you look at the calibre of drivers you've been up against, you must be pretty happy that you've been competitive or thereabouts right throughout the course of the season for only your second year.
Yeah, look, I think the drivers in this category are one of the best drivers in the country, really. This series is so close, and you look at qualifying every round we do, where the top 5 or 6 are within a tenth or two of each other. Like, the racing's so close, it's really good. And for me, with my second year, it's a privilege to be up the front with these guys, battling it out with them. And a lot of that credit I give to Frank and Caden at SSR, because this car is that well prepared. Every time I get in it, it does everything I want it to do. It's really easy to drive. So.
And of course, Frank back on the grid this weekend with Scott Green as well. We'll catch up with him too. And he, of course, is the defending X3 champions, so you've certainly got a well-credentialed team behind you.
Yeah, we do. Though Frank, he won the X3 series last year, and you just got to look at what him and Caden are doing this year with the I-30Ns and all that sort of stuff. They know their stuff. They can both drive. Scott and Frank should go really well this weekend as well, I believe. It's a good team to be a part of. So.
Nice to be back at QR, mate. It's a track that is very familiar to you.
Yeah, it's our home track, so it's going to be good. Yeah, it's awesome to have Darren along with me this weekend to ask me to drive. It's an honour, really. I've been wanting to drive this car for a few years now, so to get the chance is going to be great. Chomping
at the bit by the sounds of it. Now, you've been racing the XLs for a while, obviously stepped out to move into the I-30, but to come back and to do so amongst such tremendous stiff competition with the calibre of co-drivers, are you surprised by how popular this event has become?
Look, I'm really not. I've been in XLs for probably 5 or 6 years now, and to see it grow to what it is now, the competitiveness of it, you're going to attract these big drivers, isn't it? And it's only a matter of time until we're on a bigger national level. Yeah, showing people what we got.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. The XLs at national level now attracting all sorts of attention from very good people, such as the intensity of the racing. As I said to Matt Thewlis earlier, it's not so much the fact that you're the fastest cars in the world, but the racing certainly makes up for the lack of speed.
Yeah, exactly. The corner speed in these things keeps up with a lot of bigger, more horsepower cars. You can't beat it, really. It's close. There's 35 cars fighting for one piece of track, so it's great.
Do you feel any extra pressure on Sunday, even though it's a non-championship round and you don't have to worry about that, but just being out there with the likes of Will Brown, Caden, and all the guys that have come here from the likes of Super 2, Super 3 and TCR?
Yeah, look, I don't feel any extra pressure. If anything, I feel a privilege to drive against guys that are as accredited as them. To have guys from TCR and Super 2 series it's a really good feeling. I mean, you're out on track dicing with these guys, and it just goes to show how much interest is in this category and how good it actually is. So.
I won't ask you because you're the main driver. Ballpark figure, where does this thing finish Sunday afternoon? If everything goes to plan and falls into place, 50 lap sprint.
P1, baby. P1.
I love the confidence. Darren Curry, Caden Olsen, great to catch up, boys. Good luck this weekend.
Yeah, cheers, Zach. Thanks, Zach. Cheers.
Great to catch up with those three gentlemen. More interviews in just a few moments. Hope you enjoyed that West Bremer YouTube exclusive. In the meantime, let's throw it back to the broadcast as it aired in 2019, and we pick it up with me having a look at the championship points for you. And coming into this round, of course, as we have a look at the championship standings, one man has dominated this thing right from the start. The key has been consistency, but also showing up for every round. It's Scott Green from Scott's Rods, who leads the way by 96 points over Darren Whittington. And no matter what happens here, he will lead the championship at the end of this round because there are only 3 races here, 25 points to win, 75 points on offer. So even if he was to score 0 today and Whittington claim a clean sweep, he would still lead by 21 points going into the next round at Lakeside Park at the end of the month. So it's Green on 392 playing Whittington on 296. 253 for one of the young guns of the sport who's had a very good showing this season in Oscar Comley. And then the superstar that is Brock Feeney in 4th on 240 points. Michael Smith 218, Darren Curry 217, and then Joshua Richards on 204 take us back to 7th. Dan Natoli in 8th on 164, Holly Spray 163, and Matt Brunt on 160. Make up the top 10 coming into this round. But this weekend the focus isn't just on round 6 of the Track Attack Australia XL Cup, the 10th, 9th and 8th last races of the season. That's right, we're inside the final 10 races of the season. 3 now, 3 in November, 4 at Lakeside in a couple of weeks' time. The focus is on the first of 2 Enduros of 2019, an expanded format. Of course, last year they had the 200-kilometre race at the start of November and then 2 mini Enduros of 30 minutes apiece at Lakeside Park. This year, the same Enduro format except a little bit shorter to the 200 that we see in November. It is the EFS 4x4 Accessories 170, a 50-lap affair. at this stage, with the potential to bump it up closer to 170 k's and 54 laps, provided the schedule will allow it when we go racing on Sunday. A non-championship affair, but bragging rights very much on the line, and they are racing for sheep stations. The driver lineup we've got here this weekend, second to none in Track Attack Australia XL Cup competition. 38 cars entered for this event, 31 for the Enduro. Let's have a look through now. Daniel Natoli will team up with Australian production car regular Michael Hopp in car number 3. Number 5, it's the man that's been unlucky throughout the sprint portion of the season, Darren Curry, with the young star that is Caden Olsen, who's also doing great things in the Australian production car series alongside Frank Mamarella in a Hyundai i30M. Number 7, Corey Willis, who's got a race win to his name this year, and Brendan Strong. Number 9 is Warren King and Peter Hill. Numbers 18 and 21, Jason Harron and John Carter, are single-day entries. They're contesting the sprint round, the 3 races that we're bringing you in our coverage today, but not the Enduro tomorrow. Number 23 is Trey Machota alongside Chris Sadler. Then we go to number 33, Andrew Hamilton and Andrew Rankin. Number 38, Michael Smith, a master, an over 50 competitor, and a rookie, first season in the Track Attack Australia XL Cup, alongside Michael Tuckwood, who returns from the United Kingdom just for this event. It also worked in handy that he had a family engagement that brought him back to Australia anyway, so the excuse to go racing presented itself, and he was all too keen to snap up the opportunity. He'll join us in commentary for the sprint racing today, and then head out onto the circuit and contest the Enduro tomorrow. Number 41, Peter Brown and Christian Bishop. Number 42, the Youngs, Seaton Connor Young alongside his father Trent. Number 45, today will be Jordan Boys, tomorrow Chris Board and Jordan Boys. Board will also contest the sprint round today in number 62. In number 51, Chelsea Angelo and Ashley Izod, the all-girl entry, number 52. In a very strong B-Pro lineup, Matt Wells and Jake Camilleri. Darren Whittington and Will Brown in number 53. Of course, Will Brown leading the points in TCR Australia at present. Brett Parrish and Toyota 86 racer Jalen Robotham in number 54. And of course, Robotham on double duty here this weekend. Number 65, Tom Needham and Chris Holt. They've teamed up in the APC together. Now they're going to team up in Needham's Hyundai XL. Number 67, the points leader Scott Green alongside the defending Series X3 champion, which is the second of the XL Series here in Queensland. Yes, that form of racing is so popular in Queensland that there are 2 championships for it. Frank Mamarella lining up in the Track Attack Australia XL Cup for the first time this year. Number 71, Bailey Imhoff and Zane Goddard. Just have a listen to some of the names we're rattling off here. Super 2, Super 3, TCR Australia, Australian production cars, Toyota 86 Racing Series. There's never been a star-studded field in the Hyundai XL race quite like this. Number 74, a late entry in this list, Nick Carroll, originally slated to drive alongside Nathan Hearn, the TA2 star. Hearn a late withdrawal from this race, so stepping into his shoes will be Richard Espray, of course, Holly's father, and Holly also entered this weekend to drive alongside Jason Hannigan in car number 747. So father and daughter on the track at the same time. That's going to be interesting to watch. Number 77 is, of course, Rhino Sullivan alongside the Australian Trans Am 5-litre series competitor in Sean Evans. He's on double duty here this weekend as well. Number 84, Trenton Allen alongside Bradley Carr, of course, another Australian production car regular. Number 88, Pommy John Sheridan and Matt Ross driving with him this weekend. Number 91, father and son again, Ben and Gordon Smith. Gordon will drive number 92 in today's sprint races. Number 93, the last of the B-Pro stable. There are 5 of them on the grid and they're all star-studded lineups. Brock Feeney alongside Declan Fraser, of course. Feeney leading the Super 3 Series point standings at the moment, heading into the final round at Sandown next weekend. Number 94, Nash Morris, Paul's son. Yes, the 2014 Super Cheap Auto 1000 winner. He's in the paddock this weekend supporting his boy, and he'll drive alongside Brody Kostecki. Harrison Bates and Greg Roberts, and a late inclusion into the list was Gregory. They're in number 100. Number 134 is Matt Brunt and Josh Brown. And number 139, Andrew Bond alongside one of our favourites, a veteran of the category, and great to have him back on the grid for the first time in nearly 12 months, Cliff Sedgley. Great to see him back behind the wheel of a race car. Number 192, Luke Bremner, again just a single day entry. Number 195, Cam Bartholomew, of course, a regular on the grid here alongside Victorian ace Matt Thewlis, another Australian production car series driver. Number 555 is James Van Roon and Denny Ford, of course, the Queensland production ute racer. Number 557 is Joshua Richards in a car that is designed, livery-wise, to look like the great era of Subaru Rally. World Rally with Possum Bourne, Colin McRae and the likes. So that is great to see. He's alongside Chris Heaton. As I've already mentioned, Jason Hannigan alongside Holly Espray in the 747. And the last of the entries, just for the single day of racing for the Track Attack Australia XL Cup 3 sprint races, is number 888, the man that's third in the points, young Oscar Comley. I mentioned the B Pro squad. It is star-studded. We caught up with as many of them as possible on Friday afternoon, including Ash Izod and Chelsea Angelo, Will Brown, and of course Darren Whittington there too, Brock Feeney, Brett Parrish and Jalen Robotham. All hell broke loose as they got called to the marshalling area right on cue of our interview, but they were kind enough to give us some of their time, and this is what they had to say. Down here with Team B Pro ahead of a massive Track Attack Australia XL Cup EFS 4x4 Accessories 170 Enduro this weekend. And it also includes round 6 of the XL Cup itself, a shortened 3-race program which promises to provide plenty of fireworks. And at the head of that will be Brock Feeney from Super 3, no less, ladies and gentlemen. The Super 3 exploits we've talked about before, mate, but you love coming and racing these little pocket rockets, don't you?
Yeah, no, it's great fun. Obviously 35 competitors this weekend, so good field of racing, and I've been looking forward to the Enduro ever since Taylor and Ben finished.
Indeed you have, and obviously back into Super 3 commitments in the next couple of weeks as well.
Yeah, next weekend's the last round of the championship, so hopefully get a good weekend in here and carry that through to next weekend, hopefully wrap up the championship.
Let's talk about next weekend. Can you potentially bring this thing home?
That's obviously the plan. Got an 11-point lead in the championship so far, so it's been a good year. It's been really good this year, so enjoyed it a lot and hopefully finish it on a high.
Nothing like having a weekend where you've got the likes of Will Brown, Chelsea Angelo from TCR as part of your squad as well here as part of the XL Cup. It's amazing the growth in terms of the popularity of the XLs as well.
Yeah, no, for sure it's growing massively. Great to have some big name people out here this weekend, so it's growing all the time. I'm just super excited to be part of it.
And as far as the Enduro is concerned, Declan Fraser alongside you?
Yeah, no, Declan's with me this weekend, so he's flying down at the moment. He'll be out here tomorrow, so did a test day with him at Lakeside and was really happy with how he went, so it's going to be really exciting. You know, he's going up against some good guys, but yeah, no, he'll be fine. Which is more fun, the high horsepower of the V8 or the Korean pocket rocket and the close dicing that you have with your teammates going 3 wide down the back straight here? You know, you certainly get a lot more close dicing in this stuff, but Super 3 racing's been awesome this year, so you have a lot more fun down the straights in the Super 3, but these things are pretty good through the corners. And if you can bring it home in the Super 3 next weekend, what's on the horizon for 2020, mate? A full-time XL driver? Nah. Yeah, well, I wouldn't complain. No, we'll wait and see what happens. Get that out of the way, and then still got a few months to think about it. Go get him this weekend, mate. Thanks. Good luck. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. We'll catch up with the boss in just a moment because he's teamed up with Jalen Robotham this weekend, but we've got 3 other of the combinations to get to first, including the only all-girl entry in the field this weekend, ladies and gentlemen. Great to have Ash Izod back racing Track Attack Australia XL Cup, but even better to have TCR Australia star Chelsea Angelo here as well. This is a bit different to TCR, Chelsea. Yeah, look, it's a little bit different. Obviously, these things are a lot more depowered in that sense, but they're still a lot more fun to drive. They're obviously front-wheel drive, so we just go out there and have some fun. Fun being the operative word. I'm going to come back to that in a moment. Ash, you always enjoy having a good time in these XLs. We haven't seen you this year. You must be psyched to be back. Yeah, I'm pretty excited to be back in the car for once. Like, I've been digging at it just to get back in, trying to get funds up, and then when I got invited to drive the car this weekend, I was pretty ecstatic. So it feels so good to get back in the car finally. All right. I hope you can hear that back home on Facebook Live. Chelsea, in terms of when you come to a club level event like this, how different is the atmosphere and the intensity of the weekend? I can say the atmosphere is a lot more relaxed, say, in comparison to a TCR event or even a supercar event. In TCR we feel a lot more pressured to obviously do well with the teams that we have and the cars that we have, whereas here it's a lot more relaxed. It's sort of more of a family outing, I see it in that way, and everyone gets to enjoy themselves. We all communicate really well and we all go out in the XLs and have a lot of fun. So yeah, I'm actually really excited to be here.
How have you two enjoyed getting to know each other and driving with one another so far?
I think we get along pretty fine, in all honesty. Look, I'm just kind of taking this weekend to learn from Chelsea because she does have quite a vast experience, and same from the other guys, a part of the team, and just bouncing off that and taking as much away from this weekend so that I can implement it into further driving later on. So it'll be good.
And it says a lot about this championship when it attracts guys like yourself, Will, and even Brock to come and have a run in what is essentially a club event.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, just like what Ash said, we get along really well, and she's obviously learning a lot from what we all have in terms of our experience. Look, it's awesome fun. Everyone gets to come out here and enjoy themselves, and pretty much anyone can really do it. It's a clubman level, but I believe it's a good start for anyone to jump in these cars and do a good job.
Still a couple of rounds of TCR to go. It hasn't been the easiest campaign for you. We're only talking about that off air. Game on for the next couple of rounds, obviously Sandown and Tail and Bend as well.
Yeah, of course. We've obviously got the last 2 rounds. We're obviously, just like every driver, is trying to round up a lot more money and sponsorships. So hopefully we'll be back in the seat for Sandown next week. If not, we will keep trying to get the last round at Tail and Bend. If that doesn't happen for the case, then we'll try and keep working hard to see if we can get sponsorship for 2020.
Otherwise, she can always come back here for the next round of the Enduro, you know.
That's exactly right. I was just about to say that, Ash. Speaking of coming back, are we going to see you on a more regular basis? Because we've missed seeing you around the paddock.
I really hope so. I'm looking at a few different avenues, so fingers crossed you'll see me a lot more.
All right. Good luck this weekend, girls. Good to have a chat to you, as per usual. Speaking of having a chat, the 4 gentlemen surround us, Brock Feening here at the moment. They love having a chin wag, and we're about to hear from them. Darren Whittington and Brett Parrish, of course, race winners in the Track Attack Australia XL Cup, a 4-time champ over here, if you don't mind, in BP. Jalen Robotham is doing great things at the moment in Queensland production cars. He's having a run of a Toyota 86 this weekend. He's running in the Toyota 86 National Series, and now he's coming to play in an XL, so that's good fun. And TA2 in Asia. There we go. Is there something he's not doing? And then throw in the TCR Australia points leader, if you don't mind, Will Brown. Great to have you running in a different form of Hyundai. What's it like getting used to the XL as opposed to the i30?
Yeah, it's pretty good. The cars are cool, and they look like they're tight racing, so it'll be good fun. We're looking forward to it, I reckon.
Teaming up with Darren Whittington, of course. What a scoop for you to have a star like this come on board. I mean, you're a fast steer at the pointy end of the field, but to have a guy that's prominent at the national level at the moment, you guys are set well for this weekend, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly, mate. Look, we heard Will say on TV that he likes driving anything. We thought I will hit him up and say, come drive another version of Hyundai. So, it's good to have him here, and it's going to be good fun.
What Charles was saying about going from a TCR car to an XL, what's it been like for you?
Yeah, it's been great. I've done about 3 laps so far, but it feels really good. The car's awesome. Darren thought he'd get me here and I'd be all right, but I was way off the pace from him, so we'll wait and see. But it's been good. Like we'll have heaps of fun over the weekend. It'll be good.
Get in the draft and follow BP would be my best advice.
We'll just turn him down into turn 3.
and he's not wrong when he says he's only done 3 laps in the car. I saw him an hour ago at Sign, and he hadn't even turned a wheel yet. But they seem to be, Darren, an easy sort of a car to learn, but learning a new car and a circuit that you don't race on a hell of a lot, Will's had experience here in other cars, it can be tricky.
Mate, look, they're easy to get to. They're only 80-odd horsepower, 90 horsepower at a good day, so they're easy to get to 8 tenths, but to try and get that last 9 or 10 tenths, it's just, in terms of being smooth with it, it's more like a go-kart, to be honest. You'll be nice and smooth on the entry, and then it pays off on the exit. So, he'll do really well. I'm looking forward to it, so looking forward to Sunday. It's a long race, and anything can happen there. We know that like last year, so it should be good fun.
Exactly right, and of course you've got to
suit up too.
Yeah, Will's going to suit up. He's getting ready to go. We'll grab who's going out. Which one of you's going out?
Me.
You're going out? I'll talk to Jalen. We'll talk to Brett at some point over the weekend. We'll talk to Darren as well. And Darren's got a championship to focus on as well at the moment. 96 points behind Scott Green here coming in to this round. But let's talk to you, mate, because you're on double duty. You've been a busy boy as well, going overseas, coming back and forth. Where does school fit into all of this?
I had a day off, yes. Today to come here and practice, but I've been at school a lot. I haven't really had too much days off, only when I've gone overseas. So all the 86 rounds been on holidays, which has been good. So school and this is a bit of a juggle, but it's all right so far.
Take your work with you, mate, and then take an absentee note. You'll be right. Let's talk about the XL first. The invitation to come and drive with Brett. You've had XL experience before, vast experience in other categories. Where does the XL stack up, and where does this team stack up?
Yeah, love coming up here with Brett and all that. Come here last year and raced with Brock Feeney, so yeah, it's been good to come back and try have a win this time. Brett's obviously very fast, winning 4 championships, so yeah, driven quite a bit of things. This is where I started when I was 14, started racing these, learning racecraft and all that stuff all started from here, so yeah, it's obviously a great series for racing, all that stuff, so yeah, looking forward to it.
Indeed, and obviously Brock last year, that didn't quite go according to plan, some gremlins on the Sunday, but to come back and be with the same team and with a 4-time champion, no less, that's got to fill you with a lot of confidence going into what is a big race on Sunday.
Yeah, so last year me and Brock were obviously really quick, so was Brett. Yeah, so coming back, hopefully we can have a drama-free weekend. But yeah, last year we were winning the race and then dropped the cam. So yeah, unfortunately, but yeah, hopefully this year we can bounce back and me and Brett can hopefully do all right. The car's hooking up very well, did some practice, and yeah, Brett's fast, and yeah, so there we go.
Was it a case of the more racing the better for you this weekend when the phone rang from Andrew Wilton and said come and have a drive at the Toyota 86 in the production cars as well?
Yeah, so we were coming up to the XL and then yeah, Andrew hit us up and yeah, said would you like to drive, because yeah, we obviously knew Andrew from previous experiences. Yeah, so come up doing double duties, 86. These and the 86 very similar, same sort of braking points and all that stuff. So yeah, good practice in both categories.
And quickly talk to us as BP fires up the gate for a practice session about TA2, because you were just in Thailand, I think it was, competing in that. That's a category that's booming here in Australia, but it's pretty good over in Thailand as well, mate.
Yeah, overseas in Asia, so I'm doing that as well. It's a bit different to the cars in Australia. We have paddle shift, 6-speed over there, where here's the H pattern, so a little bit different. Come back from a street circuit in Thailand, down near Pattaya, so yeah, that was a lot of fun. Yeah, got a couple of wins over there, which was very good. Yeah, it's been good racing 86 series and that as well, so yeah, had my bum in the seat all the time, which is good.
Hang tight, there's one more thing I want to touch on, just so for the benefit of those of you watching on Facebook Live and listening back home. Matty Wells and Jake Camilleri are in the other B Pro car. We'll probably catch up with them at some point across the course of the weekend, and also Declan Fraser, we didn't get a chance to catch up with him, and also Brett Parrish himself, but knowing BP, we will chat to him at some point, because he will either win a race or the Enduro at some point across the course of the weekend, which bodes well for you. How's the car been out there so far today?
Yeah, it's been good. Got in there straight away, and yeah, the car's very quick. I think it was the quickest I've been around here, and so yeah, the car's hooked up. The engine feels great, especially through turn 1 and 2. It's got hooked up through there, and yeah, that's where you find most speed for the back straight. So yeah, we'll see where we square up in qualifying and the racing. So yeah.
And how about the production car, the Toyota? How's that faring for you here as well?
Yeah, that's been good. We've put new tyres on each, like on the back, because we need rubber. But yeah, that's been good. Times have been very good. Very different to my 86 car. So yeah.
That was my next question. What are the differences between the production car and the 86 Racing Series car?
So this is basically straight from the shelves. Basically, you got some hand cooked tyres, where in our series we use the Dunlops. So it's a bit different. Not as much grip in my car, but yeah, it's just a bit different. Everything's sort of restricted in the 86 series, where here it's sort of normal. So yeah, bit of a difference.
Yeah, indeed it is. And the 86 Racing Series, next stop is the big one, the Holy Grail. You must be looking forward to getting back to Bathurst.
Yeah, well, I couldn't race there last year because I was too young. I was 15 days too young. That. So yeah, being 16 now, I'm able to race. So done a lot of sim work and all that stuff. So I'm looking forward to go up to the mountain.
Indeed, and obviously, one other thing before we go, the calibre of driver here this weekend. I mean, we mentioned you from Toyota 86. We've got the girls and guys of TCR. We've got someone from Super 2. We've got Brock Feeney from Super 3. The fact that you and Feeney were here, you've basically been the catalyst for all this, the influx of stars from National Series coming in to race a club level event. And the popularity of XL racing, mate, it just keeps continuing to boom, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, when we first started, there wasn't really much, but yeah, it's grown. and it's good to see all the big guys recognising the small class, and more drivers are better. Just a lot of fun out there, just banging doors and all that stuff. It's good. So it's good to see all those big name drivers joining and racing.
I have a feeling that the team is ambitious in hoping for a top 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sweep this weekend. Is that something that's been discussed?
Not yet. Just go out there and send it, basically. That's what I've been told. It's all laid back here. It doesn't really matter about results, just about going out there, having fun and racing hard.
And I guess that would have been the advice of parents in years gone by. The first rule of racing, have fun, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. It's if you're not having fun, what's the point of racing? So, yeah.
Exactly. It's not with anything if you're not enjoying what you're doing, mate. Double duty this weekend, massive weekend for you. Good luck in the production cars. Are you enjoying working with Andrew Walton?
Yeah, Andrew's great. We've got along well, and we've got quali up in about half an hour. So he's doing the first 2 sessions, I'll do the last one. So Andrew's been great. Get along well. So it's been good weekend so far.
Well, good luck with the production cars. Good luck with the XLs as well, mate. And thanks for having a chat to us.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, that B-Pro squad, formidable, isn't it? One of the strongest lineups of drivers we've ever seen for an XL Cup Enduro. Huge pedigree among those 10 names there. And on their day, if all goes to plan in the Enduro, the 170 tomorrow, there's no reason why they couldn't bring it home in positions 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, which would no doubt please the boss man himself, the 4-time champion Brett Parrish. But there's a long way to go before that, including a sprint round 6 of the Track Attack Australia XL Cup. There's the business of that to be dealt with first, and we're going to start that next when we come back from Queensland Raceway with qualifying for the Korean Pocket Rockets as our coverage of the Australian Formula V National Challenge for 2019 continues across 2MCA Sport and West Bremer Sport, wherever you're listening around Australia. We hope you're enjoying the action. We're back on track in just a moment.
Hi, I'm Darren Whittington from Team B-Pro, and you're listening to Saturday Arvo Motorsport on West Bremer Sport.
Tremendous to have you company wherever you may be listening to us all around the world, be it on westbremerradio.com.au, 2mca.org, 92.3, 94.7 down in that wonderful part of the world known as the Central West of New South Wales, the West Bremer Radio app as well. Plenty of ways to listen to our coverage, our extensive coverage of the Formula V Australia National Challenge for 2019, and of course incorporating coverage from round 6 of the Track Attack Australia XL Cup today, and tomorrow it'll be the EFS 4x4 Accessories 170 and the Queensland Production Car Championship. Well, we've already had them on track as well. We're ready to go as far as the XLs are concerned for an all-important qualifying session. We ran you through the championship points a short while ago. And for the benefit of those of you just joining us, it's Scott Green with a 96-point advantage over Darren Whittington at the moment, and Oscar Comley another 43 points back. Probably a one-horse race at the moment. Consistency the key to Scott Green. If he remains consistent, he shouldn't lose it from here. I don't want to put the curse on it, but then again, it was a bold and really forthright statement I made at the start of the year where I said that he'll win it, and that was on the first day before qualifying had even taken place. So it was a little bit presumptuous, but it's paid off for me so far. Brock Feeney sits fourth on 240 points, and Mike Smith on 218. Just 1 point ahead of Darren Curry. And then Josh Richards, Daniel Natoli, Holly Spray, and Matt Brunt make up the top 10 in the Track Attack Australia XL Cup point standings at this point in time. And the good news is all of those guys are on the grid here this weekend. Some stats for you. Race winners so far this year, 6 each for Scott Green and Brock Feeney, 3 for Darren Whittington, 2 for Cam Wilson, 1 each for Corey Willis and Ian Harvey. Pole positions in 2019. Round 1 to Corey Willis, rounds 2 and 3 to Darren Curry. But as Jonesy alluded to in our opener, he's had a good season, just lacked luck. He's had the pace, just lacked the luck, and he's very well aware of that himself. That's something he's hoping to improve upon next year. Brock Feeney had pole here for round 4 and Scott Green for round 5. Cars rolling out on the circuit for qualifying. Massive field of XLs here this weekend, and a star-studded lineup as well. Chelsea Angelo stepping in to the 51B Pro entry for qualifying today, and the 2 races as well. She'll team up with Ash Izod tomorrow in the EFS 4x4 Accessories 170. Looking at the round winners so far this year, Scott Green round 1, Darren Whittington rounds 2 and 5, Brock Feeney round 3, and Brett Parrish round 4. So B-Pro have dominated the outright results. The difference being, and the reason why Scott Green, hasn't dominated the statistics in terms of pole positions and race wins, but consistency. The fact that he's been here every round, he's pocketed points in majority of the races. That's why he enjoys the lead he enjoys at this point in time. And they still come, Jonesy, out onto the circuit for an all-important, all-in 10-minute qualifying session, which will set the grid for the first of the 3 sprint races today that make up round 6 of the Track Attack Australia XL Cup on a weekend where they return to racing after a 10-week mid-season break. Too long. It's been too long since we've had XL racing here at QR, and we get 3 rounds in 8 weeks to finish the 2019 season. Young Oscar Comley, what a season he's had. He's going to be the first car around to start a flying lap here. Sitting 3rd in the point standings. And again, it's consistency. It's finishing every race. It's being here for every round. That has him in that position. If he can stay top 5 by the end of the championship, he'll be no doubt over the moon with that. Not running the 170 tomorrow. Didn't have a co-driver, but he's very excited about how his season's gone thus far. Flying laps will start to come in very shortly. This is a short, sharp, frantic session, Jonesy. When you look at the fact that we've got just 10 minutes and we got bumper-to-bumper traffic all around this track, it's going to be hard to get a quick lap time in, but it's going to be important to do so. Qualifying positions here are key. We know XL Cup races can be won from as far back as 6th or 7th on the grid, but you don't want to start that far down if you have the choice. If you can bank a quality lap time and put yourself up the front, that's more convenient, especially because when you've got someone like Brock Feeney or Brett Parrish or Darren Whittington at the head of the field, if they get away 5 or 6 car lengths in the opening couple of laps, it's usually very hard to reel them back in. So, what a field this is. What a race this is going to be. 8 lappers today as well, Jonesy. Normally they're 10 and 12 for the sprint round. They're 8 today, and they're 8 when we get to Lakeside in a fortnight's time. So, short, sharp, but certainly no shortage of action in that regard.
Oh, absolutely. It's the hallmark of the Track Attack XL Cup. But it's a driver's class, really. There are plenty of stuff going on every race meeting. You have battles all the way up and down the field, groups of 4 or 7 or 20 cars going at each other at any given moment. And it's so vanishingly rare that one car will get away. We'll see how we'll start to get some times momentarily. We're just about getting some clean laps in. Of course, qualifying for XLs is always very, very busy, and more so today. We do have maybe about 5 extra cars in the field on top of what we usually get for an XL Cup race this weekend. Of course, it's more than a little bit because it's the Enduro round this weekend, or rather the first Enduro round for XL Cup. This is this weekend the shorter of the 2 XL Cup Enduros. They've got the 200k race coming up in a bit over a month's time.
Yeah, 6 weeks away, in fact. So 2 weeks to Lakeside and then 4 weeks till they're back here. So, as I said, 3 rounds in the space of 8 weeks to close out the championship. I got 7 weeks, my apologies. So 7 weeks till we're back here.
So nobody been it today.
No, you don't want to bet it today because it makes it an absolute pain in the backside to try and get yourself out there tomorrow. And we saw that last year. A couple of guys got ruled out of the 200.
I was thinking more of Lakeside in 2 weeks' time, and then the 200.
Yes. The 200 last year, we saw a couple of guys entered on for both events, but they had an incident in the sprint round on the Saturday, and that ruled them out of the weekend. So, I mean, yes, the Enduros aren't championship points paying.
Oh, here we go. Brock Feeney has set a 1:31.8 to snatch pole position away, at least at this stage, from Scott Green. Matt Wells is currently third fastest, ahead of Seton Connor Young. Then Justin Richards well up the order.
Joshua
Richards, sorry.
Yeah. Darren Whittaker.
I knew it the moment I said it that it was wrong.
Cam Bartholomew, Mike Smith, Matt Brunton, Dan Natoli at the moment. The Enduros don't pay points for the championship, but they're such a highlight of the calendar, so you don't want anything to go wrong today. Not just because of Lakeside in 2 weeks' time and the tight turnaround of the championship, but because you want to be a part of the spectacle that's going to be the Enduro tomorrow. So Feeney on top. Matt Wells did set the original benchmark on his first flying lap. That was a 31.9. He's only 0.13 off Feeney's benchmark at the moment, 1:31.81. Then Scott Green, Matt Wells, Seton Connor Young, Josh Richards. They're in fifth spot at the moment. So an interesting top five. How many cars have we got out there on the circuit? We've got 33 out there setting times at the moment. Massive field of the XL Cup.
Car off at turn 2, but back on the circuit again.
Tom Needham off at Snake Gully as well, Jonesy.
Yep.
Wide through 4 for Needham. Busy couple of weeks coming up for that young man, of course. Australian production car commitments next weekend at Sandown in Victoria. Richards in a tow here at the moment. Does he improve on his time? No, he doesn't. In fact, he drops to 7th. Darren Curry up into 6th spot. Mike Smith up into 4th. What about that? Michael Smith driving with the Globetrotter Michael Tuckwood tomorrow. Michael's going to join us in commentary for one of the races later on today. So, Feeney, Green, Wells, that remains unchanged. Smith has improved up into 4th. Seton Connor Young drops to 5th. Curry's improved. He's up into 6th spot now. Richards, Whittington, Bartholomew and Smith. Actually, Bartholomew has Matt Thewlis behind the wheel today. Thewlis has opted for more track time, and Bartholomew has said it's a good decision to put him in for more track time, get him more comfortable with the car for the Enduro tomorrow. He was originally listed as driver B. He's now driver A. Bartholomew, he's got enough experience in XLs around here. He's got enough miles here, and he's not in championship contention. So it's a wise decision.
Former lap record holder here, of course.
Yeah.
So, Cam certainly knows his way around QR. But the car that was off at turn 2 before was actually the young fella, Nash Morris. Car 94.
Running with Brody Kostecki, I think it is, tomorrow in the 170.
Yeah. So again, I guess there's also a Matt Thewlis is perhaps better known as a Pulsar racer rather than XL Cup.
That's true, and Australian production cars as well.
Yeah. So there is some fine tuning for Matt as well, because to get used to this XL Cup,
Freight train of cars making their way up to turn 6 here, being led now by Brett Parrish down there on the inside.
Oscar Comley's climbed into the top 10.
That's
he's moved up into. He's actually drafting with Mike Smith on the back straight at the moment.
No wonder Smith's got speed. Darren Whittington up into 5th spot. So Seton Connor Young drops down into 7th now. Corey Willis, if you don't mind.
No, that's a false time.
Sorry, my apologies. False
time.
read. 1:34.3, so he's nowhere at the moment. Feeney, Green, Wells, Whittington, Smith, Connor Young, Parrish, Angelo, Comley and Curry. So 1, 2, 3, 4 of the B Pro squad, 5 of the B Pro squad cars, in fact, in the top 10. That's not really a surprise. That's what they've been aiming for all weekend.
It's interesting that there's another team there that's opted to put the co-driver in as driver A in Chelsea Angelo, sharing the car with Ashley Izod.
Yep.
Of course, Ashley, the regular competitor in XL Cup here, and it's great to have a driver of Chelsea's calibre here with us this weekend. So yeah, they're currently 8th fastest, so they're looking quite neat. The girls in the orange and white car 51.
So
Whittington improves and moves into 5th place.
4th.
Sorry, yes, 4th.
With Willis.
Yep.
So Feeney, Green, Wells, Whittington and Smith at the moment. Seaton, Connor Young, 6. They found the problem they've been searching for all year with that car. Of course, they've had to tear the car inside out, upside down and rebuild it 15 times to find it, but they've found it and they've found their speed again. And they're now Seaton, Connor Young, Trent Young driving with him tomorrow, of course. They're sitting there in 7th or 6th at the moment. Brett Parrish up into the top 5 right now at 32.14. So it's Feeney, Green, Wells, Whittington, Parrish. And then Mike Smith, Seaton, Connor Young, Chelsea Angelo, Oscar Comley and Darren Curry, the top 10. Curry was 5th a minute ago. That's the intensity of XL Cup racing for you.
Yeah, Curry, who's had a couple of pole positions so far this year, just drifting a little bit at the times in just the moment. Brock Feeney improves his pole time on 1:31.7 now.
And the interesting thing out of that, Jonesy, virtually 1 second separates the top 10. 1 second separates the 10.
Angelo's continuing to improve. She's still 8th, but the time is improving, edging upwards.
And Ash Izod's no slouch either, so they're going to be a formidable combination if they can just maintain consistency tomorrow and keep the car in one piece. It's a B Pro Squad car. They don't fail. So that's a combo to watch tomorrow afternoon. There they are going back out onto the circuit to get another flying lap in. We are approaching... Actually, they're not going to get another flying lap in. Flag's about to fly in about 10 seconds. So by the time they get round, they'll be greeted by the checkered flag. It's Brock Feeney, Scott Green, Matt Wells, Darren Whittington and Brett Parrish at the moment. Who has got something left as the flag flies? Let's wait and see.
I'm actually wondering if some of the teams have actually done a driver change during their stop. But anyway, checkered flag is out now. So Brock Feeney... Well, I suppose we've got to wait till they come around. Feeney is out on the track. He'll get a time in. Or...
I was going to say, I don't think they're allowed to make driver changes today because you've got to nominate a driver because this is the sprint
round. Look out. We got car off at turn 5.
Right.
It's the Trip 5 car of...
James Van Roon.
Yeah.
555.
Jam Van Roon.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Van Roon goes rallycross across the grass on the exit of 5 there. Let's see if there's any improvements from here. Feeney, Green, Wells, Whittington, Parrish. That's how it stands at the moment. Is there any change on the horizon?
Well, I'm just looking to see where roughly...
Here's Smith.
And Comley just behind, neither improve?
They stay 6th and 9th respectively. Curry's gone in, there won't be an improvement from him. And nor Josh Richards either in 11th.
There's Cam Bartholomew, or rather his co-driver.
Matthewlis, so 12th at the moment for those guys. So not too bad. Brock Feeney, Scott Green, Matt Wells. Whittington, no improvement. Parrish, no improvement.
Nobody's going faster.
No one's
going faster. I think the track has gone off ever so slightly. And I think that'll... I'm actually fairly sure that'll be it for time. So, yeah, Brock Feeney pole position. Scott Green will start alongside him. Then we go to Matt Wells and Darren Whittington on the 2nd row of the grid. Brett Parrish and Mike Smith on the 3rd row of the grid. Then we have Seaton, Connor Young and Chelsea Angelo on the 4th row of the grid. Oscar Comley and Darren Curry will start on row 5. Then Justin Richards and Cam Bartholomew, or rather Matt Thewlis, I should say. Justin Richards and Matt Thewlis on the 6th row. Benjamin Smith and Ryan O'Sullivan on the 7th row of the grid. John Carter and Matt Brunt on the 8th row. Then we have Dan Natoli and Jordan Boys.
Yes.
Another one of our superstar interlopers.
Yes.
On grid row 9. Jason Harron and Jason Hannigan on row 10. Then we have Tom Needon and Hamilton, followed by Jan Van Roon and Nash Morris. Followed by Mashota John Sheridan, who's nowhere.
Yeah.
Trenton Allen. I know what I'm doing.
Tim Allen, no.
Allen. Yeah. Tool time.
Yes.
And then we have Warren King, Chris Board, Bates, Brown, Bond, Imhoff, Willis, who's nowhere, Carroll, and the 4th Smith at the back of the field there.
which is Gordon, of course.
Of course, Gordon, yes.
In the 92.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
I thought
36 cars in total. That's a massive field, isn't it? Best of the season for the XLs.
I actually thought Gordon and Benjamin were running together, but they're running...
They are in the Enduro.
Yeah.
They are in the Enduro. They're not running together today, obviously. So, running separately. That's all good and well. Second pole position of the season for Brock Feeney. 0.9979 separates first and 10th. So, just on a second separating the top 10 there. And all B Pro squad cars, 4 of them in the top 5, all 5 in the top 8 there. So, they've done exceptionally well. It's no surprise to see the youngster on top there, and of course, what we were saying there earlier with Jordan Boys and the Nash Morrises. There is such a star-studded field here this weekend. It is just mouth-watering stuff. Looking forward to this racing immensely here at Queensland Raceway. 3 8-lappers today to decide round 6 of the Track Attack Australia XL Cup. You will hear the lot across Facebook Live, West Bremer Radio, and 2MCE as well. And what a frantic session that was. It's going to be equally as frantic here tomorrow at Queensland Raceway when they go racing in the 170. But they've got the sprint racing business to get through. Before all of that, impressive performance from Michael Smith with Michael Tuckwood teaming up with him tomorrow. But again, it's those two men that have duked it out all season, Brock Feeney and Scott Green, that'll share the front row when we go racing in the Track Attack Australia XL Cup later on this afternoon. You'll hear from Brock Feeney next here at Queensland Raceway. Pole position in the Track Attack Australia XL Cup on West Bremer Sport and 2MCE Sport around Australia. Stay with us.
Hi, Paul Morris here from Norwell Motorplex. You're listening to Sunday Arvo Motorsport on West Bremer Sport.
Track Attack Australia XL Cup qualifying done and dusted. Race 1 not too far away. Pole position for Brock Feeney. We shouldn't be surprised, should we? The thing has been on rails all weekend. In fact, all season when you've been racing here, mate. Well done.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. You know, I've had a good year so far. Obviously, in the XL a lot more this year, and we've been able to work with it a bit more than we did last year. So, car's been good all weekend. Made a few adjustments coming into the weekend, and you know, Johnny got the car pretty well for qualifying, near perfect. So went out and put it on pole. So I'm just looking forward to the rest of the weekend. 37 cars out there. Was it difficult to find some clear air? Yeah, no, for sure. I kind of put myself into a pretty good position. You know, I followed Brett and Darren out. Brett had a little issue on the first lap, but got a pretty good tow. So I was happy with my position in the car. And there's a lot of cars out there this weekend. So the racing's going to be awesome.
I bet you're disappointed when you look at the point standings and look at your success rate with the pole positions and the race wins as well. I bet you're disappointed that there's been a couple of occasions in which you haven't been able to come and play in the XLs this year. You would have been on for the championship.
Yeah, no, for sure. Obviously, we missed the first 2 rounds this year, so had a DNF as well a couple of rounds ago. But, you know, Scott and Darren have been fighting it out all year. You know, Darren missed the first round as well. But, you know, I'm racing Super 3, so, you know, that's my main focus at the moment. But, you know, whenever I get a chance to come and race these, I'll 100% be here.
And we didn't get a chance to catch up with your co-driver yesterday, but how's he fitting into the car for this weekend, Declan?
Yeah, no, we had a test day at Lakeside a bit over a week ago, and he went really well. So he's actually going to jump in this afternoon for a couple of races, so it'll be really interesting to see how he goes and gels with the track. But, I'm really excited for the weekend.
All right, mate. Well done. Good luck with the racing today.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
We're gearing up in the meantime to go Hyundai XL racing, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing beats the Track Attack Australia XL Cup at a state level anywhere. There's no doubt about that. But to have them on the same bill as the Formula V Nationals, it's mouth-watering stuff. There's no doubt about that. Qualifying and pole position went to Brock Feeney, of course. We'll get to that in just a moment. A couple of little bits and pieces to make note of as we get into the grid here in just a moment. But a warm welcome into the commentary box to not only Mark Jones, who's going to be with me all weekend, but also the Globetrotter himself in Michael Tuckwood, who's back in the country. It just so worked out that family engagements and race meetings synced up, and you're able to go and have a run in the Enduro tomorrow, mate. Nice to see you, and welcome back to the country.
Well, thank you very much. Obviously, it's good to be back. It was quite convenient the way that it all kind of pieced together, and I was able to sort of come back for my granddad's 70th birthday and then tie in a bit of racing on the side as well.
Oh, wishing
On the
many
same
happy
weekend.
returns.
Yeah.
So that's tonight, and then you come and run in the Enduro tomorrow.
Yeah, that's it.
You must be happy to be back behind the wheel of a race car and back in Australia as a whole.
Of which race car?
Which race car? With Mike Smith.
Ah.
So it's one of those things. I'd never met him before I came over, but Mum, having a lot to do with the series, managed to piece it all together for me. So I kind of...
He's been fast but unlucky, Mike Smith, really. He's sort of almost at front-running race-winning pace, sort of regularly just on the fringe of sort of top 5. So he's...
It's one of those things when Mum obviously said, we got to drive potentially with Mike Smith, I'd been keeping tabs with it all online and said,
excellent.
All right, well, it's definitely going to be a quicker car than what I'm used to. So, I was able to keep something that, ran around in 20th after I left up in the top 5 for, 4 years. So, to come back into a car that has some serious pace, it felt really good yesterday. So, fingers crossed for tomorrow.
And, mate, you've raced in some good XL fields in your time, but how good is this one this weekend?
Oh, mate, there's nothing compares to this field. You've got guys like, Brock Feeney and, just like Robotham joining in with Parrish, and then you got the dream team with the 2 girls pairing up together as well tomorrow. It's just the level that these guys are driving at just gets better and better every year.
Well,
Right,
on the
grid.
front row of the grid,
Yes.
we've got Brock Feeney in the red number 93. Alongside him, our series points leader, Scott Green. Then we've got Matt Wells and Darren Whittington on the second row of the grid. Brett Parrish and Mike Smith on the third row. Seaton Connor Young and Chelsea Angelo on the fourth row of the grid. Rounding out the top 10 is Oscar Comley and Darren Curry.
And then behind them, Josh Richards and Matt Thewlis on the 6th row, Ben Smith and John Carter the 2nd row, 7th row, Matt Brunt and Dan Natoli the 8th row, Jordan Boys and Jason Harron the 9th row, Corey Willis and Jason Hannigan the 10th row. We're getting set for a start.
Needham and Hamilton occupy that 11th row of the grid. Then we have Van Roon, Morris, Machota,
Racing.
Sheridan, Board, Brown, Bond, and we are away.
Great start from Brock Feeney, but an even better start from Scott Green up there on the outside. 4 wide further back in the pack on the run to turn 1. And it's Feeney that leads them through. Green will look to get the switch back on the inside as they head up to turn 2. The championship leader can't get the job done on Brock Feeney there. Round onto the back straight for the first time. Whittington's got his nose right up onto the tail of Scott Green now as they head across the back straight for the first time. 2 by 2 further back in the pack. Parrish is there, so too Oscar Comley at the back of it. You see Chelsea Angelo's lost out at the start there as well, but Matty Wells is tucked right into the thick of that battle as they hit turn 3. Wide goes Feeney. That'll give him the inside line for the run up to turn 4. And Scott Green will draw up alongside him on the outside. So, into Snake Gully for the first time.
Yeah,
Look at Comley, a big dive.
Yeah, he's up the inside of both Smith and that looks like
Bit of dust being kicked up by Darren Curry there. He's got absolutely swamped. He's got Matt Thewlis and Oscar Comley all over the back of him. So too Josh Richards and Chelsea Angelo. Down to turn 6.
I was going to say that of the drivers, Connor Young got the best start out of anybody, I think, but then got boxed in and shuffled to the outside line through turns 1 and 2. So it hasn't really worked out all that well. He's back in that sort of 5th, 6th position where he started. You see that the top 6 have got a slight gap on a very intense pack fighting over 7th.
Teammates Parrish and Wells side by side. The 4-time champ getting out muscled by his teammate at the moment on the outside. Wells will hold on to 4th. So across the back straight they go. Just want to point out that the back of the field there we had a few cars. 74 with Nick Carroll. 84 with Trenton Allen, 100 with Harry Bates, and also the 77 of Ryan O'Sullivan. Driver changes, weight infringements saw them relegated to the rear of the grid for the start of this race, and there was a driver change with the number 9 entry, Warren King, out, and in for him, that was Peter Hill, so therefore they got relegated to the rear of grid as well. But status quo, everyone's still running after one lap, nice and cleanly here at this point in time. Scott Green and Darren Whittington. Whittington around the outside, got by Scott Green, job done. So Whittington is second. So you got 4th, 2nd and 1st in the championship. 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. Then the 4-time and defending champion 4th.
Down into turn 6, we see the Whittington's broken away ever so slightly from Green. But the way the two of them were battling, it's now brought the rest of the leading pack right up to them. In fact, I think that pack has grown. We've seen a couple of cars that have moved from the second pack up into the lead group, because it was a battle of 6 cars at the front of the field, but now that's definitely grown to 7 cars. Who's the car that's made the journey across?
To 7th. Mike Smith.
Into the top 6, I mean.
Oh, into the top 6. So,
I think Smith was
Seton
already
Connor
in
Young's up into 5th now. Seton Connor Young is probably the one you're looking for.
No, it isn't. I'm not sure. Anyway.
So, Feeney, Whittington, Green, Parrish, Seton Connor Young, Matt Wells, Mike Smith, Matt Thewlis, then Oscar Comley and Chelsea Angelo, the top 10 at this point in time. Now they go side by side. Pack of 4. They're battling 2 by 2. That's down in about positions 11, 12, 13 and 14 at the moment, as they stretch across the Lake Straight. Is it as good and as intense as you remember, mate?
It's definitely a lot more intense than I remember.
Big lock up over at turn 3. Trying to pick up who that was over there.
So hard to pick them up. There's so little down there at that part of the circuit.
I just can't believe the pace these guys are just lap after lap. Like, obviously, I remember getting out of every race just thinking, my God, that was hard. But just lap after lap, and Brock out in front, he's just not made a mistake yet, and
just braining it.
Yeah, just absolutely killing it out in front.
Leads the Super 3-point standings by 11 points. He's got the.
We've got a car roll
next weekend.
We've got a car in trouble. Yellow. Is that O'Sullivan? The yellow and black car that's rolling to a halt coming out of turn 5.
No, it's the number 7 of Willis.
Of course, yes,
Corey
Willis's car.
Yeah.
Dear, because he had problems in qualifying. Sorry, Michael.
No, that's all right.
You're right about Brock Feeney. He's got the finale of the Super 3 Series next weekend at Sandown. He leads that championship at the moment. I don't know if there's any comparison between XLs and supercars, but seat time is important to him, and he loves coming and racing these cars, and he'll hopefully go on and do great things at Sandown next weekend. We wish him the best of luck. Look behind him, though. Seton Connor Young on a charge here. Whittington, Green, Parrish and Connor Young all in a battle pack. 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. And it is the youngster, Seton Connor Young, that's the fastest man on the racetrack at the moment. 132.1924. And just behind them, they've gapped him a little bit. It's Matty Wells. And behind them, it's Mike Smith. We've got a car that's visited the dirt at turn 3.
Yeah, it was well and truly outbraked himself, and I think it's Jason Harron in that light blue car that was wide through turn 3, and it's lost him a lot of time and territory in the battle that he was having with Needham and Hannigan, and I think it's John Carter was the other car that was in that group. There's a fascinating scrap going on just behind them that's currently being led by third generation racer Nash Morris. He's got who's that tucked in behind Morris? It's we've got Hamilton and O'Sullivan and Gordon Smith, who we would expect to be further up the field. He's absolutely buried in qualifying. But they're changing spots again. Smith's just gotten up on Hamilton. I think he's overtaken there.
Chelsea Angelo just a little bit further up the field there. Jonesy at the moment sitting 10th behind Matt Thewlis. Both of those drivers, of course, Angelo TCR, Thewlis Australian production cars, learning these XL races this weekend. Seat time important to them, so much so that the regular drivers, well, in the 51's case, it was either Ash Izod or Chelsea running the 2 sprints today. But Cam Bartholomew, in Thewlis's case, stepping out of the car today to get these guys more track time, more seat time, more prep time for tomorrow's 170.
Thewlis has got Comley while you were talking there. And that's a great move by Thewlis, just gradually inching up on Oscar Comley on the run down the back straight. However, on the high line, Comley was able to hold speed.
Yeah, and how many times have we seen that happen so far this year?
Well, it's bread and butter stuff in XLs. You hold that wide line through turn 3 if someone's up your inside. And you can... Oh, here we go. We've got a 3 wide just behind that. It's Natoli is in the midst of that battle there. And... that's Chris Broad. Yeah. Chris Broad, who's just come through there on Natoli as well. I see there's 5-car battle there. So Carter is there as well, as is Brunt. And the Trip 5 car there as well of... hang on, that's not the Trip 5 car. That'll be Curry, of course.
Yep. The number 5. Now, so much happening here at the moment, so much so that we're 5 laps into an 8-lap race. Seaton Connor Young, again the fastest man on the circuit, at 32.03 at the moment. So watch the car in 5th spot here in this motor race. In fact, he might have gone into 4th on the inside of the 4-time champ, Brett Parrish. No, he hasn't. He's just tucked in behind. So it's Feeney comfortable at the front. 1.5 to Whittington. Whittington with barely any breathing space, with Scott Green, Brett Parrish, Seaton Connor Young and Matt Wells all breathing down his neck. So 4 of the 5 B Pro squad cars in the top 6, and the other sitting 10th in Chelsea Angelo.
I'm just watching this 5-car scrap that's just outside the top 10 that's being led by Board. And no, it's not. No, I don't think it is Chris Board, actually. Board's
is it Jordan? That's Jordan Boys.
That's
Jordan Boys, yes.
Yeah,
he's teaming up with Chris Board tomorrow, but they're running separate cars today.
Yeah, Boys is running Board's normal car. And
having a great run. Speaking of great, what about the new paint scheme or colour scheme for Scott Green's new livery this weekend? Fantastic look. On the 67, a little bit of tinge of green and gold on the Scots Rods entry. Round onto the main straight. 2 laps, 6.24 kilometres to go. They're fast, they're frantic today. Down looking on the inside was Brett Parrish on Scott Green, but unable to get the job done. They've gapped Connor Young and Wells now, so it's a 3-way fight for second. 3 regular championship combatants in Whittington, Green and Parrish. And Parrish now has a look. He has his nose up on the inside. He tucks back in on Scott Green. Watch him down the back straight, though. Feeney's clear. Feeney's got 1.5 on the pack. Just punched out his best lap of the race. The fastest lap of the race that time round to Brett Parrish into the 31s, the 31.98. And now he looks to go down on the inside of Scott Green and get the job done on the run down to turn 3. Now, to be critical for Green, if he can hang on the outside and have the inside when they get up to turn 4. Parrish down the inside. He knows that Green will want to hang there on the outside, and that's exactly how it's worked out. So Green will put himself on the inside as they get up to turn 4.
Big bomb dive by Angelo on Richards down into turn 3 just then. I thought that Angelo might have overcommitted, but no, she's hung on to it, and at the same time has forced Richards wider than perhaps he's comfortable with and able to complete the overtaking manoeuvre, as we see here in 3rd place. Green's gotten back on Parrish through turn 4. Parrish has got a tank slapper going. It's losing him time and space. And Connor Young's ranging up on his outside. Parrish is going to try a bomb dive on Green. He's not close enough.
Oh, it's madness in the Track Attack Australia XL Cup. Doesn't matter whether it's day or dusk as they cross the line. 1 to go. Feeney leads. 2nd place is Whittington. Very comfortable. Green is not yet comfortable. He's got Parrish and Connor Young and Wells breathing down his neck. Then Mike Smith sitting there in 7th spot, and that's probably giving Michael Tuckwood alongside us here some confidence going into tomorrow's race, because it's got pace, that car. Outside, we've got Comley, Thewlis, Richards, Angelo. Richards and Angelo still fighting over the same piece of real estate, and Darren Curry as well. So Angelo's dropped from 10th to 12th. But certainly very competitive in the early stages of the weekend. Down the back straight, 4-way fight for 3rd. Don't worry about 1st and 2nd. They're not getting caught unless they make a mistake. Green doing everything he can to defend Brett Parrish at the moment as they head out of turn 3.
Great scraps continuing on everywhere throughout the field. Bailey Imhoff's in a little bit of trouble. The ongoing scrap that's been going on all race for the last 3 or 4 laps between Comley and Thewlis, of course. That's why I couldn't pick it up. Yeah, Comley and Thewlis continues. Then there's another scrap going on. In fact, some of these big groups are starting to break up a little.
They certainly are. Last lap, last corner. And this guy, while he might not be an outright championship contention, it's going to be his 7th win of the season. He starts the day perfectly. Pole and race 1 victory for Brock Feeney here at Queensland Raceway. Nicely done. Second to Darren Whittington. Green holds off Parrish and Connor Young. Wells comes home for 6th. 7th to Mike Smith. There was a car off at Snake Gully that Jonesy was alluding to. Was that Dan Natoli?
It was. Natoli was shuffled off. There was in the midst of scrap going on there, and Natoli's lost 4 positions out of all of that. Comley has beaten...
Fuelist to 8th, yep.
Richards.
We've got a spin at 6 there.
Spin at 6. And a few positions lost as well. Well spotted Michael Tuckwood.
I think it's Brown.
We kind of forgot that Michael was here, actually. It
Yeah.
got too intense. We didn't really get to have a chance to chat to Michael, but we'll do that in just a moment.
Good. I was just soaking it all in. It's been a long time away, and just that caliber at the front, no one made a single mistake. I remember, obviously, 3-4 years ago, people were making mistakes, and it was just constant battles all race. But everyone just kind of tucked in behind each other, played it all sensible, and then I don't know, not a whole lot happened.
And for memory, there used to be a little bit more mechanical attrition than what there has been in recent times. So that was good to see so many of them come home cleanly there. And if we have a look down the finishing order, Jonesy, okay, Warren King and Nick Carroll still to come home, but only 2 retirements in all of that in a 37-car field, no less.
Yeah, outside of the top 10, Darren Curry in the end won the scrap over 11th spot he was having with Chelsea Angelo. Jordan Boys won the fight that was going on just behind them ahead of Matt Brunt, John Carter, Ben Smith, and then Dan Natoli, poor Dan Natoli, losing 4 spots on the last lap. He's a little bit focused right at the moment on the return lap coming back into the pits. I think he might be wanting to have some sharp words with someone. Jason Harron was 18th, O'Sullivan 19th. Needham rounded out the top 20 ahead of Hannigan, Gordon Smith, Chris Board, and then Hamilton in that beautifully presented car in the factory Hyundai World Rally Championship colour scheme. Hamilton just ahead of Nash Morris, then another one of the newcomers, Machota, ahead of John Sheridan, 27th. It's one of the things that underlines the development of the class in the last couple of years that Sheridan has come home in 27th.
Not only that as well, before Michael jumps in, not only that as well, Jonesy, we spoke to him yesterday. Obviously, it's a different car to the one that he was running at the pointing end of the field 24 months ago. And he said it's not the same car, and they've had ongoing issues with it. He said, I'm not sure that we're even going to be competitive this weekend. So he didn't have any great expectations on the weekend. But for a big name like that, who was at the pointy end a couple of years ago, it is disappointing to see him that far down. But as Jonesy said, it really speaks volumes of the calibre of the series that has developed and maintained over the last 18 months.
Yeah, well, you look at the different teams that we've got going on now. Like the calibre of drivers that B-Pro, for instance, has managed to pull in for this Enduro round is just incredible. If you had said to anyone, 5-6 years ago when the Track Attack XL Cup started, that this is the calibre of driver we'd be getting in, everyone would have laughed at you.
Yep.
So someone like Sheridan, for instance, I know he's gone from, being in ties with whatever teams to trying to do it all solo, and then kind of realised how much it actually means to have a good bunch of guys behind you that know what they're doing.
Indeed. Now,
and you also need to bear in mind out of all of this that we're missing one of our big multi-car teams because the Phillips Wilson race team is they're over in South Australia this weekend.
Oh yeah, exactly. Like Mike's sort of loosely tied with them now. He's got the Zenith Motor Solutions or whatever it is. I can't remember exactly. But he's sort of loosely tied with them, and Cam's been on the phone with him, sort of giving him a fair few tips. So I think that's definitely helped Mike out a bit.
Let's talk a little bit about your weekend, mate, because you mentioned Mike. He came home nicely there in 7th position. That's got to give you a boost of confidence going into tomorrow's 170. Not only that, but your thoughts on the track yesterday and the car as well from practice.
Oh, the car's on rails, and compared to what I'm used to, in a straight line, that thing is an absolute rocket ship. Like, I don't know the exact figures, but it honestly feels like it's got an extra 20 horsepower up it. The way it's able to just drive out of the corners. And, I mean, you look at the time in that race, like, Smith still did a 1:32.1, as opposed to the fastest lap being a 1:31.9. Like, that's only 0.2 of a second off.
Yeah. That's nothing.
Exactly. That could be half a lock-up or, an inch or two off the apex. It's just the speed that thing has got is, it's definitely, I'm feeling confident about our potential chances because the endurance is just one of those things where I've been quite unlucky running out of fuel and
Yes.
blowing clutches and all sorts. So
And that right there, that key point is exactly why Brett Peters and the committee work so hard to get a second enduro, a slightly shorter enduro in, because it's often around that 50 lap mark, and that's the number that we hit tomorrow. It's often around there where you see people starting to either conserve fuel or surge. So this should eliminate that and allow everyone to go flat chat for 50 laps, and it's set up nicely.
lovely. Well, thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming up, mate. Any chance that this is fueling the fire?
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. We're on lunch now. We're on
we'll
lunch.
have to see what happens, mate.
First group after lunch will be the QR Sports and Sedans. So we'll be back on track approximately 1 o'clock, 10 past 1.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we'll just have to see what happens. I'm kind of enjoying the travelling around Europe at the moment, so that's sort of my main focus, and I don't really have any plans, to be honest. So just taking it all as it comes, and we'll see what happens when and if I come back.
Well, mate, it's great to have you back here once again. Good luck tomorrow. We may even see you for race 2 a little bit later on. I know you won't be here for race 3. And enjoy the festivities and then the family time, and obviously the race tomorrow. And thanks for coming out to have a chat to us.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Michael Tuckwood at Queensland Raceway, where Brock Feeney has got the job done in race 1 of the Track Attack Australia XL Cup over Darren Whittington, Scott Green, Brett Parrish and Seaton Connor Young. All 5 B Pro squad cars in the top 12 in the end there. As Michael was alluding to, the formidable nature of the squads that are now getting involved in this thing. Incredible stuff, and don't think that the conversation hasn't been had in the B Pro garage. So high do they, push themselves that they want to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tomorrow. I don't think it'll be as easy a task as that, but it's certainly something they would have discussed. We need a break from Queensland Raceway, our coverage of the Australian Formula V National Challenge across West Bremer Sport and 2MCE Sport. And when we come back, we've got to catch up with your race 1 winner in Brock Feeney as well, as we continue across West Bremer Sport and 2MCE Sport. We hope you can stay with us.
Hi, I'm Brett Peters from Peters Motorsport, and you're listening to the Track Attack Australia XL Cup on West Bremer Sport.
It was another B Pro domination at the head of the field, 4 in the top 7 positions, and then of course Chelsea Angelo there in 12th spot. Welcome back to Queensland Raceway, everybody. Race 1 of the Track Attack Australia XL Cup in the book, and a 7th race win of the season, more than anyone now for Brock Feeney, who is alongside me, and makes a 7th race win of the season. And not adding to that tally from the reports I'm getting, you're jumping out of the car for the rest of the afternoon, but at least you're jumping out a winner.
Yeah, exactly. It was a good race then. Got to the lead on the first lap and stayed there up front. So big thing in these, breaking the toe. Once I got that, Darren sat in second and tried to catch me. I tried my hardest out front. But as you said, I'll be jumping out of the car now. I'll let Declan do the last couple of races today. So I'm really excited for the Enduro, and we're trying to get Declan up to speed as much as we can.
And obviously that'll mean it'll start at the rear of grid. So this is breaking news from the paddock as we go to air, that Brock will jump out of the car for the rest of the day. You're not the only one to take that approach. It's an easier decision for you, I guess, than it would be for someone like Darren or Scott that's in championship contention, to get out of the car, give your co-driver some miles, because at the end of the day, the Enduro is the main focus for everyone this weekend.
Yeah, no, for sure. We're 150 points down coming into this weekend, so we were over 1.5 rounds behind in points. So yeah, we're not in championship contention. I'm here for the Enduro tomorrow, and that's why we obviously got Declan down this weekend. So yeah, I'm super excited to have him on board, and I'm really looking forward to see how he goes in these next few races. He went really well at Lakeside when we tested, so yeah, I'm super excited.
Oh, at least you'll get some passing practice.
Yeah, for sure. It's what happened to me in my first race weekend. Started last and had the best time of my life, so I'm just really looking forward to see how much he enjoys it, because it's great racing out here, and I'm excited to be racing with him.
And what you say right there, obviously 150 points down, but an Enduro the focus, and you need seat time, and not just practice or anything like that, but to have race time before you jump in and do an Enduro. For these guys like Chelsea, for Declan, for even Will Brown, anyone that's coming in for the weekend that hasn't done regular XL competition ever or in a while, whatever the case may be. To get that extra seat time and be on money for tomorrow, that's hugely important.
Yeah, no, for sure. Obviously, the racing in XL is different to anything else I've ever done before, you know. You're talking about 5-car battles, you know, you're going down the back straight 4 wide, and that's not what you experience in any other category, really. So Declan's going to certainly get most of it, you know, starting from the back of the grid. So you'll have a few cars to pass, but I'm sure he'll be fine, and he'll have an absolute ball, I'm sure.
7th win of the season, let's focus on that for a moment. 8-lap race, you dominated proceedings, you led from the outset, you didn't look back. You missed all the entertainment behind you, but obviously a clean race and one that you were happy with.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's obviously great to get another win for the season. I'm really enjoying it, you know, I just love come racing these, so it's a good start. You know, I always like the tight racing, but, you know, you win those ones and you look back and you go, yeah, I was happy with how it went, so... No, looking forward to the rest of the weekend. You know, I hope the Enduro is that easy. Well, not easy, but I hope it can be like that tomorrow. So, yeah, we'll just wait and see how it goes.
What he means is we want to be number 1 tomorrow, and I think the boss wants 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, does he not?
Oh, yeah, I'd be pretty happy with that. As long as we can be number 1, I'll be pretty happy.
Mate, well done. 7th win of the season. I know there's some more XL Cup racing and news still yet in 2019, and good luck for the rest of the weekend. We look forward to watching on and seeing how Declan progresses as well.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. Appreciate it.
Nice to have you with us. Willowbank, just outside of Ipswich, basked in blue sunshine, blue skies and glorious sunshine this afternoon. It's absolutely picture perfect. And we are absolutely loving the racing we've seen here so far as part of round 5 of the Queensland Racing Drivers' Championship. And it's about to get even better with the Track Attack Australia XL Cup. Race 2 or 3 for the weekend for them in terms of the round 6 of the championship portion. The EFS 4x4 Accessories 170, not counting towards the championship. And that is the feature act tomorrow. They're making their way out onto the circuit now. Lots to get through here. Brock Feeney out, as he detailed earlier. Declan Fraser jumping in for the remaining 2 races of the day. That car will start rear of grid. There was also a change with Chris Sadler and Trey Machota swapping roles for the rest of the day as well. Again, Jonesy, the importance of getting these co-drivers a little bit of seat time, particularly in the case of these guys that aren't in championship contention. It's something that they can do because they want them to be comfortable and be ready to, you know, fire on all cylinders, if you pardon the expression, tomorrow afternoon when we go racing for the 170. So it's going to be interesting to see how the likes of Declan Fraser, and we saw Chelsea Angelo as well, how they fare throughout the rest of the afternoon. We'll hear from Jonesy in just a moment, and we'll have a look at the grid immediately following that. But the importance of co-driver seat time on a weekend like this is exactly why we're seeing these moves being made to give the co-drivers some time when...
I think rather than that, it's just that there's nothing to be gained by not doing it, because there's only a select few drivers that are chasing championship points here this weekend. So the majority of them, why not stick your co-driver in and do a couple of do one or more sprint races? So yeah,
right, yeah.
Now, particularly if you weren't able to get any track time yesterday during practice.
Well, that's another important factor of it as well. Some of these guys still adapting to the XLs. I know that's why Matt Thulis is racing today and not Cam Bartholomew. Let's have a look at the grid here, Jonesy, and just confirming that news. Declan Fraser is starting off the rear.
Well,
of
yeah,
the grid.
any driver substitution
any
goes
change.
to the back.
That's right.
Darren Whittington starting out of pole position. Alongside him will be Scott Green. Then we have Brett Parrish starting out of position number 3. Seaton Connie Young from 4th. Then we go back to Matt not Matt Wells. There's driver change in that car. So Mike Smith is next on the grid. Then we have Oscar Comley starting out of position number 6. Starting from 7 will be Matt Thulis. Justin Richards, I've done it again.
Richards.
I did this before. Josh Richards from position 8.
Yeah.
Then we've got Darren Curry and Chelsea Angelo. Just making sure they're both in position.
Yep.
They are. And then we have Jordan Boys and Matt Brunt. After that, we have John Carter and Dan Natoli.
And then Jason Harron and Ryan O'Sullivan, Tom Needham and Holly Espray. And then
Holly's
Gordon
here.
Smith, yes, running with Jason Hannigan. And then Gordon Smith and Chris Broad. Then we go back to Hamilton and Morris, Machota and Sheridan, although that Machota entry will go to the rear of the grid. So Van Roon, Brown, Allen, then Bates, Bond, Andrew Bond, Bailey Armhoff, and then, of course, you go back to Warren King, Nick Carroll, Corey Willis, Luke Bremner, and, of course, Ben Smith as well. 8
Plus
laps
your
the
driver
journey.
change cars.
Driver change cars at the rear, so...
Although that hasn't been
2
said,
or 3.
I didn't see the number 93 there.
Feeney and Fraser, they should be at the back if they are. Let's wait for the green. 8 laps the journey, away we go. Oh, 3 wide already. What a start from Michael Smith. Straight down the inside. 3 wide. Smith's in the dirt. Smith was in the dirt on the run to 1. Connor Young moved across to block the move. And now Michael Smith got absolutely swamped. 3 wide further in the back. And Oscar Comley's up there on the inside as well, I think you'll find, as well as Seaton Connor Young. They hit the back straight.
Well, Connor Young is our race leader on the run down the back straight.
How about that?
Parrish, it looks like it is, who's holding second at the moment, but only by millimetres with Scott Green on his outside. Then we've got Comley in 4th place. Sensational start by Comley. Mike Smith lines up in 5th position, but it all gets scrambled as everyone goes under brakes. Connor Young's actually got a bit of a gap on the field here. And as we see Parrish and... Well, that'll be... Actually, that's not Scott Green there. Green's lost a couple of spots. It's the Whittington. So Whittington and Parrish are fighting over second place. The car that I thought was Mike Smith is actually Scott Green. Green regains 4th place off Comley.
Yeah, Smith did all that because he ended up in the dirt, fell back to about 8th or 9th on the racetrack. So Comley, a great start up in a 5th spot. Following Scott Green, he started 7th.
Oh, bump drafting going on there between Green and Comley. A little bit of bump drafting.
Round under the main straight we come.
It didn't make a difference in the end because Whittington tried to sweep around the outside of Parrish at turn 6. So everyone's choosing their line for the Dick Johnson straight now. Connie Young very definitely has an advantage here. Parrish is being left on to pick his own line.
Attention to paddock. We have the Queensland sports cars to the marshalling area, please. Queensland sports cars to the marshalling area.
So Green's trying to line up Whittington and Comley's trying to line up both of them. He's going to get Green. He's got the good inside run through turn 2, has Oscar Comley.
So, what about this from the youngster? 4th in the championship at the moment. He'll be 3rd by the end of the day.
Oh, hang on.
Brock Feeney, look at this through the middle as well. So it's Comley, Curry and Smith sharing the same piece of real estate.
No, that's Green, the 3rd one, not Mike Smith. Smith's behind them.
Well, where did Scott Green go in the mix of all of that?
He was the one in the middle of that 3 wide.
Okay, so he's lost considerable ground on Darren Whittington in all of that.
Well, yeah, the top 3 have broken away clearly. You see there's a gap has formed.
Drafting between Curry and Comley as well. Curry fancied his chances but yielded, and Green's there on the outside. This is a shocker for Scott Green, going backwards at a rapid rate of knots. Not good for the championship, but at least he has got a considerable margin. He'll still lead it at the end of the day, regardless of what happens here. Mike Smith right onto his tail. Here comes Josh Richards as well. So Richards is having a crack on Smith and Green, and they wanted to go 3 wide into 6.
Richards is going down the inside, come what may, but in the end he's had to brake a little bit harder than he imagined he was going to have to. Just had to, back off and not cause a multi-car accident.
Brett Parrish has caught Seaton Connor Young. The 4-time champ goes down the inside. To the lead goes BP. Nicely done. Sharing with Jalen Robotham tomorrow. Seaton Connor Young wants to force the issue and fight back on the outside through turn 2. He'll get it done as well. It'll be a side-by-side drag race down the back straight. Oh, the XL's turning another QR this afternoon. Parrish is still on the inside running now as they head down to turn 3. They've gapped Whittington. That's a long gap back then to Comley, Curry, Green, Smith and Richards.
Car taking a long excursion on the infield of turn 2 and losing bulk positions. I think it's Gordon Smith who's lost around 7 or 8 positions after that long trip through turn 2. As we see Connie Young striking back at Parrish. He's got the run. He will take the lead back on
momentarily.
No, I think he's got it done there. Parrish is going to have to give way through turn 4.
Oh, Connie Young forced the issue, didn't he?
Well, he had the right to. He had the position.
And
he had the attitude and the altitude, as they say.
All of that has invited Darren Whittington back into the mix as well. So Whittington's on the outside of Parrish going into 6 and will get the job done on his teammate. So BP goes from potentially first back to third. Side by side, the teammates go down the main straight. 3 wide further back in the pack. Comley getting shuffled out wide there as Curry and Green team up on him.
Smith just behind them, and then Richards, who's fallen into the clutches of Ryan O'Sullivan. Jordan Boys is next, and then it all gets a bit scrambled after that. We've got a 7-car battle that's going on just in behind Chelsea Angelo, who's round about the base of the top 10.
I tell you what, Jonesy Parrish was trying to squeeze up on the inside of Whittington through turn 2 when he had to yield. The 4-time champ gets into the slipstream. His teammate now, who sits second in the points as they head down the back straight. But it's Seaton Connor Young with breathing space for the second time in this race. And the B-Pro boys playing catch-up. 3 wide behind them. Look at this. Comley on the inside, Curry on the outside, Green into the middle.
And all 3 of them are going to be jumped by Mike Smith.
We have the Queensland Sports Cars to the marshalling area, please. Queensland Sports Cars to the marshalling area.
Michael Smith up on the outside. He's got Green side by side
he's
with
lost
him.
it. He's lost it. All 3 of them have gone by again. And here goes Richards. So Richards reclaims a spot. He was riding as high as 4th place at one stage and has drifted to 9th. But
Curry's gone nowhere.
There was a collision there somewhere.
Curry's gone absolutely nowhere out of all of that. Pulling up, and that's another retirement. The bad year, the bad luck run for Darren Curry continues.
O'Sullivan's got a puncture as well. That's the front right tyre has gone down completely on O'Sullivan.
Comley, contact with Richards. Richards into Comley on the side, coming into turn 6, and now they're side by side going down the inside of the main straight.
So we've lost 2 cars out of this hideous scrap for 4th place, but they're still going at it with just as much ferocity.
Oh, this is incredible stuff.
Scott Green almost wants to, pop the parachute, drop behind them, let them all take each other out and secure 4th place.
Halfway through the race, fastest lap of the race, 1:31.7138 for Brett Parrish. He's right on Darren Whittington's tail. They're working as a team to try and catch Seaton Connor Young. But who can take your eyes off the 7-car fight for 4th through 10th behind them? Comley doing an incredible job in 4th.
Comley, then Green, and then Richards, then... I'm struggling to pick up the cars after that. We lost Curry and O'Sullivan out of that fight.
We certainly did. Chelsea Angelo's latched onto the back of that grid. Intense spot there. She's right on the tail of, I think you'll find it'll be John Carter or Jordan Boys, one of the 2.
Carter's the silver car. Boys is the white one.
Okay,
so Carter is ahead of Boys.
Yep.
And the pair of them have got Mike Smith and Joshua Richards immediately in front of them, with Comley and Green leading that 7-car group.
Of course, Jordan Boys in the Chris Board car at the moment. Tom Needham in there right behind him.
Needham's a fair way back. That's around
20th
my apologies.
or so. Yes, no, you're right. Who could take your eyes off?
You're looking into the 3rd group of cars, which is currently
right.
being led by Matt Thewlis and Jason Harron, with Natoli tucked in behind.
So just as the scoreboard refreshes here in the commentary box, we're having a little bit of issue with timing at the moment. So
here we go. The race leaders are at it again.
There we go.
Connie Young has been reeled in by the 2 B-Pro cars. Parrish was trying to get an inside run through turn 2. Didn't get to work. Whittington double teamed with Connie Young, and they've used their dual drafting positions to move away from Parrish. And now they're side by side down into turn 3. Connie Young holds the inside line. He's the leader. He can choose whichever line he prefers. Gets out of the corner first, and it looks like the B-Pro cars have actually slightly blocked each other coming out of turn 3. But Whittington, I think out of the 3 of them, carried the most speed out of turn 3, but wasn't... he was able to use it. He's got that in the inside of Connie Young. Whittington leads now. So that's a 4th different race leader.
Yeah, I'm going to come back to the leaders
car
in just
in
a
turn
moment.
2. There was a car stopped on the outside of turn 2.
I'll let you have a look and see who that one is, Jonesy. Behind the top 3, we'll have a look at that in a moment. It's Green, it's Smith, it's Comley. Richards back down on the inside there, and on his outside is John Carter. Boys of Angelo not too far behind them. I was getting my Angelos.
We got another.
We got a car.
There's been more contact, Zach.
Yep, on the exit of 5.
And it's Matt Thewlis who's in
Three
trouble.
wide down the main straight. Look at that.
No, we've gone clamp down though, so they've got to sort themselves out.
They're going to have to.
Matt Thewlis was the car that was involved in that little beat up there at turn 5, and he's lost around 20 positions out of all of that. The car that's parked on the outside of turn 2, I believe, is Trenton Allen.
Are they allowed to go 3 wide under clamp down?
No, they're not. So
they're going to have to sort themselves out.
yeah, well, the clampdown was. Well, they may have to get some direction from race control over who should be leading over the 3 of them.
Bit hard to know, isn't it? Because they were literally 3 wide. It was 0.07 separating the 3 of them as they hit the starter strike. We were looking behind them. Now that it's settled down for a minute, there's only 2 laps to go. This is lap 7 of 8. It will get extended because of the clampdown, you would think. It's Connor Young and Whittington. It's Parrish. Then that big gaggle of cars is Greensmith, Comley, Richards, Carter, Boys and Angelo. Then Nash, Morris, Jason Harron, Matt Brunt. I was getting, my eyes were looking at Brunt and Broad and Natoli and Needham and Fraser, that group there, because they were equally as bunched up as the bunch in front of them. But good to see Chelsea Angelo running consistently with Jordan Boys there, 9th and 10th at the moment. Carter in 8th. Richards and Comley and Almighty run from the youngsters at the moment, but the clampdown sort of ruined the momentum of that 5-car fight. There's a big gap between them at this present point in time. Recovery vehicles heading out onto the circuit, all sorts of madness happening. That's what we love about the Track Attack Australia XL Cup.
Cars are still sorting themselves out into race position. There's a group of cars that's, let's see, just trying to pick up where that is. I recognise Natoli's car in near the front of that group, and there's also Declan Fraser in that group as well.
So he was out there.
But the car that is leading that group is that's the 23 actually, and well, it looks like the leaders I think might have sorted themselves out now, and they've settled into Parrish, Connor Young, and Whittington.
Yep. Oh boy, there's going to be fireworks when we get this one back underway, ladies and gentlemen. What a day we're having here at Queensland Raceway. Hope you're enjoying it across West Bremer Sport and 2MCE Sport as well. And they're stretching across the back straight. Hard to know where to look at the moment. It's been one of those sorts of races that we expect from the Track Attack Australia XL Cup, in the sense that there's been battles everywhere, particularly that battle 4th to 10th. Incredible stuff.
Now, we lost a few cars on the opening lap of the race. We saw that Luke Bremner and Corey Willis, amongst others, had taken the start, but they've pulled in on about the second lap with some kind of problem. Matt Wells' car didn't take the start at all, and that's interesting in its own. So, and of course, we've lost O'Sullivan and Curry, and now Trenton Allen as well.
Oh, boy.
Allen's car is on the rope and is about to be pulled into the dipper, so we should be going back to racing conditions any moment now.
Indeed we should. But we are about to hit that 8 lap mark, so it's going to be at the discretion of the officials how long we're going to extend for here, because the checkered flag won't wave this time by. And still anyone's guess who's going to win it. What a performance from Seton Connor Young. He's had troubles all season. He's bounced back, and he's right there with the B-Pro boys. Be interesting to see who emerges victorious in all of this. Reminder,
well, of course it is,
that Darren Whittington has 3 race wins to his name this year. Brett Parrish does not have a race win to his name. He has a pole to his name this year, but not a race win yet. And at this point of the season, there had been 19 races, with one round, of course, shortened to 3 races because the race meeting was held over 1 day, not 2. So usually by this point of the season, we'd have 20. This is the 21st now with Whittington. With Feeney grabbing his 7th win of the season this morning, and now, of course, we're getting ready. We've got a car still stopped in the dipper, and the recovery vehicle's still out there on circuit. So we're not going green just yet.
Yeah, the tow vehicle's returning to its position. That's all we're waiting on right at the moment. Now, Connor Young is still actually to get his breakthrough victory in the XL Cup.
Yes.
He has had wins in the other XL series, the Morgan Park Bay series. And it looks like there's actually some debris that has to be picked up over in the region of Turn 2, and that's why we've got this ongoing delay here. Although the lights are out. Are we back racing?
I haven't heard the call. Those lights do expire after they've been on for a certain period of time, so we wait and see. They're certainly not at race speed just yet. So just reminding you of the order, now that things have settled down, we haven't really had a chance to do this throughout the race. Brett Parrish leads, fastest lap of the race, 1:31.7138. Connor Young, Whittington, Green, Smith, and Connolly the top 6. So Green, not his best performance, but not his worst. It could have been worse. He was sitting down in 5th or 6th earlier in the race. Richards is 7th, Carter 8th, Boys 9th, Angelo 10th. Reminder that Matty Thewlis has slipped down the order. He's down in 25th. Bailey Imerhoff and Harry Bates behind him. But there's a long list of cars. Allen, Curry, O'Sullivan, Bremner and Willis that have not come around to complete the race. Racing again now.
Whittington has been left behind by the restart. Parrish and Connor Young, though, are right on it. Then there's a small gap before Richards, and then looks like a couple of cars have slipped backwards a little bit.
3 laps, that's how much we've got left here. So this is the 3rd last lap. It's Connor Young and Parrish side by side going down the back straight. Whittington's back in the tow, and he looks to go down the inside of the pair of them. Can't do it. One of them locks up. Bit hard to tell from this angle exactly who it was. Through turn 3. Connor Young emerges with the lead just over Brett Parrish. Whittington sits 3rd. Big time. 2.
There are 3 cars involved. I think it's 2 incidents. There's contact between 2 on the outside of turn 3, and there was a second incident where a car overshot the corner. Now, we do have, and there's damage on those 2 cars as well, so there's definitely been contact down there at turn 3. I think it was John Carter was the car that overshot.
Oh, Parrish and Connor Young. Parrish and Whittington ganging up on the youngster there, and we go clamp down again. Actually, we go cancel. It has been called.
Nash Morris is one of the cars over there at turn 3, and the other is Jason Harron.
That won't be restarted, unfortunately. They're 3 wide at the start-finish line. No, it doesn't. Look at that. Brett Parrish, Seaton Connor Young, and Darren Whittington. Now, I'm not sure how that's going to be sorted out in the final wash of things.
They'll wind it back a lap like they normally do for these sort of things.
So that would make Brett Parrish the winner under those conditions, as he had the lead at the end of the clampdown. Is that what we're saying?
No, that's not what we are saying. I'm saying the results will be wound back to the last completed lap. Now, yeah, I think I actually had bumped the microphone off while I was reporting. The 2 cars involved in the collision over there at turn 3 is Nash Morris and Jason Harron. They were all heavily under braking at the time, so it was by no means a high-speed collision. John Carter, in a separate incident, overshot the corner, almost got to the wall before he was able to pull the car up and then get back onto the circuit, but Carter lost a whole bunch of positions because of it.
Matthew Paul had a mega shot at the start with them 4 wide in parts going down to turn 1. Including in the dirt, on the grass on the inside of the circuit. That was Seaton Connor Young, I'm pretty certain. And he ended up, we'd love to be able to confirm for the sake of our radio broadcast exactly what's going on here. We know the race has been called. We know that it won't be restarted. It has been cancelled. It's too late in the race to even contemplate sending them back out for a 2-lap sprint. Brett Parrish, Seaton Connor Young, Darren Whittington. That'll be the top 3, but in no particular order of certainty at this point in time, because they will have to wind the clock back. And, it's a bit hard to really give you a gauge on everything below that, but typical XL madness, as you come to expect from QR and the Track Attack Australia XL Cup. It just continues to deliver, and the good news is, Jonesy, we've still got another XL Cup race to come a little bit later on this afternoon. just I'm just having a look. Jonesy's having a look down towards turn 3, as am I. Yeah, there is some panel damage there.
Yeah, the front end of Jason Harron's car is a bit deranged. In unrelated, we see Trenton Allen's car's coming back on the tow rope. Though, of course, Allen was there, the car that dropped out at around mid-distance after going off at turn 2.
Our medical and recovery crews are on the scene down there, obviously.
Oh,
From the medical standpoint, that's purely precautionary, of course, when the race is cancelled like that. And, well, it's always a shame when an XL Cup race finishes in an anticlimax like that. But under those conditions, it was going to take them too long to clean that up and keep the cars out there and get them back racing, so it was the right call.
Plus, of course, it was the second. No, it was the third.
The
third stoppage in the race. So there's also a certain amount of.
No, only the second. We only had one clamp down before that.
You sure?
Yep.
There wasn't a clamp down for when Trenton Allen's car spun off at turn 2. There wasn't a clamp down in the earlier on either.
I'm pretty sure we only had that one for the car at turn 2. Fairly positive. It was frantic before then. So, oh well, that's that. Unfortunately.
Well, there's actually going to have to be a little bit of a gap in the program here because the cars will need tilt trays over there. So
they will, and that gives us an opportunity to step off, Mike, not just for trackside audience, but also for the radio audience as well. Jonesy, thank you for the moment. Still plenty more to come here as far as our coverage is concerned on West Bremer Sport and 2MCE Sport. Next up, it's race 2 for the Formula V Nationals. Then it's race 3 for the XL Cup. Those two are back-to-back. That's dangerous. And then we get stuck into the Queensland Production Car Championship, the 17th race of the program here as part of QRDC 5. And it will be the 8th on our schedule for tonight. And we'll move into, of course, tomorrow's programming with more great racing to come there as well. Brilliant racing once again. Unfortunately, an anticlimactic finish. That happens sometimes. That's motorsport. But in the end, the top 3 separated by mere coats of varnish. It was Whittington and Parrish along with Seaton Connor Young. But what we're going to have to do, folks, is take a break from here at Queensland Raceway. And when we come back, we will confirm those results for you. You'll hear from the race winner, whoever that may be, because it's very uncertain exactly who that is at this point in time. Stay with us. Hope you're enjoying the coverage.
Hi, I'm Monique Skibberus from Skibberus Motorsport, and you're listening to Sunday Arvo Motorsport on West Bremer Sport.
Welcome back, everybody. Nice to have your company wherever you may be listening to us all around Australia, be it on West Bremer Sport or 2MCE Sport, as our coverage from Queensland Raceway, the Formula V National Challenge for 2019, rolls on. Before the break, confusion reigned supreme in the Track Attack Australia XL Cup fixture. Unfortunately, we weren't able to confirm the results there for you due to the nature of the way the race finished, because they went from clamp down to clamp down, and they had to also sort out some discrepancies with the original clamp down and how that all played out, and that left us wondering exactly who won the race. And I can tell you that a little bit of history is being made here at Queensland Raceway today, because Seaton Connor Young has been given the victory, his first in Track Attack Australia XL Cup history, and not without a tremendous fight from Darren Whittington and Brett Parrish. So let's just explain how all this happened. Of course, when the original clampdown was called, Whittington, Connor Young and Parrish were 3 wide. They were literally bumper to bumper, side to side, nothing separating them. As a result, there was a little bit of confusion as to who was to go where for a single file restart under the virtual safety car clampdown sort of conditions. And then we got the restart, and Brett Parrish assumed the lead. He assumed the lead during the clampdown, maintained it, but they didn't complete another flying lap before the clampdown was called. So when they looked to bump the results back, they actually ended up bumping the results back to lap 6. And that didn't help them. The timing screens didn't help them because that still had Brett Parrish in front as they crossed the line 3 wide. And it was one of the great moments of the year, of course. It's always great when the XLs go 3 wide. But what unfolded then, Brett Peters, Nicole Tuckwood, the DSO and category manager, sat down to have a look at video footage. That's how they had to decide. It's sort of like NASCAR green, white, checker style. They had to have a look at the video footage. And at the time of the clampdown being called, Seaton Connor Young had his nose in front. He took the win over Darren Winnington by about 300ths of a second in the end, really. Brett Parrish, another 500ths of a second back. That's how tight it was. Scott Green in for 4th place, then Michael Smith and Oscar Comley. Josh Richards 7th, John Carter, Jordan Boys, Chelsea Angelo made up the top 10, of course. A couple of these entries, including Boys, teaming up with other drivers tomorrow. So therefore, we've got a bigger field in this race than what we will have tomorrow as co-drivers look to get seat time ahead of a big 170-kilometre race here tomorrow afternoon. Outside the 10, Nash Morris, Jason Harron, Josh Brown, Trey Machota and Chris Board made up the top 15. Dan Natoli, Declan Fraser, Ben Smith, Gordon Smith and Tom Needham made up the top 20. Further down the order, people like John Sheridan in 23rd, Matt Thewlis in 25th. Disappointing result for those guys. And as we say, a long list of DNFs with Trenton Allen, Darren Curry, Ryan O'Sullivan, Luke Bremner, Corey Willis and Holly Spray all failing to greet the checkered flag. Well, in this case, not greet the checkered flag so much as be still running on the circuit when the race was called. But understandably, Seaton Connor Young, albeit surprised, was quite chuffed with his first XL Cup win, and we caught up with him a short time ago. There's never a shortage of race winners in the Track Attack Australia XL Cup, and for the first time in TAA XL Cup history, he's had a win in the X3 series, but for the first time in TAA, it's Seaton Connor Young grabbing a win, and after all the trials and tribulations you've had with this car this year, that must be a relief, mate. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, it's amazing to have a car back now. Felt good for that win. Shame that Brett's not here to finish it, but yeah, happy with the car at the moment.
Obviously, that must give you some confidence for you and your dad going into tomorrow.
Oh yeah. Dad's happy, I'm happy, so yeah, hopefully put on pole tomorrow.
No pressure on the old boy, of course. Now, that race, that was a strange situation, or a strange way to end that, mate, because of the situation with the clampdown and you guys being 3 wide at the time. How did that end up being decided? They went back to lap 6, but at what point of lap 6 did they decide that Seaton's the winner?
I do not have a clue. I haven't heard anything yet, but yeah, I just found out I won, so I don't know.
Yeah. So, but pretty stoked all the same, mate. You had to work hard for it because those Speed Pro boys weren't letting up.
No, that was not an easy race, but yeah, it was great fun. Yeah.
But I take it that you're one of those guys that you appreciate having to work hard if you win because it means more.
Exactly, yeah. We should work hard for it. It actually feels like a win, like a proper one, like a well-deserved one. So.
And quickly, how's your other championship campaign going? The X3.
Not so good at the moment, as we had the 2 bad rounds. But yeah, we'll hopefully make that back now since we got a decent car. But yeah,
it all comes down to a decent car and a pretty good steerer as well, mate. Good luck for race 3. Well done.
Thank you, mate.
Sensational racing all day long here at Queensland Raceway, and it's not over yet, even though the main course is 2/4 or half of the way through their program now. This weekend, the Australian Formula V National Challenge, 2 different winners in as many races. And the same goes for the Track Attack Australia XL Cup. We revealed a short while ago that for the first time this season, for the first time in TAA XL Cup history, Seaton Connor Young has joined the winners list here in 2019. Now, when I asked him, and you heard the interview a short while ago, when I asked him how this all came about, he said, I still don't know, I just got told that I won. So they reviewed the tape, or the video, obviously, Jonesy, to decide where the clamp down fell, who was leading at the time. Now, the first sign that we saw of clamp down, they were 3 wide on the main straight. You couldn't have split them. But somehow, given the magic and the wonder of technology, Brett Peters, Michael Tuckwood and the team have been able to go back. Seaton Connor Young given the victory ahead of and Brett Parrish. But what happened is there's been a couple of driver changes for this last race of the day. Jalen Rowbotham's hopping into Brett Parrish's car. We've also got Ash Izod hopping in Chelsea Angelo's car. Of course, co-driver duties tomorrow, so they're having a run this afternoon. Matt Thewlis is out. Cam Bartholomew's back in. And the other change out there as well, we'll reveal it as we get moving here, is for the 134. So Josh Brown and co have swapped around Matt Brunt and Josh Brown. So Matt Brown, I assume, now is hopping in. So that means that those 4 cars will go to the rear of the grid and they'll come charging through from there. And that, excuse me, the voice is starting to go, which is a bad sign given that there's still a day to go at this race meeting. But that's probably what the hold-up is for downstairs at the moment, as they piece the grid back together, to make sure that the cars that have had driver swaps are down at the rear of the grid. Jalen Rowbotham, God love him, he tried to sneak straight up to the front of the field and get a sneaky head start on everybody, but no, Nicole was right onto him and said, off you go, son, back to the back. So, but we've seen it happen today. You can come from the rear of the grid all the way through. I mean, admittedly, it was Formula V. Admittedly, it was a smaller field, but still, it's definitely possible here at Queensland Raceway. So let's just have a look at how the grid is going to line up here, and then we can talk about another couple of little points of interest to come out of Saturday here at Queensland Raceway. The first one being that Seaton Connor Young, through starting on pole position, becomes the 7th different race winner of the season, and there have been now 21 races in the Track Attack Australia XL Cup. This will be number 22, and then they've got 7 to go on the back end of that. So it'll be, the championship will be 3 races shorter, given that it'll be 1 race shorter than what it was last season, given that we've had 1 extra 3-race round as opposed to 4, and that being the one-day event here on the 1st of June. So the grid will look like this. It'll be Seaton Connor Young and Darren Winnington on the front row. Scott Green and Michael Smith will now share the second row, with Oscar Comley and Josh Richards on the third row. John Carter, Jordan Boys the fourth row. Nash Morris, Jason Harron the fifth row. And then Trey Machoda's jumped out of his car, and into that earlier in the day came Chris Sadler, and Sadler moved up beautifully in that last race, through in about 14th position, and that will benefit him. He'll move up to 11th now, alongside Chris Board. Natoli and Fraser, Daniel Natoli, Declan Fraser from the next row. Then Benjamin Smith and Gordon Smith. That'll be fun, family fireworks there. Tom Needham will be next on the grid alongside Andrew Hamilton. Then James Van Roon will be alongside John Sheridan. Then we go back to Peter Brown and Bailey Imhoff, and then Harrison Bates, Andrew Bond, Nick Carroll, Trenton Allen, then Darren Curry, Ryan O'Sullivan, Luke Bramner, Corey Willis and Holly Spray. All those guys that retired will still start ahead of the guys moving to the rear of the grid, and that gives us Jalen Rowbotham and also Ashley Izod. With them will be the Josh Brown entry, which will have Matt Brunt behind the wheel for the first time today, and then also Cam Bartholomew. If there's anyone that's going to drive through from the rear of the grid, it's that bloke. Well, let me tell you. So all those guys down at the rear of the grid, and that's what we're waiting for race control to sort out at the moment, the starting order down there. So let's just look ahead as far as the rest of the XL Cup campaign is concerned, and as far as our coverage on West Bremer Sport and 2MCE Sport of the remainder of the weekend is concerned. The XL Cup continues here on the... Sorry, it continues at Lakeside Park, I should say. It continues on the 27th and 28th and 29th of September. that'll be a 4-race affair, given that we will be there across 2 days, and that'll be a great load of fun. We've been looking forward to getting back to Lakeside for Yonks. Everyone's been waiting since November last year to get back there. Whether we'll see any 4-wide through the kink moments, it remains to be seen, and I remain to be impressed by anything more than what I was impressed by that earlier, or late last year, I should say.
We had 7 wide into turn 1 earlier today here.
Well, not quite 7.
No, it was 7. I counted them.
Were they all in the same line though?
You're ruining my buzz.
Yes, I know. I know.
I mean, okay, not all of the 7 were on the track.
Yes. This is right. And then, of course, the final round of the championship will be held on Saturday, November 2, with the final race of the season being the non-championship Bushranger 200, EFS 4x4 Accessories 200 this year on Sunday, November the 3rd. Cars making their way out onto the circuit now. Sun's starting to set. This will be a nice little twilight fixture here at Queensland Raceway, and we have been waiting for this for quite some time. The last time we went racing in the dark here, you heard it on West Bremer and 2MCE Sport as part of our coverage of the Australian Formula Ford Championship round here earlier in the year. It was madness with Feeney and Parrish and Whittington 3 wide down the main straight for teammates to be holding no bars. It was phenomenal stuff. And we look forward to seeing what this field will turn on over the next 8 laps here. As far as our coverage on West Bremer Sport is concerned, after this race, you'll hear from the top 3. Then we're going racing in the Queensland Production Car Championship. 1 hour, compulsory pit stops, you name it, driver changes. That's all coming up. And then we're going to go with a full day of action tomorrow. 3 races from Queensland Production Cars, 2 from Formula V, 1 from the XLs, but we've also got a qualifying and a warm-up session in there, and a whole stack of interviews and presentations as well. It's going to be a great day as long as the vocal cords hold out. I think I've already dropped a cylinder, Jonesy, which isn't like me on a Saturday afternoon. The racing has just been that good. But out onto the track go the Track Attack Australia XL Cup field now. And that Sun's in a very precarious position in our commentary box here at the moment. They look like shadows crossing the back straight.
Yeah, that does make for good radio though, because the sun. Nobody can see the sun.
No. No, it doesn't.
But anyway,
it doesn't make for good radio because we're just going to be talking gibberish.
Seton Connor Young is our pole sitter, having won his first race earlier today in the XL Cup. Joining him on the front row of the grid is the first of our B-Pro representatives, and that is Darren Whittington. Now, Jalen Robotham is not going to be third on the grid. That's not how it works, so I ignore the timesheet there. Scott Green will start out of position number 3. Yes, it is Scott Green. So Mike Smith just looking to pick up. Yeah, just as the just as the field is moving around.
Do I dare ask you for a tip, Jonesy?
I think Motorsport will be the winner.
It usually is when the XLs go racing. That's one of your easier predictions, I would say.
I think Panel Beaters will be the winner.
Usually, yes. I just caught up with Mrs. T downstairs. She said, "How are the Dodgem cars going?" I said, "They're going well." This is what she's referring to when she talks about Dodgem cars. The Track Attack Australia XL Cup. Can Scott Green get his 7th win of the season? Can Darren Whittington get his 4th? Will someone else throw their hat into the ring and get a win? We remain on edge. We remain upbeat about the prospect of what's to come here, and we wait to see what's about to unfold over the next 8 laps. 24.96 kilometres. The last race of the day session before the lights go on at QRD C5 and the 47th Annual Australian Formula V National Challenge. It is Seton Connor Young and Darren Whittington bringing us to the green flag, and we're going racing! Off the line nicely. Seton Connor Young jumped well. It's an absolute logjam back in the pack, and some bump drafting happening already.
That wasn't bump drafting. That was a proper hit. no cars were spun, but yeah, that was a bit more than a bump drafting tap, and you certainly don't do bump drafting at turn one. That's that's one way to put a car on a roof, I think. But anyway,
Absolutely.
they're running down the back straight now. Whittington and Connor Young have broken away. Connor Young leads. Then was a gap before Green holds third ahead of Mike Smith.
I'm glad you can pick it up, Jonesy. I'm having trouble. Out of turn 3 they go. Connor Young, good start. Converted beautifully.
Picking up colour schemes rather than numbers or names or anything. Comley is holding fifth.
No, sixth.
Yeah, there's another car in there
That's right.
that I've not picked up. Is that Richards?
I think you're right, actually. Richards has made an almighty start up into the top 5. Lights go on at Queensland Raceway. Round they go. Out of Snake Gully, the run down the hanger straight down to turn 6 once more. It is...
Oh, car off. There's been some contact. And, headlights ablaze on several cars. Just trying to pick up who is gone off. There's more than one car, actually.
Yep. 2 or 3 in trouble there early on. Across the line come our race leaders. Seaton Connor Young, Darren Whittington, Scott Green. 1, 2, 3 at the moment.
Nash Morris is one of the cars involved. He'd made a sensational start, was up and around 7th or 8th position, but he's gotten tangled up with, I think it's with, no, I can't tell because the other car involved is peeled straight off into pit lane.
We mentioned earlier in the day, Jonesy,
I think it was O'Sullivan. It might have been.
The importance of not getting your car crunched up today because of tomorrow. And unfortunately, there's a few cars with some panels to buff out throughout the course of the night. Down the back straight they go. How good is XL Racing at sunset?
Okay, it wasn't O'Sullivan.
No. Connor Young, Whittington. Then we go back, Green in 3rd spot. Smith is 4th. The quicker that sun goes down, the better it's going to be for us as they make their way to Snake Gully once more. It's probably going to be better for these drivers as well because the artificial light will take over and the headlights will be ablaze. Through 5, on the run to 6. Hope you're enjoying our coverage on West Bremer and 2MCA Sport around Australia. Direct from Queensland Raceway, it's the Formula V National Challenge in round 6 of the Track Attack Australia XL Cup. Down the inside goes Darren Whittington. To the lead goes Darren Whittington. This place is Seaton Connor Young, but Connor Young forces it back up on the inside, the up and under on the exit of 6. Side by side down the main straight. Connor Young doesn't yet have it at the post, but he will have the inside running from the run to turn 1. So watch Whittington and Connor Young go side by side, and one of the youngster gets the job back. He gets the lead back, the job done. And now watch Scott Green look to go up on the inside of Whittington, but he thinks better of it for the moment. And in all of that, Mike Smith is 4th and really charging.
Looking further back, the peloton is forming around 6th position. John Carter was holding the position. He's made a particularly good start. Richards, who's settling back into pace once again, and he's actually just taking 6th place away from Carter. Natoli's there as well. Natoli's trying to get down the inside. 3 wide, this battle for 6th place. Natoli drops back away from... Natoli dropped back to try and have a run on the exit of the corner. And it's worked out best for Richards. So it's Josh Richards who's now settled into 6th place. Natoli is ahead of Carter. Then the next car behind them is actually Ashley Isaac. No, that's got to be... that's Parrish's teammate, the Parrish's co-driver, who's coming through from further back. Yeah, that's it, Robotham.
He's done a tremendous job to get through that many that quickly. Down the inside of another as they head down to turn 6 once more. Back to the leaders, round onto the main straight, still side by side. It's going to be like that for the next 5 laps or so here. Have a look at this. On the outside, it's Seaton Connor Young. On the inside, it's Darren Whittington. And Scott Green has no way through. Mike Smith back there in 4th spot. 5th spot is Oscar Comley all on his own at the moment. But if these top 4 keep jockeying, he'll be there in no time.
Richards is starting to break away from the pack there in 6th, just ahead of Robotham, one of our top interstate racers. He's a bit of a star of the very aggressive Victorian series, which has around 80 to 90 cars involved.
It's incredible, isn't it?
They
You think
two
XL
complete
Racing
grids.
Queensland's good. Check out Victoria.
So there's Robotham lining up. Richards on the run down the back straight there. Natoli is next. Behind him is Carter. Then Matt Thulis is breaking away from the pack
Well,
of
that's
cars
actually
that he
Cam
was.
Bartholomew because that car
Okay.
started rear grid driver change. So Bartholomew
Well, then-
charging hard, just like Robotham.
He's inside the top 10.
What
There you
a
go.
start.
Bartholomew. And he's lining up Natoli. And Bartholomew is now 9th. No, sorry, he's now 8th.
What a run from Cam Bartholomew.
Yeah.
We shouldn't be surprised.
Natoli and Carter unable to provide any opposition for the charging 195 race car.
5-car fight at the head of the field for the XL Cup.
Actually, Declan Fraser is next, so that's another one of our interstate racers. I'm getting my Declans mixed up for a moment. I think Declan Fraser is actually Queensland based, but Adelaide born. So across the stripe, Whittington leading across the line. Yeah.
To go to the inside and go to the lead on seat and Connor Young. Round on is up for grabs here.
Oh.
Connor Young in the box seat. But
He's-
he's looking to fight around the outside and hold Whittington at bay. And he's done just that.
Yeah, that was bold stuff there from Connor Young.
Was it ever?
They just held the line and said, no, if you're going to come up underneath me like that, you've got to work for it. So Whittington, actually this time Whittington's not going for an overtake, just a little bit of a bump on the run down the back straight there. So trying to break the back of the 3 cars behind them, actually. So trying to build a bit of a gap. Scott Green is the one who's sitting in that 3rd place at the moment, being harried by Mike Smith and Oscar Comley. There's a gap before we get to Robotham, and then there's another gap before we get to a pair of cars squabbling for position, and that's Thulis and Richards. Sorry, Bartholomew and Richards.
Yeah. Right, watch Oscar Comley right there on Mike Smith now. For 4th, Oscar on the inside at 5. Job done. The youngster, the 888, up in a 4th spot. Now can he latch on to Scott Green, who's right on Whittington's tail, who's right on Seaton Connor Young's car.
There's been more contact. There's a car off on the inside of turn 4 there. That was in the midst of a battle that's being led by, I think, Gordon Smith down in 19th. Can't quite pick up the involved car there.
Across the starter's strike, another one gone.
I think it actually might have been Holly Spray in the Jumbo Jet.
3 laps to go, Jonesy. It's all happening now. Sun setting, Queensland Raceway looking a picture. It hasn't been cloudy all day long. It's just been one of those picture perfect, beautiful one day, perfect the next Queensland Saturdays. And we're getting a tremendous sunset on the day portion of the program, not just skyward, but on the track as well with the XL Cup. Down the inside, Whittington on Connor Young at turn 3. Can he get it done this time? He can! Nicely done. Out of 3, the run up to 4. Connor Young forces it back up on the inside and will force the issue when they get to the first of the left-handers. But Whittington comes across to protect the line, and Whittington will now finally hold on to the lead here.
Just noticing a car peeling off into pit lane. It's unfortunately it's Nash Morris tangled up in events on the opening lap of the race. He's been half a lap behind the field since recovering from that incident, and it looks as though something else has happened to the car as well to cruel his run. So Whittington leading them down the hanger straight with 2 to go, or rather, about to be 2 to go. So Whittington, Connor Young, then Scott Green. There's a little bit of a gap before we get to Oscar Comley. Robotham is moving into 5th place. Got up the inside of Mike Smith. Got it done. So Robotham and the number 4 car moves into 5th position.
That is nicely done. What a charge from the rear of the field from him.
And then the next 2 cars coming through the field are also hard charges from the back, and that's Bartholomew and Fraser.
So this is round 6 going to be in the books at the end of this race. 2 rounds in the championship to go. Scott Green still the comfortable championship leader. And that will set him up nicely for the remaining 2 races of the season, or 2 rounds of the season, to get his maiden XL Cup crown, isn't it, for Scott Green, yes?
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
After many years of trying.
Now, I notice after all of the incidents that have happened here, Darren Curry has fought his way back into the top 10. So that's nice work there from Curry.
Actually, I do believe they were talking about putting Caden Olsen in for this race, so whether that actually happened or not, I'm not entirely sure. We didn't get memo on that one. Down into Snake Gully, lap and a half to go. Whittington ensuring that B-Pro has a presence at the front of the field while the likes of Declan Fraser and Jalen Robotham continue to work their way through after driver changes midway through the day. Oscar Comley doing a great job in 5th spot, holding off Mike Smith, of course. Last turn, last lap, bullet in the air this time. Darren Whittington holding off Seaton Connor Young. And I think Connor Young will be in round contention here, given everything we've seen thus far. What about that? Across the line again to turn 1. 5 corners to go. And Whittington doing his best to hold off the young gun at this point in time. Seaton teaming up with his father Trent tomorrow for the Enduro over 170 Ks. We cannot wait for that. Across the back straight again. It has been an awesome day so far here at Queensland Raceway, and if Darren Whittington can hold on, it'll be 3 races, 3 different winners. And how many times have we seen that in the Track Attack Australia XL Cup? Up the lake straight. They've gapped 3rd and 4th, which are side by side now. Have a look at Scott Green and Jalen Robotham, the youngster with his nose in front, but not the line as they get down to 4.
Yeah, Robotham's on the high line there, so he's probably not going to hang on to that 3rd place. And sure enough, Green slots back in. Robotham stays on the hot line, on the high line, I should say. If he can stay there, he is. He's hung on to it. That'll give him the slingshot for turn 6.
Darren Whittington's done just enough, I think, to hold on. Last turn, checkered flag, and this will be his 4th race win of the season. Whittington to get it done on Super Saturday at QR. Lights ablaze, and he's pretty happy with himself. Darren Whittington wins from Seaton Connor Young, but I think Connor Young will get the round. Parrish in, Robotham in for 3rd. Photo for Green and Comley, but it's Green who gets the job done over the youngster for 4th. Then we go back to Mike Smith. Cameron Bartholomew into 7th. How about that? Then we go back to
Declan Fraser.
Declan Fraser in 8th. Josh Richards on the last lap dropped a mountain of spots down into 13th.
Yeah, he was wide coming down onto the straight and had to drive the length of the Dick Johnson straight on the grass on the outside, right up against the concrete.
So Fraser in for 8th, Curry 9th, or Olsen, we're not sure. And then Dan Natoli in for 10th, Carter 11th, then Brown not Brown, but rather Brunt, then Richards, and then the 23 and the Rhino Sullivan, Sean Evans entry. And that is how we do it, Track Attack Australia XL Cup Star. And now the boys will head into the lane, pack up, regroup, and come back and do it long distance mode tomorrow. Oh.
So we've got a little bit of a break now before we get into the Night Masters Queensland Production Car Race.
We do. We'll have a quick break on 2MCE Sport around Australia and West Bremer Sport as well. You'll hear from the top 3 for the round next. And at this point in time, I'm not overly sure who has emerged on top in the round here. We don't have that info on us today. We'll have to wait for the printouts downstairs. But I've got a feeling it might be Seaton Connor Young. On the back of all of that, Scott Green will still have the championship lead. That was never in doubt because it was only a 3-race program and 75 points on offer. He came in with a lead of 96. He may have lost a little bit to Darren Whittington today, but not enough to really unsettle him, I wouldn't think. Some other impressive performances in there as well, Jonesy, but the screen has rolled over on us. Seaton Connor Young will be relieved to have at least got his first race win in TAA, but also disappointed that he couldn't double up there this afternoon. But Darren Whittington, his 4th win of the season. And for the B-Pro squad as a whole, that's their 11th win of the season now because Brock Feeney won the opening race of the day as well.
There's been an interesting little side effect of all that XL Cup action. Now that the sun has gone down, one of the things unless there's a major system involved somewhere, the sun going down reduces the amount of energy in the weather. And that means that what breeze that we did have over the circuit has died completely. So all of the dust clouds that were kicked up by Track Attack XL Cup are just hanging where they were kicked up and not dissipating. So that's something to bear in mind when because the racetrack here is in a dry and dusty condition. We're certainly not having it anywhere near as tough as the Darling Downs, just 50 to 100 kilometres inland of us here at Queensland Raceway, but it is nonetheless as dry as I've seen it here for a while.
Yeah, remember when we came in at the start of the year? And it was nice and green? Yeah, it's a stark contrast to that, and that was only 5.5 months ago.
Yeah, well, we probably haven't... I was going to say it probably hasn't rained since then, but no, I know that that's not the case.
It hasn't rained much, but yeah, you are right.
But the point being is that in the night race tonight, anyone stepping off the circuit is going to kick up a dust cloud bigger than normal, and that dust cloud will not go away. So,
final thoughts on the XL Cup race, mate, before we send our radio audience off to a break?
That was fun.
Yeah, it certainly was. It always is, and looking forward to the Enduro again tomorrow as well. So we'll take a break, we'll come back, we'll hear from Darren Whittington, we'll hear from the top three for the round as well, the Track Attack Australia XL Cup.
Hi, I'm Ethan Grigg-Galt from AMR Motorsport, and you're listening to Sunday Arvo Motorsport on West Bremer Sport.
Three races, three different winners. That's not really a surprise. That's nothing new in the Track Attack Australia XL Cup. Terrific racing here at Queensland Raceway again today. Brock Finney's 7th win of the season. Sidney Connor Young, his first Track Attack Australia XL Cup win. And Darren Whittington, his 5th win of the season, or 4th win of the season, I should say, just now. And he has claimed the round. You'll hear from him in just a moment as we welcome you back to our coverage. Day one of the EFS 4x4 Accessories 170 weekend of the Formula V National Challenge on West Bremer Sport and 2MCE Sport. And Scott Green, 3rd for the round. The championship well and truly intact as we head into the final 2 rounds of the season. We're going to get to him in a moment, but one bloke we wanted to catch up to before we went racing in the 170 on Sunday was Frank Mamarella. And Frank, great to have you back in the paddock. The pedigree of driver this weekend, highlighted by obviously the guys from Super 2, Super 3, TCR Australia, Production Cars Australia as well, including you guys and Caden Nelson. We caught up with him yesterday. But also the fact that you are the defending X3 champion as well. So it must be nice for you after a year of running the I-30 and to be back in the XL.
Oh, I love it. And as soon as Scotty asked me, I jumped at it because I thought, how good's this? I don't have to prepare the car. I don't have to do anything except show up and drive. And the car's been fantastic from first time we got into it. So love the XLs. School of XLs. Love it.
Queensland's the spiritual home of XLs. The racing has been electric all season, and it speaks volumes of the calibre of competition you get from the XLs state by state, that so many of the big names are here this weekend to have a run in the Enduro.
Definitely. Everybody looks at it now, and when you see the likes of Will Brown, Chelsea, Angelo, names like that who are coming here to run with us in our little XL category, it's unbelievable. And and EFS, fantastic for coming on board and supporting the event.
It's going to be interesting for you running against your current APC teammate, Caden Nelson.
Yes, we've raced against each other before, but he's a good boy. He knows who's the boss. Nah, just kidding. He's out to do well for Darren, and obviously I'm going to do my best for Scotty. So it's
As a co-driver, because it isn't a championship round, is there less pressure on you to perform well, or more because of the calibre of drivers in the field?
Oh, probably the same, because look, nobody wants to fail, and Scotty being the championship leader and always being up the front, I need to put in a solid performance and give him a car. So I'll start the race and I'll give him a car hopefully worthy of getting to the end.
Mate, great to catch up with you as always. We're there with you, Scott, now, because 3rd for the round, the championship, as I said in the opener, looking good. Yeah. And it's been looking that good and that way Since race 1 of the season, mate, you must be rapt to have more than a round up your sleeve, or but a round up your sleeve, going into Lakeside. Of course, it was a shortened round, this one, so whatever happened, you were going to lead it, and you didn't lose too many points of your advantage after 3 races here.
Yeah, definitely. Look, like you say, I don't need to win them. I just need to be up the front. It's hopefully we've got about 6 races left.
Yep.
Hopefully after 3, I'm done. Been a good championship. Guys have really raced quite hard. It is hard to stay at the front. Everybody's spending a lot of money to improve the cars and to get further forward. Look, Lakeside will be good. It'll be a different track. Let's see what happens.
Exactly right. It's eluded you all these years. Do you come back to defend the title, or do you go and have a crack elsewhere if you get this wrapped up?
No, I'll probably lease the car for next year. Hopefully I've got that wrapped up, and I'm going to bring the Evo out and do some production car racing.
Yeah. We haven't seen the numbers fully after this round of racing, but we think it's a 4-race round at Lakeside, so that's 100 points on offer there, provided that the last round follows a similar format to this one, where it's the track attack racing on the Saturday. You only need to lead by 75 coming in here, and that's a real possibility.
Yeah, definitely. Love Lakeside. I've had some very, very good races there. I've won quite a few. We'll just have to see what happens. Haven't been there for 12 months, so hopefully after that round, it's a done deal.
And obviously with the 3 races here, Brock Feeney, Darren Whittington, Seaton, Connor Young, you were right in the thick of the action, and very unlucky not to get a win at some point there.
Probably not unlucky. I was quite happy sitting where I was. Not a lot of pressure. Yeah, to keep the car in one piece. Bringing Frank on board for today. I really didn't want to disappoint him and not have a car for him. So, yeah, just look, playing it safe, but still got to be up there. So.
And you guys are shaping up A-OK for the Enduro?
Yeah, definitely. Had a oil on came off for quali, so we'll be starting basically at the back of the grid. But look, we'll come through. It'll keep going.
The good thing about XL racing, it's like Formula V. You can start from anywhere and still win. Mate, obviously, I'm disappointed there wasn't a tab market on your championship. I picked that on day 1. That's looking good. I hope that I haven't put the commentator's curse on it. I haven't so far. And obviously, good luck for the Enduro this afternoon. We hope the Enduros... There's still a lot on the line there with the prize money and whatnot. Even though it's a non-championship round, these are still vitally important, and we hope that goes well for you too.
Yeah, all right, thank you.
Good day, mate.
Thanks.
A race win, but second in the round, and a pretty good day out for Seaton Connor Young. You'd be delighted with the race win more so than being second in the round, I'd take it.
Yeah. No, pretty happy with the car. Finally got a car back. Happy. Giving it over to him. Pretty happy. Pretty stoked.
Good racing between you, Brett, Darren, Scott all day long.
Yeah, it's good to be racing against them again. Awesome battle with Darren in the last race. Probably race 2 was my favourite, was Brett and Darren, but hopefully we can do it more. And
what's the latest plan of attack for the Enduro as well?
Hopefully win it. Pumping the old boy up, but hopefully go there and stay in the top 5 around there, hopefully. So.
Such a competitive field, mate. We wish you the best of luck and hope to be talking to you at the end of the day. Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Round 6 race and round winner, Darren Whittington alongside me now. Mate, terrific performance. Brought it home with a wet sail, as per usual. Some epic racing out there yesterday.
Yeah, thanks, Zach. It was good fun with young Seaton out there, mate. He makes it tough, and for a young guy, mate, he's going to have a certainly good career in front of him because, his car's a little bit slower now as a straight line, but, man, he made it tough in the corners. So, no, we're really happy to get the round win. I was a bit worried on Friday. We were struggling a little bit with straight line speed, but we've fixed that, which was nice. And, looking forward to the Enduro, mate. I think it should be a really good event.
It must have been nice to get a race win as well. That's your 4th of the season.
Yeah, it was nice. We were pretty happy at the start, obviously, for quali, and then we just couldn't make it happen in the first 2. But, it was good to sort of make it happen in the 3rd race. Would have been a lot harder if Feeney obviously started at the same time as us. He obviously went to the back of the grid when they put Declan in the car. But other than that, mate, I was happy to get race win, which was good fun.
And what's the plan of attack for the Enduro now?
Mate, we don't know just yet. We're just working on a few little things in terms of strategy at the moment, whether Will starts or myself starts. Depends on lap times and stuff, I guess, as well. So, but no, we're looking forward to it. It should be a lot of fun. And, I think Will's looking forward to getting in the car now and have a crack. So it should be good fun.
7 races to go in the XL Cup campaign. Still going to be a bit difficult to catch Scott, but I know you're going to give it your best shake, mate. Well done.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate it. Thanks for your help, and happy birthday, buddy.
Cheers. And with that, the formalities of the opening day of proceedings in this doubleheader weekend for the Hyundai XL Brigade had been run and won. It was over and done with, as was the 6th round of what was then known as the Track Attack Australia XL Cup, of course later secured by Scott Green, who remains part of an impressive honour roll for the category that is still growing to this day. And of course, as part of next weekend's coverage of the 2025 Nankang XL World Enduro, we'll update you on what the championship picture looks like in 2025 and who the key protagonists are. We sincerely hope that you're enjoying our exclusive coverage here on West Bremer Radio on our YouTube channel of the throwback to 2019 and our exclusive replay of the 2019 EFS 4x4 Accessories 170 weekend for the Peters Motorsport Promotions XL Cup competition. The sprint racing component of the weekend over and done with, but attention very quickly shifted towards Sunday. And before we go any further, let's remind you of what's still to come here on West Bremer Radio's YouTube channel this afternoon. Very shortly, Driver B qualifying. Now, of course, the format's undergone a little bit of change over the years, and again, we'll elaborate on the evolution of that next weekend as well. But within that, back in 2019, the co-drivers were thrown into the hot seat for qualifying to set the grid for the Enduro. That was the cat amongst the pigeons back then. It's not necessarily the case now, but back then that was a daunting prospect for some of these guys that were a little bit wet behind the ears in the cockpit of these Korean pocket rockets. So we've got that for you very shortly. We've also got Wes Beadman dropping into the commentary box for the first time this afternoon. And then, of course, we'll have full uninterrupted coverage from flag to flag of the Enduro over 54 laps. But before any of that, we arrived trackside on the Sunday morning at Queensland Raceway to catch up with one of the characters of XL Cup competition and a guy that still stays across it despite no longer being behind the wheel. His name is Cliff Sedgley. His road to the 2019 Enduro had been a long and arduous one with the personal health battle off the circuit. But by gee, it was great to see him back trackside for that event, and we caught up with him before wheels turned in anger in Driver B qualifying. It's been a long wait. In fact, it's been nearly 12 months since we last saw one of the category favourites, Cliff Sedgley, behind the wheel of the XL Cup cars here at Queensland Raceway. It's not his own this weekend, but he's back on the track regardless, mate, and you must be looking forward to it.
Yeah, I am, Zach. Going to do it with a good mate of mine, Bondi. We started XL Cup on the same day 5-6 years ago. So he offered to give me a drive of his car, so we're going to have a team up and have a go together. And yeah, it's been nearly 12 months to the day since I was last out here and having a race, so mate, yeah, looking forward to it.
We mentioned in our online preview that it was a serious health scare that sidelined you. So the obvious question, how are you feeling 12 months on?
Yeah, not too bad. A lot better than I was 12 months ago. It was a scary thing, and I nearly didn't come out at the end of it. So it's been a long 12 months, and it's I'm back doing. Now I'm going to have a go. It's back to something I want to do, and mate, we'll just see what happens. So it's been one hell of a ride, I'm telling you. And I'm going to, like everybody in the XL Cup and motor racing in general, everybody has always asked how I've been going and stuff like that, and they're your friends, and that's a good thing about it.
Yeah, we've often commented in the past when we've spoken on Facebook or whatever the case may be, that when you come to the racetrack, you're here as a family. It's a motorsport family, and when the proverbial hits the fan, so to speak, it amplifies, doesn't it?
Oh, it does, mate. It does. Like the hardest thing that I did in that 12 months was having to watch the 200k race last year in a hospital bed on my computer.
Yep.
And all the boys, they all put stickers on the windscreen, like for me.
Yep.
And that brought me to tears, and it still chokes me up today.
Yep.
And when I came back, and everybody, they were all asking how I was going and stuff like that. And like even today, it's probably my first time I've been at an XL Cup round, really.
Yep.
And everybody's been asking how I'm going, and great to see them. And mate, yeah, can't thank them enough. It's been great.
It is great to see you. It's particularly good to see that you are getting back behind the helm because, as you said, it's something you want to do, and it's about having fun at the end of the day. You got to live life to the fullest. Any concerns, fitness-wise, about getting back behind the wheel this weekend?
I don't think so. Probably the heat more than anything else.
Yeah, yep.
That's probably what I'm more concerned about. I did a test day out at Lakeside a month ago in the afternoon, and I got through that all right. Was a bit sore in the next day, but it wasn't nothing major. And that's what I thought, well, we'll have a go here this weekend. I was going to drive with a young guy, but that's his dad's driving with him. So Bondi, we thought we'd do it with him, and we'll see what happens. He's got no expectations of anything great, but I'm a bit harder on myself than what he is, so we'll see what happens.
And obviously, if this goes well, will that be the catalyst to getting back in on a more regular basis, Mike?
Well, for this one, and then I always had a goal was I was going to do the Lakeside round.
Yep.
And I'll be back in my car for that, and then do the 200 at the end of the year with Greg.
Yep.
That was my original goal, and then we'll reassess it at the end of the year, and then we'll see where we go from there. So yeah, this is probably the first step. We'll see what happens.
Well, it's good to see you here, and it's good to see you smiling. And as someone that's a stalwart in XL Cup land, you've been here for over 100 starts now. We've highlighted that before. You're a veteran of the category. How impressed are you when you come in here this weekend and see that you're up against guys from categories like TCR, Super 2, Super 3, even the Australian production cars? The calibre of driver this weekend is the likes of which we've not seen in an XL Cup race before.
Oh, mate, I reckon it's great. It's like, it just goes to show, like, you get guys like Will Brown and all that want to come and drive these cars. They're a great little fun car to drive. I've heard people bagging them and stuff, whatever, but they're a great car. It's a great category, always has been. And to see some of the big names jumping in and having a go, mate, I reckon it's great. It's great for Track Attack. It's great for the whole motor racing altogether. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, we've always said what they lack in speed, they certainly make up for in terms of the quality of racing. And you notice nowadays when the XLs are on the card at either Bathurst or at a Shannon's Nationals event, people actually stop and watch. It says something about, making up for the lack of speed per se with the show you put on.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how fast you go.
Yeah.
It's like, because these things are pretty much all the same, and it's a one-make series, and it was always the same in any one-make series. HQs were the same, Geminis were the same, and these are just gone over the top of both of those, and mate, it's great. It's great to see, and I love them. I love watching them, and they're awesome. Even at Bathurst, they're great to see them there.
I often refer to it as Tin Top Formula V.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you'd probably say that. It's I don't know how they go in speed comparison to a Formula V, but
not much difference.
Not much difference,
especially around here.
Yeah, well, it's good. I reckon they're great. They've been a great. Like at first, when I first started these things, I didn't want anything to do with them. But after I finished up getting one and we got into it, yeah, mate, they're an easy car to work on. They're fantastic. They're a great little fun thing to drive. Good.
Yeah, and I know you love racing your XLs. I couldn't imagine seeing you race anything else, actually. Mate, it's great to catch up with you, great to chat to you, and obviously great to see you fighting fit and back in a race car, and we hope it all goes well for you this weekend, mate. Thanks for having me chat to us.
Thank you very much. Have a good one, mate.
One of the true gentlemen of the caper and one of the great characters of the sport. And when you think about the XL Cup, and it's not just the XLs here in Queensland, but more broadly around the country, the characters of the category are what make it truly iconic and add to its legend, and Cliffy is definitely one of those. Good afternoon to him if he is tuning in here on West Bremer Radio's YouTube channel, where we're taking a quick break and then quickly coming back with qualifying for the EFS 4x4 Accessories 170 Enduro of 2019, this special throwback edition of Sunday Arvo Motorsport, local, exclusive and free on the platforms of your home of sport in Ipswich. We hope you're enjoying it as much as we're enjoying bringing it to you.
You were there for me when I was falling apart, and I let you down and left a mark on your heart. I'll never let go again. I'll never let go again. I'll never let go again. You got healing hands.
Hi, I'm Cam Bartholomew from Cam Bartholomew Racing, and you're listening to Sunday Arvo Motorsport on West Bremer Sport.
We're going back qualifying after a whole day and a half, I guess, of focusing on racing. We're going qualifying, we're going Track Attack Australia XL Cup qualifying, and we are very much excited to be doing so. And joining me to do that, not only Mark Jones, but I guess my predecessor, really. Well, I'm the successor to this bloke, if you think about it, here at Queensland Raceways. The man known as the voice of the venue for so many years, Wes Beadman, and you've got some great inside knowledge with regards to what's happening in the Track Attack Australia XL Cup.
There have been numerous spanners, shifters, screwdrivers and whatever other tools are in the box thrown at most cars prior to qualifying now. Very crucial qualifying for the guys. A lot of work being done. I've never seen, as I said before, never seen so many wheel alignments being done on cars in my life. The return of some pretty well-known guys that have done very well in this event before. Michael Tuckwood's arrived from England just to come and do the event and come home for his grandfather's birthday, 70th birthday, and lobs here on the racetrack, times it well, come does the race event and flies back home in a week's time. So interesting for him that he's snuck into the country to come and do this. A father and son duo. First time on the racetrack, first time sort of race meeting for those two, the two guys from the north side of Brisbane, Darren Bates and his son Harrison. Darren, a well-known speedway racer from years gone by. Yep. Harrison, a very, very competent guy that actually started off in BMX with us, was racing with Bryn, started off and then never went to circuit racing, stayed in speedway and was racing very successfully in a junior speedway Hyundai sedan. Cliff Sedgley said to him, "I've got a spare car, can I have a drive?" And now the hook's been well and truly set in the side of that mouth. Yes. Speedway's gone to the wayside, and they're coming out to run these cars.
Now, it's important to note, of course, Jonesy, it's always an enjoyable qualifying session, this one, because it's 10 minutes, it's frantic, it's fierce, but it's also the co-drivers. A few of these guys with not a lot of miles in these cars going out as the green flag waves to start the session.
Here we go,
this
indeed.
Is going to be frantic from the get-go, but critical, because even though this race can be won from anywhere on the grid, as was proven last year with John McLaughlin and Daniel Peasy in the 200, not the 170, this is the first time the 170 has been run. It's important that these co-drivers do have some speed about them for that run home to the checkered flag this afternoon.
Let's talk about qualifying and how it affects the race start too. This is qualifying for driver B.
That's right.
And qualifying for driver B sets up where you start.
That's exactly where we're going. And this is going to make it all the more interesting. But as we've said all the weekend, it says a lot about the category when you can attract stars like Chelsea Angelo and Will Brown from TCO Australia, like Jalen Robotham from the Toyota 86 Racing Series, and Brock Feeney from Super 3. Jake Camilleri's here from the Australian Production Cars. It's a who's who of Australian motorsport competing in the XLs this weekend.
I mean, and where would you ever think that your co-driver would be someone of the class of Cliff Sedgley?
Yeah. That's right.
Oh, yeah. That's
he was the find. And to actually get Cliff back, I can tell you, look, it's great to see Cliff back. Great to see him looking so well too. And to be honest, mate, I may be taking a little bit of liberty with you, but geez, it's good to see you back at the racetrack.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Another interesting thing, Jake Camilleri coming out as well.
Yeah.
Let's not forget about, there's your endurance dark horse. There's the man who's got a wealth of talent.
Yeah.
Should have done something else entirely, and really has been happy to consider us back, just stay in his business and run the family business instead of chasing an international career, which, to be honest, he was well and truly capable of.
So round 6 of the championship behind us with regards to the XL Cup. Round 1 by Darren Whittington. And now we turn our attention to the EFS 4x4 Accessories 170. And this is a 50-lap sprint this afternoon. No issues about fuel conservation, because we know that they can do 64 laps around here, albeit with a little bit of fuel saving towards the back end. 50 laps allows them to go bang, hell for leather right from the word go.
Righto. When we look at these cars,
yeah,
a couple of guys to think about that we probably aren't even considering at this stage is you've got a couple of very good name drivers who are going to be very quick in cars. You're looking at Frank Mammarello. Right, going to be very quick in Scott Green's car, so that will be a car to watch. You're looking at the other one I would think that's out of the box is going to be very quick is going to be Will Brown. Jake Caban.
Car off at turn 2 and surfing across the sand. That was Chelsea Angelo getting all kinds of, well, she was well off the track and sideways as well. But car's back on the track, no harm done.
No, you're coming down the list, like Robotham, another one that you really can't take away. That
Jordan Boys co-driving with Chris Board.
Well, the other one,
Yes.
that's interesting, and he's probably flown under the radar all weekend, is Cam Bartholomew.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Now, this guy's a qualifying freak, let alone anything else. He'll come out here with a tweak this car set up. I can imagine he and his dad they'd have been making minor little change to the car, ready to set this car up because he will want to get this thing well and truly set up. Now, interesting, Frank Mamorella's backed off the pace, led back thing, let cars come by. He's
gone.
And that car just turned on a dime on its own.
Yep.
It was like it turned the handbrake on, so something's wrong with that car.
Yeah, was going to mention that I did see a little bit of smoke from the car at turn 3, and I'm wondering maybe the way that the car spun so quickly on its axis like that.
It's not moving anywhere, boys. So this is going to trigger a stoppage to the session, I think.
Well, it's going to have to. It's in the middle of the track.
That's assuming he doesn't get the car going again.
Well, no, it hasn't moved. So something is radically broken. Something's had to have broken that car. Now, this is one of the cars that was up on all fours, and they were really setting the car up to suit Frank and have a crack at qualifying.
Yeah, Matthew Paul is our man on the scene out
Flashing
there.
red light, so that's
a
everyone
stoppage
into the pits.
session. Yeah, so Scott Green car has smoke. It was smoking into 3, as Jonesy said. It was Green's car. Oil is the report that Matthew's letting.
Now, so that's what. But what's broken though, that it's not moving. So if it's broken something, has it done a gearbox? Has it done a drive shaft? Has it what it done? Because it stopped and turned in its own length. So something was wrong with that car prior to coming stop, because we're just saying it's really slow, and then suddenly it did a complete pirouette.
The confusing aspect out of all of this, of course, is Hyundai excels a front-wheel drive. So spilled oil on the rear tyres doesn't have quite the same effect.
But it turned on the front tyres. Where it locked and spun,
that's what I'm saying.
It turned and stopped. So that's what makes me think that it's had a complete mechanical lock. I'm looking at the left-hand front, guys, and that left-hand front does not look like where it should be inside that bodywork. So if anybody got a long lens or a pair of binoculars...
Yep.
Because you have a look at that. Now, that does not look right to me. And mind you, I need glasses now, but...
So do I, don't worry. I think we're all in the same boat here, aren't we? All glasses?
Well, it's as if something left-hand front has broken left, and that whole left-hand front's jammed up inside the wheel arch.
No, it's fine. It's just an illusion.
Is it an optical illusion? Yeah. Maybe I've just been to Specsavers.
Now, isn't this interesting, though?
You've been watching too much Test cricket.
Well, actually, that's a bit of a sore point at the moment. The Aussies aren't going all that well with the Ashes in this last test. We have the earn retained, but we would have liked the series.
Now, the car's going.
Possible.
Now, this is interesting. It's got the car started.
Yeah.
So what is wrong with that car that it stopped and violently spun so quickly? Well, I mean, it was like it was on ice. No. Okay.
I was just about to say too.
Jonesy's not talking. We're agreeing with him, and I realise he's not on mic.
And I was replying to a message from Mark Kane, who was the winner, of course, of the Queensland Production Car Driver B race a short time ago. What I was going to say, though, before we got talking about where the car's positioned, etc., and so forth, what an extraordinary bit of luck for Scott Green in terms of his championship aspirations, that this isn't a championship round. If that problem can be fixed, whatever the case may be, it could be a down-the-order start, and that, he's just got so lucky there that the championship round was run and run yesterday.
If the car has been spewing fluid, then just about the only cause I could think of where you would drive the car back to pits afterwards is if it's power steering fluid. Anything else is critical.
And like it's failed and locked, and that's what's caused. You don't know, but
yeah, we're just speculating.
We are speculating because we're not there. But there's a number of things. But I can't get over the fact that it's spun in its own length at slow speed.
Yeah,
like it was like someone pulled the handbrake on and the car went round. So
I've seen a supercar do that once, but that was the engine completely solid, and
Does
it
that.
just
It
tipped
just-
the car hard to the right in that indication. And
another one of the pairings that we're
hard.
sort of overlooking is another father and son duo.
Gordon and Ben Smith?
No, Seaton, Connie Young, and Trent.
Oh, and Trent Young,
Absolutely.
yes.
After Seaton's winning the round in the race yesterday, race 2.
He's a very fast race car, but he's a very fast driver. He's used
Exactly
to driving
right.
cars even smaller than that.
Yep.
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
Let's not overlook them. Wes, I'll
Although-
ask you the same question that I asked Jonesy on Friday for our radio broadcast. We've seen some great meetings over the decade here at QR. I reckon this is one of the best. I described yesterday as being like Christmas, so therefore today's technically Boxing Day in terms of the plethora of...
It's the Boxing Day test.
Yeah, exactly. The plethora of quality on offer here when you look at the drivers alone competing across Formula V with Dylan Thomas at Toyota 86 level. When you look at the XL co-driver listings, also Queensland production cars have got Jalen Robotham and a couple of others in there that are big names. There hasn't been a club level event that has had me this excited in quite some time.
Oh, look, I agree. And the big thing is that the race is taken seriously. When it was devised and the first real major event was the Aussie Shade Solutions event, I mean, it just become up and it became a great thing. It was a great spectacle. And then guys said, well, it just seems like a whole lot of fun. So they bought last year guys were farming in a couple of ring-ins, which... Then got to the stage, well, if you bought a ring in, how big a ring in can I bring in? You know, like, seriously, I heard there was an email sent to Will Power. You know, and if Will had been available, I guarantee you there was enough money to get him here just quietly.
Let's not joke about that too much because Bailey Hall and Steve Hayes said to me on Friday night that, you know, now that we're running the Megane and we're going to the 6 hour, it's a weekend off for Formula One, so we're trying to get Denny Rick out as well. I mean, how high do we want to go?
You'd have a crack.
Absolutely.
You'd have a crack. I'd push send on the email. I'd have a crack. Like, what's the worst someone's going to say is, no, sorry, I'm not available.
Well, do you remember a certain trophy presentation night around maybe as much as 10 years ago of Jeremy Butler inviting Jamie Winkup, who was doing the presentations at the Cam's dinner, to co-drive with.
It was actually what's his name? What's his first name? Butler.
Jeremy?
No, it's not Jeremy Butler.
Oh.
Racing when he was racing the Gemini series, and then first started racing Excels as well. Butler. Paul Butler.
There you go.
Oh no, but the one liner that got me was when he did said, "Look, Jamie, I've got a space available if you want to come and co-drive with me. Fine. I'm sure we could arrange some payment. It would only be a small amount from you."
Oh,
right? So and he's going to make Jamie pay, which really, when you look at Jamie's face, everyone else is leaving themselves on the floor. But the best line was when he said it was very important to make sure you bring your partner or your wife with you to an event like this because it's so important that when you go up to receive your trophy, you can leave your beer with someone to hold.
Now, if you're just joining us on Facebook Live audio or wherever you're listening around Australia on 2MC or West Bremer Sport, we are trackside at Queensland Raceway. We've got a stoppage, our first of the weekend, with the Track Attack Australia XL Cup EFS
Now-
4x4 Accessories 170 qualifying on hold.
Take a breath.
But we're not far off getting back on track, Jonesy.
I would suggest that maybe it's actually going to be a little bit longer than you think because turn 3 apparently has had a liberal coating of some kind of fluid, and that's connected, no doubt, to what's happened with Scott Green's car. With presumably Frank Mamarella at the wheel, and is
maybe that's where it's had its first cough.
Yeah.
Well,
So what it's had is it's had a cough there and a hemorrhage here. Or, sorry, a hemorrhage here and a cough there, one or the other. So whichever way.
I'd suggest a hemorrhage at turn 3 and a vomit of the leftovers at turn 4.
Yes.
Hey,
So,
let's not frown upon leftovers here.
No. Can I tell you?
I've still got a Parmigiana sitting there from Friday night ready to have tomorrow.
I've got to tell you, the best thing I've ever thing was, you know, like when you do tacos, right?
Yeah. Not that I'm a fan of tacos. They're replacing Sizzler here in Ipswich, but that's another story.
Day old taco mix in a jaffle on a Sunday morning. That's the G, gentlemen. That is the G. Or take it away if you're camping and do jaffle when you're camping. We digress. Actually, now we're looking for stuff to fill in.
We are just shooting the breeze here. What's your favourite leftover dish, Jonesy?
Anything that's left. Yeah. Have a look at him. There's not much ever left over.
If you want a serious answer to the question, then I will.
Yes, I did.
want to see what it says.
I wouldn't have asked the question if I didn't.
The answer is paella.
Okay.
Oh,
Lovely.
righto. Look at that.
Yeah, I'm pretty much, I'm easy. I'll heat something up the next day if it's there, But my favourite dish would have to be chicken parmigiana, or a nice steak, like from a butcher or a pub.
I tell you, look, when you live with a 16, just turned 17-year-old child, there's never much food left in the house anyway.
Well,
and when you have 25 of his mates over last night, the only thing they didn't eat was the table or the cloths that was on it.
Run you out of grog for the next couple of weeks.
Oh, geez, there was some. Look, there was some very interesting. There were some very interesting boys last night. The Michael Flatley impersonator was that had me in stitches.
Green flag out. Cars heading back out on circuit. Qualifying about to resume here. Interesting to note, while we've been in the lane, the only flying lap recorded thus far, Brett Parrish with Jalen Robotham behind the wheel, 132.3271, a 32.3738. For Will Brown. So we expect those times to come down.
Sorry to point this out to you, Zach, but lap 1 is not a flying lap.
Yeah, it's the first lap they get timed on, though.
Yes, it is, but that doesn't make it a flying lap.
No, the timing.
Another moment in the middle of the corner.
Josh Richards this
time. There was a huge...
Chris Heaton.
There is a huge problem in turn 4 still.
That's going to cause some issues throughout the course of this
session. They cleaned up turn 3, but they didn't clean up turn 4.
And that's where the car's been sitting pronate while waiting. Whatever drips, whatever was left in the thing was there.
So watch that with interest. That could affect our qualifying times. Now, the only thing I will say, as they come back around, because the timing doesn't start until they cross the control line, those first flying laps do stand. But now we wait to see if the 32.32 will be improved upon, and we dare say it will be because the pace this weekend has been electric in the Little Korean Pocket Rocket.
What's the race pace been?
Luke Bremner has pulled up lame in the Dipper, so this is very early in the session, so I don't imagine that Bremner's got a good time down in the number 92 car. So
I'm just trying to find him on our sheet here as well. Luke Bremner, Brendan Strong.
I tell you what, Matt.
Okay. There you go, Brendan Strong, another a Super 3 competitor.
Well, I've got Brendan Strong here twice, and I'm going to have to confirm that with Nicole Tuckwood. Corey Willis, Brendan Strong, number 7.
No, Corey Willis's co-driver is N. Rangeley.
Nick Rangeley. Okay, so that's where that.
So there's another potential dark horse just.
No, not dark. Seriously, not dark. Fully signed, written, flashing light. Watch this space.
Well, no, I say dark horse because the car is actually misbehaving quite a bit.
Oh, okay, well,
Willis has been slow in the sprint races thus far.
Look at these pair working together, 54 and 53.
And that's what it's all about.
So they'll be on strict instructions to get the job done. Bartholomew's car's quick to out of the box, so that'll be very interesting to see how young Thurles does.
It's great to see the number 94 car back up and running yesterday after being involved in a crash yesterday over at turn 3, and that's Nash Morris's car, third generation racer. Who's Nash co-driving with? Brody Kostecki. So there we go.
There's another star.
And more supercars drivers. Dear, oh dear.
I mean,
everywhere you look.
But it says a lot about Excel Racing. Look, when you go to the 6 hour, even here for the Shannon's Nationals round, the people involved with the organisations running the event, they stop and they watch the Excel Racing. It's World Championship style stuff. It's phenomenal entertainment, and finally people are getting the message that we've been spruiking about for so long.
Well, here's an interesting thing. I just looked at the board here, top 10 so far.
Yep.
Sean Evans straight out of the rear wheel drive 450 horsepower Mustang into a front wheel drive 90 horsepower car, and there he is.
Cameron Bartholomew's co-driver.
Yeah, Thurles. Don't forget this bloke.
Well,
that feeling's a cracker.
Here's a thought. Since Thurles has done the sprint races, is Cam the B driver?
No, Bartholomew was listed as the A driver.
Okay.
And they swapped it around for the sake of getting Thurles some seat time. But for the sake of the Enduro, Thurles is still listed as the B driver, is my understanding of the situation.
I was just making sure that no one was playing silly games.
Remember, of course, that there were a couple of driver changes yesterday. They threw Bartholomew back in for race 3, and they took some drivers out and swapped it around. So it all got very confusing. But what I'm reading here is that Thurles is still the co-driver, and we'll confirm that in the luncheon interval if we get the chance. So it's Robotham, it's also young Will Brown, and then Michael Tuckwood in third in Mike Smith's 38 machine. Cameron Bartholomew, Matt Thewlis 4th, Brock Feeney and Declan Fraser 5th, Seaton and Trent Connor Young in 6th, Nash Morris and Brody Kostecki 7th, and then Ryan O'Sullivan and Sean Evans straight up into 8th spot.
Interesting enough, you talk about Tuckwood.
Oh, hello. Dan Curry's co-driver has just slammed down.
Caden Olsen.
Yeah, and here's another pairing of
contender.
interest. I mean,
It's a
you
wide
look
open
at
race this afternoon.
you look at the entry list, and Dan Curry and Caden Olsen seems comparatively boring by comparison. But there is one front-running XL driver and one recently retired front-running XL driver. So
we don't really know where to look this afternoon, do we? It's going to be absolutely fascinating stuff. 0.04 the gap between first and second at the head of the field, and that's about what it'll be at the end.
Big moment down into turn 3. In fact, it was Sean Evans down the inside of one of the cars, and he's tried to outbrake Sean into turn 3, and had a moment that could only been described as, let's say, exciting. Because as the car went into the sand trap and got airborne and got massive amount of height.
It was the Air Force car.
It was.
Bailey Imhoff, who's Bailey's co-driver.
We have got that information written down here somewhere.
Zane Goddard, actually.
Zane Goddard, yeah.
Goodness me.
Another big name. So, I mean, yeah, this is why we love working on a Sunday so much, ladies and gentlemen. The recipe for this race, the ingredients, it's just set up to be mouth-watering stuff. It's going to be, as a fallen star would say, huge.
Huge. Simply huge. It will be.
I can't wait. Although I don't know if I've already dropped the cylinder in the voice gaskets this weekend. I don't know how we're going to go for the rest of the afternoon.
Cold ice cream, mate. Go and get yourself an ice cream.
I've been gargling honey.
No, ice cream fixes it. What it does cools the whole throat down. So go and get yourself, and through the middle of the race, go and get some Milo into you. Some Milo ice cream. Fixes me. That was my go-to thing, wasn't it, Jonesy? Speedway?
Yes, indeed.
Soft serve ice cream?
One of my friends also pointed out pineapple juice as well. There's some good
here we
out
go.
Hey, Cam Bartholomew, Matt Thewlis.
Here we go.
32.34. Up in the second spot. Nicely done. Rowbotham, Bartholomew / Thewlis. We'll still try to confirm that. Brown, Tuckwood, and then Jordan Boys.
So maybe silly games have been played there.
Yeah,
and
maybe.
Cam Bartholomew is at the wheel.
Just to give himself an edge, maybe. Wouldn't be the first time. 0.01, the margin between first and second. How about that?
Have a look at this qualifying pack here in the middle of turn 4. It is on like Donkey Kong. Guys trying to get the right, and unfortunately, right in the middle of that pack is the driver that did not want to be there.
That's exactly right. John Sheridan's co-driver, Matt Ross, is in there at this point in time.
1:31.9.
Hi, Jalen Rowbotham.
Yeah.
And Will Brown improved as well. So 0.34 separates the top 3. That was 0.04 a minute ago. And 0.07 first to second.
Jordan Boys has jumped up the order there as well in Chris Board's car.
2:37 left on the clock.
Oh, the number 52's jumped up the order. Matt Wells, or rather Wells' co-driver. I haven't got them all memorised yet. Jake Camilleri, that is, who's jumped up into 8th position.
There's been a lot to try and memorise this weekend, let me tell you. I'll hopefully have a printout on the window here before the race gets underway this afternoon, over 50 laps. We're looking forward to it immensely.
So I'm just now trying to keep an eye on who... here's Trent Young. No, faster. Just looking to see the quick cars that are coming out of turn 6.
Log jam of traffic on the back straight.
Cars
at all points of the circuit at the moment, and they're probably only going to get...
Oh, there we go. A great time for the number 91 car. That's Gordon Smith, at the I presume at the wheel of the 91 car, who's jumped into the top 10. And now, Nick Rangeley at the same time was just pulling out of the... He's actually gone straight out the back, so it looks like there's ongoing problems for Corey Willis and Nick Rangeley.
Benny Smith and Gordon Smith have edged Nash Morris and Brody Kostecki out of the top 10. Darren Curry and Caden Olsen on the bubble at the moment. Hey, Will Brown to the top, a 31.8. There you go. 0.15 on Jalen Rowbotham, and they've got one flying lap to go.
That was a cunning little exercise there, because the B Pro cars have been slipstream.
Oh, big moment, middle of turn 4.
One of them's Trent Allen's car, and the other one is one of the Browns.
Well, It's been an interesting session. It's extended out over 20 minutes, of course, with the stoppage in the middle, but with the 50 seconds to go, we've got Will Brown, we've got Jalen Robotham on the front row. Two of the draw cards of the event. Cam Bartholomew, Matt Thulis third. The international star, Michael Tuckwood in fourth. Jordan Boys fifth. Brock Feeney sixth. Seaton Connor Young seventh. Jake Camilleri eighth. Gordon Smith, Caden Olsen, and then, of course, Brody Kostecki. No, pick a superstar, any superstar. Checkered flag flies.
Last roll of the dice now. What do we got left in the tank?
You know those two cars that were involved in the incident over in Turn 4? One of them was Bradley Carr from Production Cars, who's co-driving with Trenton Allen. With another car off, it's the Needham car, and that's right out near the tyres at Turn 3, but the car is mobile. He didn't hit the tyres. But nonetheless, that's Chris Holt out of Queensland Touring Cars.
They've been doing some production car stuff together as well, so... Best lap of the session for Declan Fraser, only good enough for 6th at the moment. Parrish, no improvement. Robotham, no improvement. Brown, no improvement. Will Brown, that is, on pole at the moment. But can Bartholomew Thulis
There's
or
Fraser.
Tuckwood provide a sting in the tail? No, they can't. What can Jordan Boys do in 5th spot? He's still got to come round. Thulis has still got to come round. All to play for here. The margins are a little bit bigger than we might have expected.
The Matt Wells car is coming to the line now, so...
Jake Camilleri?
Yeah, so let's see if he's got... And Caden Olsen as well.
No improvement from those guys.
There's Sean Evans and Chelsea Angelo, but no improvement from them
Chelsea's
either.
Down in 15th. She was sitting on the fringe of the top 10 yesterday.
Now here comes Jordan Boys. Watch him across the stripe this time in the 45.
Nope.
No movement.
Right, yeah, so I don't think we're going to get too much movement here. Watch for Bartholomew and Thulis.
No movement.
So that's it. Will Brown has pole with Darren Whittington for the EFS 4x4 Accessories 170. Brett Parrish and Jalen Robotham from 2. It's a B-Pro lockout of the front row. I asked him earlier, I said, any chance you're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as a possible result this afternoon? He said no comment. But I reckon secretly those discussions may have been had. Bartholomew Thulis third, Smith and Tuckwood fourth, Broad, I'm still yet to...
Broad. Chris Board is a Tour de France cyclist.
Because it's been given to us both ways on our sheets this year. So Broad is 5th, and then that's, of course, with Jordan Boys, Feeney and Fraser 6th, the 2 Connor Youngs in 7th, Wills and Camilleri 8th, the 2 Smiths, Gordon and Ben in 9th, Darren Curry, Caden Olsen 10th, Nash Morris and Jake Kostecki just outside.
Brody Kostecki,
sorry. So many names rolling around here. Jake Camilleri, yeah. So the recipe's there, the ingredients are there. We are set fair for an awesome afternoon. Your thoughts on all of that, Wes? Because it's going to be a great race.
Roll the dice.
Roll the
dice. Just let the doves loose and let them have a crack. Is it that, you know what? The co-driver's starting the race.
Yep.
And there's some quality co-drivers in the front, in that top 10, that I don't think we're going to see a lot of cars binned. I think we're going to see a great opening 30, 25, whatever the case, minutes out of these drivers, because they're going to want to give whoever jumps in that seat afterwards the best opportunity. There's a couple of dark horses that we keep looking at in this race, and I think most of them have put their hand up pretty quickly. Like Rangeley's car, we talked about, it is well and truly off the pace. Its fastest time was a 35.7. It is, in fact, 4 seconds off the lead. If they can't increase that pace, he's going to go in the first half hour, probably down a lap.
And another thing to point out there, Holly Spray, who's co-driving with Jason Hannigan, has only been able to manage 18th. So that's an indication of the competitiveness of this field, that potentially anywhere in the top 20 could get a victory here in this endurance race this afternoon. Maybe down towards the back end of the 20, you might be pushing it a little bit, but nonetheless, there are certainly some excellent driver combinations.
Well,
going
Chelsea
very
Angelo's
deep in the
time
field.
too. You think about there's a very, very highly rated motor racer, very, very adaptable, very, very. She's in a very, let's call it, organic motor car to what she's used to. I love that word. I've been workshopping that. She's in a very organic car compared to what she's used to. For her to be sitting in the place she's in within that sort of second and a bit of the top 10 time, or less than just outside the top 10 time, I think, to be real honest, that's an absolute shows you how good the top 15 cars are, because she's right on 15.
Yeah.
You know, like if you take away the two front running cars, there is 2 seconds across probably 14 cars.
Yeah, and we see there was a deliberate tactic going on between the number 53 and number 54 B Pro cars, is they were out there on the track slipstream each other throughout the session
Yeah, everyone else
to
was doing on their own.
maximise. Like everyone else, you know, there was it was targets of opportunity as far as whatever slipstreaming going on, but those two were doing it deliberately, and that's not. I don't mean to suggest that's untoward in any way, shape, or form. I'm saying that is very smart tactics.
Well, they're a very professional team, the guys from B Pro. They really, really are. Well, what a great result. I can't wait.
It's going to be absolutely fantastic. We will get to that a little bit later on this afternoon.
How many laps are we going to get in? How many laps are we going to get in? That's the next question. We did this a couple of years ago, Jonesy, and you and I were so far wrong.
This is a distance-defined race.
It's scheduled for 50. It's scheduled for 50, but there's talk that BP wants to push it to 55 because that is actually 170 kilometres. Time may be the burden on that, unless they want to finish in complete and utter darkness. The race is scheduled to start a little bit later on this afternoon.
Yeah, so these XL Cup races no longer follow the 1 hour format.
So they follow lap formula?
Yeah,
because my issue is exactly what we were talking about. We're going to go to a start. If we lose any time in the program this afternoon, we're on a sensitive thing. Are we going to get the full 50 in?
Oh, we can with the track lighting now. So
I suppose we can.
It just means a very late finish for all of us, but we look forward to having you in the booth for that. Jonesy and I are back very shortly. Before we bring you the production car race, it's going to be Will Brown having a chat to us because Matthew Paul sent us in a photo of Jordan Boys, all four wheels in the dirt, if you don't mind.
No,
Zane Goddard, my apologies.
Yeah.
With all four, I knew it was one of them.
He is all over it, isn't he?
In the dirt.
The Superman of photographers.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
That was that's what I'm saying, a hell of a moment. That's what I said. You got no idea, guys. He had a fair bit of air in there. And it's funny enough, it's actually the Air Force car because it didn't got the Air Force logo on it. So I didn't pick that, James. I've just looked at the photo of the car, and seriously, he has rotated that, and he's got the gear up, and he's looking to get the car out into the blue yonder.
The Royal Australian Air Force gives you wings.
It does.
Exactly right. We've got to wrap it up there. A longer session than expected, but equally as enjoyable as we anticipated. We're at the business end of the weekend in not only the 5th round of the Queensland Racing Drivers' Championship, but also the Formula V National Challenge, and we're about to hit Enduro mode in the Track Attack Australia XL Cup with the EFS 4x4 Accessories 170. Not too far away now. The superstar himself, TCR points leader Will Brown's alongside me because he's taken Darren Whittington's B Pro car to pole position in a lockout of the front row. Gee, the boss must be happy.
Yeah, it was great. It's awesome that they asked me along to do it, and I think Jalen would have had pole if he didn't tow me around, but no, it's been a great day, and Darren gave me a good car, so looking forward to it.
The tow, the slipstream, always one of the key features of XL racing, eh?
Yeah, definitely. Slipstream's a big thing. It's like the good old Formula Forward days, so looking forward to it. It'll be an awesome day.
I was going to say, you've driven a few things in your time, most notably Formula Ford. We know your success there. We know your success currently in TCR. Where does the XL stack up?
Oh, it doesn't get much better than the XL, does it? So, loving it. It's awesome. So, we'll have a crack this Arvo, and good to be back in the H pattern.
Yeah, exactly. Quick comment, though, on the remaining couple of rounds at TCR. Next weekend, straight down to Sandown. Another horsepower circuit. You must be pumped for that.
Yeah, jump in the S5000, the new category, so see how that goes. Get to test it next week, and the cars look mean, and big V8 and an open wheeler will be fun.
Exactly right. And what's the ballpark figure for this afternoon? I know BP secretly would like a lockout of the top 5, but where are you guys reckoning you're going to be if everything goes to plan at the end of the 50 laps?
Oh, hopefully we can win it. That's always the plan, isn't it? So plans that don't always go to plan, though.
If you don't, and if it's not someone in the team, who are you looking out for? Who's a threat?
Oh, Jalen was pretty quick then. That's definitely the biggest threat, but we'll white line and won't let him past.
Mate, great to talk to you. Good luck this afternoon. Well done.
Thank you. Cheers.
Terrific to catch up with Will Brown shortly after that qualifying session as he put the B Pro stable on pole position for the 2019 EFS 4x4 Accessories 170. That's where our attention shifts to on the other side of a quick break. So here's your chance now to duck away, grab a coffee, go to the toilet, grab a bite to eat, strap yourself in and buckle up on the couch once more as we gear up to bring you 54 laps of XL Madness. This is a throwback edition of Sunday Arvo Motorsport, and it's local, exclusive and free to the platforms of West Bremer Radio's YouTube channel and your home of sport at Ipswich, the one and only West Bremer Sport. Don't go away.
Hi, I'm Preston Bruce from Bruce Racing, and you're listening to Sunday Arvo Motorsport on West Bremer Sport.
At this point in time, we're welcoming our audience through 2MCE Sport and West Bremer Sport back to Queensland Raceway as well. We're gearing up for the EFS 4x4 Accessories 170, the first of 2 XL Cup Enduros for 2019. It seems to be pretty popular, this endurance racing. There seems to be more and more of it creeping into the calendar, and that's not a bad thing. The expanded format this year allows them to have a 54-lap sprint and then the 64-lapper over 200 Ks a little bit later on in the year. That's the breaking news off the top. It was in the program as a 50-lap race. It has been extended to 54 just to bump it up to that 170-kilometre mark. Zak Caban of the commentary box alongside Mark Jones and the great man Wes Beadman as well. Two great men, actually. The voices of QR for 2 decades and counting in Jonesy's case, and they're going to join us for the call here, and it's going to be an absolute epic race, boys. When you look at the grid, Australian production cars, TCR Australia, Super 2, Super 3 and more, all represented in Toyota Ready 6 Racing Series through Jalen Robotham, not to mention our 4-time track attack champion in Brett Parrish, headlining the field at the head from position number 2 with Robotham, and Will Brown on pole with Darren Whittington. B-Pro lockout of the front row. This is going to be very, very exciting.
It's going to unfold very quickly too. I don't think we can take for granted anything that's not going to happen in those first 10 laps, because the jostling for position prior to a driver change, which effectively can start at lap 18. Now, this is where your tactical thing comes in, of where you get yourself in a position. If you're fighting for position and you've decided you wanted to bring your driver in at lap 18, but you're fighting for position and you're not making any headway, you come in, right? Because you're gaining nothing from it. You're probably slowing yourself down. You're being caught in traffic. You get out of it. You put your other driver in and let him have a crack.
Exactly like what Formula One does.
Exactly right. If you're on your own, good pace, catching the guy in front, stay in the car. Right, you're gaining position. You're fast. You're on the money. You're staying within the zone of the driver. Don't change the rhythm of the race. Don't change it. And this is going to come down to some crucial team management. So you're going to be making changes and adjustments to what you're going to do on the fly. I know that in previous times I've had guys that have said our window's that, and we'll make a decision about what we're going to do then and there, depending on track placement where we are. There's no set formula. These were guys that were in a chance to win it. There's guys that are just out there having a giggle and a bit of fun, and they're going to go and do 50 laps or 54 laps in this case. But there are guys that take this very seriously. They've had enough time that they've worked out this strategy, and it's smart thinking. I mean, you've got a lot of the time there's 2 very equal drivers in the car. Just one's going to do less than the other. So then it gives you a fantastic option of where to pull that pin and do the driver change.
Indeed, that is the case. And when you look at the races, the regulations state this: there's no maximum minimum driving time, but the pit window is between the end of the first third and the end of the second third of the race. So the end of lap 18, the end of lap 36 is when that will all occur. And as long as your driver change and your pit stop is completed within that time, you're on the money. No refueling. That's why they've brought in this EFS 4x4 Accessories 170, because in the 200 so many times we see either cars running out of fuel in the last couple of laps or surging towards the line like Cam Wilson and co did here last year. So when we say it's a 54 lapper, we mean it's a 54 lap sprint. It's essentially what Bathurst is these days anyway.
And it's really interesting to see tyre pressure changes. What cars have been done, fresh pads in the cars. Well, the problem with the fresh pad in is that you've got a race car now that has got pads that haven't been done any laps to them. So effectively, you really should have put the fresh pads in qualifying. Problem with that is then you slow your car down in qualifying. So what you should have done is roaded a set of pads yesterday, thrown it away today, qualified the car in the qualifying period, and then put them in. I mean, there's so many tactical things that you really have to look at all the time. Minimum fuel run in qualifying. Well, okay, I'd rather set a car up, qualify it with a fairly weighty fuel, and have a look at my race pace rather than know that I'm not going to catch the likes of Parrish. He's going to put fumes in the car. Yeah. You know, like I've got to look at a car that's going to do a 33-second lap for 25 of those 30 laps, and then it's going to come out and do 34s and 35s, because that's going to be the pace that's going to win you this race.
Before we have a look through the grid, Jonesy, cars heading out onto the circuit, are we brave enough to tip a car or two here that will be taking the outright or podium honours at the end of the day?
Well, first of all, it's going to be Hyundai Excel.
Well, yeah.
Yes. That's that. You two have been working together too long. That's what he would say.
No, I think a Korean car will win.
Well, that's exactly what he said.
No, he said a Hyundai would win.
Well, that's the same thing.
No, it's not.
A Hyundai car and a Korean car.
Yeah. There is a thing called a Kia.
Yeah, correct. It's a parent company that share a lot of technology, but they're two different brands.
I mean,
when it comes to the motor industry, seriously, don't challenge me.
No, I'm not going to. No, it's getting silly up here, and it's about to get a hell of a lot sillier on the circuit because cars are making their way out now. Let's have a look at this grid, and then unleash for 54 laps of madness, and just hope, my God and Sonny Jesus, that the voice box lasts this next hour and a half. This is going to be good fun regardless. From pole position, Darren Whittington and Will Brown alongside him, Brett Parrish and Jalen Robotham, and all B-Pro 1-2, and don't think for a second that they would be not talking about the potential of a B-Pro 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here this afternoon. There are 5 of them in the squad. It's a big call to make, but it's a big achievement if they pull it off. From the second row, what about this? Cam Bartholomew and Matt Thewlis starting the car. It's important to note. Brett Parrish is starting the car, not Jalen Robotham in the 54. Michael Smith will start. Michael Tuckwood will take over there, starting 4th. Chris Broad, Jordan Boys from P5. Boys starting. Brock Feeney, Declan Fraser from 6, and Fraser starting from 7 at Seaton, and Trent Connor Young with Trent starting, and then of course Matt Wells and Jake Camilleri from 8th, and Camilleri starting that car from 9. Ben Gordon-Smith, Ben starting from 10. Nash Morris and Brody Kostecki. It's Kostecki starting on that occasion. Machota and Sadler are starting P11. From this point forward, I'm just going to mention the starting driver first, and that way we can get through it a hell of a lot quicker. Holt and Needham from position number 12 in the 65. Evans and O'Sullivan from 13. Chelsea Angelo, Ash Izod from 14. From 15, Brunt and Brown from 16. Spray and Hannigan. It looks like we're going to go around for a second formation lap here, so that buys us a little bit of time, which is a good thing. Allen and Carr, so Trenton Allen, Bradley Carr from P17, alongside Armerhoff and Zane Goddard. Goddard starting the car on that occasion. Strong and Willis from 19, and Ford and Van Roon from 20, if we can get Jones to have a look back through from position 21 onwards.
Well, Michael Hopp is starting in Dan Natoli's car. Now, Bates is starting in the car that he's shown with Greg Robertson.
Say Robinson might be starting though, but that would make better sense.
Yes,
otherwise.
Robinson is starting because there was a driver change there. It's no longer Bates and Bates. It's Bates 1 and Robinson.
Anyway, Nankang is starting in Hamilton's car. Then we've got Josh Bridges taking the wheel in the car that he's shown with Eaton. Warren King is starting his own car that he's shown with Peter Hill. Then we go to Nick Carroll, who I believe is starting the car that he's shown with Richard Asprey. Frank Mamarella is at the wheel of the Scott's Rods car of Scott Green. Brendan Strong is starting Luke Brenda's car. Then from 29th in the field is Kate Olsen at the wheel of Dan Curry's car. And we've got Bishop starting Cliff Brown's car. In 31st on the grid, we've got Matt Ross at the wheel of John Sheridan in the orange number 88. And the final car in the field, although there's some penalty cars actually a little bit further back than that, but Cliff Sedgley is at the wheel of Andrew Bonds, number 139.
Now, we've omitted to say that the Selector Smash Repair Wedge will be driving from the rear, headed by Frank Mamarella with Cade Nelson behind him. This is going to be a very interesting... I'm more going to be interested in what's happening coming from the final 10 rows.
Exactly right, and I'm more interested in what's coming at the end of the race. Just quietly, a big thanks to the great team at EFS 4x4 Accessories, Wes Beadman and Mark Jones, because they've put up $1,000 for the winner, $500 for second, $250 for third. So, while it's not a championship round, it's a non-championship shootout, they will be racing for sheep stations because there is prizes on the line. Grid starting to form up here. 54 laps the journey of Queensland Raceway. My count to get us to 170 would have actually been 55, but that's neither here nor there. 54 by 3.12 gets us to 168.48 kilometres. The last race of an extraordinary, epic, memorable, special weekend of racing here at Queensland Raceway is about to begin, and it will take us till around 6 o'clock this evening to get the job done. Team B Pro, all front row, let's go! EFS 4x4 Accessories 170 underway. Great start on the outside from Brett Parrish. How many times has he done that? Held the outside line around turn 1 and he's forcing the issue with Will Brown on the run to turn 2, and it's the 4-time champion that'll lead the field for the first time.
Oh, the Feeney car right into the back of the Smith car on the start. In fact, I think the Smith car lost Mr. Gear and he stalled coming into top gear, and Feeney just absolutely pollocks the back of that car. And here we go. It's another change in the lead back into turn number 3 for the first time, but it's still a B Pro 1-2 out front.
Oh, yeah. Will Brown, a great start to take the early lead further back in the pack. Everybody got away cleanly.
There's a lot of 2 and 3 cars wide out the back there, Jonesy. Have a look at this action further back. It looks like a cab rank at Queen Street on Friday night.
Yeah, not too many Commodores and Falcons or Camrys, I guess, I suppose Hyundais are actually a popular cab these days, although not Excels.
Ubers, they're all Ubers.
Yeah.
All bit of 2 and 3 action wide now coming into turn 4.
You can see the very distinctive car of Hamilton there that he's sharing with Rank, and the car that's painted up to look like a World Rally car, Hyundai.
A couple of touch-ups coming through as cars make their way through. There was a fair bit of heavy argy-bargy in the exit of 5 for about position 12 through to 15.
Caden Olsen is ahead of the Scott Green car, actually.
Now,
so that's 2 of the quick cars that are coming from the rear.
Let's watch those boys fight their way through the field. Back to the front, Brett Parrish back down the inside of Will Brown to the lead, and we've got a car stopped already.
It's Warren King's car.
The number 9.
Yeah, and looks like... And Warren was actually due to take the start of that car, I believe, and he's going no further. That car is properly stopped. We may see... Well, we've got the yellows out at the moment. Just a caution.
Oh, look at the drafting going on here for position. They're 3 wide, going to go 4 into turn 6 as I channel my unit, Zak Caban.
Trent Young is not mucking around. He's trying the high line to try and get around the B Pro cars. And I tell you what, you reckon he's not dreaming of his old Aussie race car?
Oh, dearie me. Have a look at this.
It's 3 wide still as they head up the Lake Straight for the only second time of 54.
Oh,
Do
that's
they
not...
realise it's a 54-lap race?
Here we go.
That's not Trent Young. I should correct myself. I think that's the car 195, Cameron Bartholomew.
Yep. Matt Thewlis behind the wheel. And
contact! We've got cars all going everywhere in turn 4. There are cars backwards and sideways. I was all set to say, well, we've gotten through we got through the first lap cleanly, but the second lap... Not so much.
No,
that was the. It is the all spares car.
How good is this racing at the head of the field? Look at this. Brown, Parrish, then it's a log jam. The Mike Smith entries in there, so too the number 5 of the 45, I should say, Jordan Boyce, Thewlis, Fraser, Kostecki, Young. Smith is 8th in all of that, and they're log jammed. 1.9 seconds separates the top 8 at the moment as they head back around again. It's Brown with a little bit of breathing space over Parrish, and we've gone clamped down. That'll be for the Warren King car.
I'm not so sure because there was more than one car involved in that incident over at turn 4, and I'm just wondering where the other car went. Well, we see that Trey Machotta has been able to come around and climb back onto the tail of the field, but
Well, this is going to be a really interesting situation because under clampdown now, there's going to be some fairly inventive ways of sneaking that gap in between the car in front of you.
Good boys. Naughty boys, but good boys. The part of me that likes close racing encourages it, but the part of me that wants to follow the rules doesn't. Harry, the interesting thing to note now that we have gone clampdown, gentlemen, normally in the sprint races we will see an extension of the laps. I don't believe we're seeing an extension of the laps for the Enduro.
No, we won't do.
Well, that's
we'll run out of light.
We'll run out of fuel.
Yes.
That's
perhaps more importantly.
This is the point I said to the guys. Even though it's a shorter race, we have a couple of clampdowns and you haven't burped your tank, you're still not going to get through the finish. Now,
take a breath.
Yeah,
I'm going to assume that right at the moment that all of the cars that were involved in the incident over turn 4 have been able to restart.
Apart from one. Well, he wasn't involved in the incident prior to that, sorry. But that car is sitting there pronate. And
Warren King there over.
Here comes recovery now through turn number 2.
So what we should point out too, as Wes Beadman said, channeling his inner Zak Caban, channeling his inner Darryl Eastlake, whatever the case may be. With Wes and I in full flight, just not
stand back from the radio.
Just
I'm a bit out of practice. I may not have my inner DB level. I may let suit, and I might actually push the LEDs a bit to the red. So
the radio coverage so spectacular, we had to widen your radio to fit it in.
Yes, exactly right. So still under clampdown, they will tow that Warren King car, I dare say, and then we'll get this race back underway. And that's such rotten luck for Warren King right off the start here, and Hill.
Who's starting the Esprit Hannigan car?
Holly is starting.
Okay, something just unfolded for me. Holly was giving Sean a little bit of a helping hand and a touch up on the front straight, and gave him a touch up on the exit of turn 5 at one stage too. So previous teammates with of course XLCup.com team.
Cliff Sedgley has dropped some distance behind the field in the... Oh, actually, no, I say that, but the... okay, there's the cars that were involved in the incident over there at turn 4, actually. I remember now that the two cars that are running very slowly at the back, and that's the car of Sadler and... insert memory name here. Sadler and Machota, although I think Trey Machota was starting the race in the white and blue car. The other car there, the black and red car. Now,
sorry, folks, we just
just trying to pick up. So it's not the front car.
It didn't work. 51 laps to go, and a long-ish clampdown as they clear the Warren King car off the circuit. Once the lights go out, we go back.
Well, he's actually clear now. He's on pit return road, so I will guarantee they'll go green here very shortly.
Bang! There it is. Lights out. Off goes Will Brown. Brett Parrish in behind him. They've got the rest of the pack. It's boys in third. Thewlis under pressure from Fraser and Young, and Kostecki there as well. Down to turn 6, back around onto the main straight. 4 down, 50 to go, boys.
This is going to be an interesting turn 6 as they all exit, because unfortunately the two front running guys didn't get the jump they wanted. Everyone else got a good go, and one of those is Trent Young now on the inside.
Lead change. Brett Parrish, no. He thought about going down the inside of Will Brown, then thought better of it.
This is going to unfold again in about 3 laps' time, because the chasing pack are using each other to get back to the front of where the two B-Pro cars are.
Car wide over at turn 2 and losing places, lost a lot of momentum. I think that's the Young car.
Yeah, it was Trent Young actually at the wheel. Car got a little loose for him.
And he's dumped 3 positions because of it. Just those little mistakes costing him bulk time this early in the race. And even with the most focused effort, sometimes it'll take 3 laps to get a mistake like that back.
Well, he's actually using every bit of the racetrack because he's paid the same amount of money as everybody else, and I'm using it all. So he's letting the car move around quite a lot. In fact, at pace, that's not a bad thing at all, because one, you're not using tyres up early either.
So we've got a gap in the field unfolding here. Brown, Parrish, Boys and Thewlis have broken away from Declan Fraser in 5th position, who has Mike Smith tucked in behind him in the number 38 car that Michael Tuckwood's going to get in the second half of the race. Then we have Brodie Kostecki is next in the car that he's sharing with Nash Morris.
Yes, Facebook audio providing some rather hilarity, large hilarity for me. My 17-year-old son has just said, I can't see anything, but it's because it's an audio broadcast only, buddy. So terribly sorry. Howdy, mate. How's your head after last night? Just want to say.
Bryn, there's a reason why it's audio only. I took a selfie of the commentary box earlier, mate. You'll find out. It's
Cease this tomfoolery.
Right to the back straight. Bit of dust being kicked up there on the exit of 2.
That was Smith.
Abusing the
Mike Smith, that
the
is.
track limits out there with the extension of the ripple strips that were put in place earlier in the year for the Virgin Australia Supercars Championship.
Just got to tell you, it's not fast out there. If you get out on the dirt, there's no traction. You go slower. Use the black bits to go quicker.
Although, could you imagine Hyundai XL Rallycross?
It's been done before. Greg Memon invented it at Lakeside.
Yep.
Here we go. Look what's happened here. Jordan Boys is on the back of the bus. Now, Thewlis is not concerned.
No.
He's got car pace. He knows he can go with them. These guys are going to get involved in a tussle. I've got a fair few laps to play with this. I've got a good gap between myself and the Feeney car. I can take a breath for a bit. That's exactly what he's doing. So, positional change. The Spray's got in front of Evans. And Josh Richards, another former teammate from the XL Cup. So, the 3 ex-teammates are running nose to tail in 3 different motor cars.
Yeah, the 3 of them running formerly Hannigan Motorsport drivers. One of them still is.
Yep. Well, it's a cracking fight at the front of the field. It's a cracking fight just about everywhere in the field at the moment. There's not too many cars that aren't stuck in a battle for track position here. And we knew it was going to be this way.
Well, you know what? I'm going to have to disagree there because I didn't think we were going to see 3 cars break away this early in the race.
And speaking of which, still be Pro 1-2. But the threat is Jordan Boys, isn't it, Wes?
No, Jordan Boys is a real threat because, well, to be honest, he's an immense talent, but he's the unknown quantity because we've really seen nothing of him in the race car this weekend.
Up the lake straight for the 7th time.
Well, we're getting
Brown and Brett Parrish still side by side, and Brown now looking to return to the lead. And as they continue to fight amongst them, the teammates, it's just going to invite Boys in further and further.
Knock, knock, who's there? Hi, it's Jordan Boys.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I reckon they've looked in the mirror now going, guys, we need to work with each other because Boys has arrived.
Yep.
And what's happening is, and look, to the benefit, look at the lap times. Well, look at Thewlis's times. He's doing 32.9s compared to their 32.4s and the 32 flat from Jordan Boys last time round. So Boys was the fastest. So he's falling out of that air window that they need. Now, they're 3 wide up front. He's not getting any effort from this at all. So what's going to happen is he's going to need someone like the car of Fraser behind him to actually come onto the back bumper, and they need to bump draft.
That's exactly right. And what you said about Jordan Boys on lap 6, fastest lap of the race, 1:32.0436, Jonesy. I thought you were going to jump in and observe something there for a moment.
No,
all good. We'll
they
keep
are
going.
pushing. Look. We go down further.
Yep.
Front 10 cars, front 7 cars are doing 32s. The rest are in the 3s and the 4s. So that means that there's no window for those guys. These guys have gone. So unless anything happens, they're going to have to race at this pace to do it. I said the race pace was going to be 33s and 32s, and that's where it is. So if you can't run at a 33 or 32, you're not going to finish in the top 10.
Not at all. Although, a lot to play out between now and then, and if anyone encounters any errors or any issues mechanically or structurally or in the pit lane as a whole, the game changes.
Well, I'm going to shout out to Thewlis, right?
Yep.
Have a look at this. He has had his head down on that lap. These guys are still pulling a cracker lap, and he has pulled 2 or 3 car lengths in it. I mind you, his motivation's coming in red behind him.
Yeah, Declan Fraser is
closing in at a rapid rate of knots.
Yeah, North Queensland based or Central Queensland based racer Declan Fraser is a former South Australian. Now, there's a number of other competitions going on. We see that Trent Young has just bomb dived on Mike Smith to pick up a spot after. So this is Trent Young coming back after just a small error through turn 2, and he's only now just starting to get back roughly into the position that he had before. Another scrap that's going on immediately behind them as the car of Brody Kostecki and Jake Camilleri fighting for position.
I was talking about Josh Richards' car before. Remember I said he's the dark horse coming from the back of the bus. He's had a fairly good run. He's running low 33s. So he's broken past those 2 other former teammates of his, and he's now sitting up in position number 13. So he's got good pace, but he's doing it on his own at the moment. He's got no one to draft that's quicker in front of him.
Well, Matt Brunt isn't that far in front of him, and there are 2, and there's, who's that? That's Dan Curry, I think, that's immediately in front of Brunt, Caden Olsen in Curry's car. So, yeah, there's a potential double toe there to help out Josh Richards.
Keen eyes watching on down on pit wall. Jalen Robotham ready to take over from Brett Parrish when they decide to pit. Of course, that won't be for a
change for position 4, by the way. Look at that.
Yeah, Fraser.
Declan Fraser. So B Pro cars now 1, 2, and 4 in this motor race. And as I was going to say, Jalen Robotham preparing to jump in, but it won't be for at least 10, 11 laps. And that's at the minimum that they can come in and stop.
Now, that I think was a misgear and a bit of a wobble from Thulis. But now he's got a quick car in front of him. They should be able to work together and get on the back of the bus.
Now that we've been running these 200-kilometre races and the 170s as well, Brett Parrish, the victories eluded him on 2 occasions. He'll be desperate to get this job done today.
Well, he'd also want the young fella. He'd want to give the young fella a trophy to take home. Look, let's talk about he's had a tremendously trying last few months, and I think the motivation comes from a little man that deserves everybody's praise, and he's a great fighter, and that instinct's in his dad too. So let's moment that car got really loose.
That was Parrish actually, because there goes Brown straight down the inside, and Jordan Boys as well. So just like that, and as I said earlier, it changes in an instant. Parrish goes from 1st to 3rd.
Oh, let's hear it for the boys. Down into turn 3. Jordan Boys moving into 2nd position, and he's going to challenge for the race lead on the run towards Snake Gully at the moment, because I think he's got the better exit out of turn 3.
This is super stuffy in the early stages, and it's like a 8-lap sprint race multiplied by 7. It is just incredible.
Now the battle between Mike Smith and Trent Young is continuing. They're squabbling for over 6th place, but the fact there are the 2 of them there together, and they're not really fighting, they're just running line astern at the moment, so that's allowing them to, even though there's only 2 of them, to keep ahead of the pursuing pack of around 7 cars that's being led by Jake Camilleri.
Josh Richards, the mover and shaker, 2 in position 13, onto the back of that battle with Brunt, Olsen and Smith, and he has arrived and he's got car pace.
Indeed he does. So Will Brown, 132.24. He's PB of the race. Still not the fastest lap of the race. That belongs to Boys, but the boys there, Brown, Boys, Parrish. 32.2, 32.2, 33.3 for Parrish with that mistake, and that's how quickly the game can change.
This fight between Brody Kostecki and Jake Camilleri over 8th place is an absolute cracker. They're going side by side at the moment. Kostecki's got the inside line through turn 1 and 2, and I think Camilleri's going to have to admit that he's gotten beaten there.
So
Jake always believes he'll live to fight another day. I'll wait.
Caden Olsen is right on the back of them as well.
And he's going to give him a help past Kostecki too. So the bit of bump drafting going on, and guess who's in the back of that battle as we start to have a look.
And a terrific scrap unfolding between Trent Young, also with Mike Smith for 6th.
Did I just see? Josh Richards went down the outside, around the outside of Caden Olsen.
Youthful exuberance, you call that?
No, he just knows no better. Yeah. Olsen got the better run, but he's got. But now that's given Richards track position. So
no, that's that's actually Holly. No, it's not.
No,
Holly.
it's not. It's Richards' car, the 555 numbered car on the side. That is Josh Richards sitting.
No, I mean the other car.
Holly Spray is further back.
Oh, hello. One of the cars in that pack of cars is just falling out of it. It's Brunt, I think. The Gran Turisi car there is just lost a lot of pace out of that group of cars. I think it's another misgear because he's back up to speed now, but he's lost at least 3 positions.
Has he got a cable selection problem?
Oh, I don't want
Would
to
they
think about
suffer
that.
from it, unfortunately?
It's a long race. So
Interesting
Will
enough-
Brown is actually breaking away at the front of the field. We see that Parrish has now just gotten past Jordan Boys, but the time that he's been held up behind Boys has allowed Brown to skip away. Fraser, in fact, has almost caught Parrish and Boys. And Will Brown just edges further and further away. 32-1 from Will Brown that time around. He's extended his lead out to 0.6 of a second.
You'd nearly think that Parrish is thinking about, do I play traffic cop? Do I give Brown a chance to get away with this and I live to fight later on?
Trent Young's gotten past Mike Smith. So I think we'll see that he might be able to get away here. Meanwhile, back at the Camilleri-Kostecki battle, it's changed again. Kostecki got the inside run on Camilleri and went a little bit deep, almost shoved him off the circuit. But they've sorted themselves out, and actually Camilleri regains the spot.
No, everybody just blows past. Oh, Kate Nelson says hurry up. Here comes Josh Richards down the inside as well. He's going to commit into turn 6. They've gone too wide on the outside.
Yeah, the car that I couldn't quite pick out was actually the father-son team of Gordon and Ben Smith.
Oh, this is getting a little bit elbows up here. So Morrison, Kostecki at the wheel. That's Caden Olsen on his outside. Olsen will not yield into that. Oh, he did. Well, he lifted off and let him have it. This is a cracking battle because it's basically the battle for 8 through to 11.
Race leaders have caught the tail markers.
And
So
look at
Will
this.
Brown just dives underneath the car of Brown.
Declan Fraser now, fastest lap of the race, 1.7 off the leader, 1:31.93. First of the drivers into the 31s.
And I just want to say that's qualifying pace. And I just want to say that's at the full tank of fat too.
Yep.
So he's carrying a whole lot of weight.
Those guys are on.
Fraser has caught Boys. He's within touching distance of Jordan Boys. So we now have a 3-car fight over second place.
And then don't worry about Thewlis and Cam Bartholomew in behind in 5th spot. Thewlis will hand that thing over to Cam Bartholomew, the more experienced campaigner, and they're going to be right in this at the end of the day.
The gap is...
Fraser down the inside.
There we go. Up to 3rd on the inside of Jordan Boys. Job done, thank you very much. And you know what that means? B Pro 1, B Pro 2, B Pro 3.
Yes.
But not yet, because Boys wants to force the issue on the outside. Fraser will have him
Got
in
it.
post and got the job done on the run to 1.
Looking further back down the... Oh, look at this. Look at this battle we were talking about before. Have a look at this as unfold.
Camilleri, Kostecki and Olsen.
Yeah, it's on.
And Richards.
Richards is going to help Caden Olsen.
There you go.
Yeah, Caden Olsen got the bumper shove through. So that's going to help Richards up on the inside of the... Richards up on the ripple strip.
There you go.
He's got form in turn 1, just saying. Josh Richards has got form in turn 1. You do not want to do that, right, Josh? Your mother and father will not be happy.
Not at all.
You know, the way Excel Racing has proceeded over the course of the last decade or so, everyone has form in turn 1.
On the outside, on the inside, through the middle, it doesn't matter.
Backwards?
On the watch of Caden Olsen into the top 10, and just outside in 15th is Frank Mamarella. So the 2 cars that are hot shots in this race that started from the back of the field, already inside the top 15 and a long way to go.
Where's Scott Green? Scott
That's what I
Green?
mean, Frank
Sorry.
Mamarella.
Okay, yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Now, I'm just trying to pick up where they are on the circuit, because while you point out that he's 15th, the actual distance gap
It's
is
huge.
quite large. So 15th isn't perhaps as good as it sounds. He's trapped in his own little group of cars there, because there's the Kostecki and Camilleri and Richards and Olsen battle immediately in front of them. In fact, I see that Camilleri's broken away from that group.
Well, everyone else has had their elbows up. He's had his head down.
Yeah.
And he's been able to put like at half a second a lap over 4 laps becomes 2 seconds, and that's his gap he's got. So he's worked pretty hard to get it.
He's now in a bit of no man's land, though, because there's the gap to the duo of Trent Young and Mike Smith is large. So Camilleri's got a lot of work to do there in Matt Wells's B-Pro car to get up to the next position, and he's not getting any assistance.
A bit of cheeky driving from Holly Espray then as she jumped down the inside of Sean Evans, tucked in behind Frank Mammarello, and gave Sean a bit of hip and shoulder in turn 1. Sean's doing a little bit of bump drafting at the moment. Interesting enough, Frank Mammarello, with that qualifying drama he had, that's really put pay to that really good run I was expecting from them. But this still could unfold for him.
Well, he's just gone through that group of cars. So if he can get away from them, then he can move up to challenge the next car in front of him, I think, is Brendan Strong and Corey Willis's car.
He's only got a 33.
Oh, no, it's the Smiths.
He's only got a 33 in that car at the moment. He needs to have 32s. He doesn't have the pace in the car at this stage.
Well, yeah, but he's been in heavy traffic since the race started. So maybe now that he's at the front of a group, so sort of clear air, we might be able to knuckle down to a time. Of course, Frank Mammarella's been driving Hyundais all year, but much faster ones.
Oh, we've got a problem down in turn 6.
Yeah, we're going to car backwards.
Now it's right up against the tyres. He's got the car started, and he's moving the car away from the tyres.
And that could trigger a clamp down, boys. Our second of the race.
Guys, that is Smith, I think.
Which Smith? Michael?
I think so.
Oh, boy.
Kostecki's into the pits as well,
yeah,
to hand over to Norris, although I think it's
too early.
Too early. It's got to be lap 18.
Well,
we do go clamp down.
Well, they're the cars that have been involved in that incident then, isn't it? Because they've immediately pulled in.
So if that's the case, we're talking...
Yeah, we gathered.
Yeah, we are talking Mike Smith. You are right, Wesley. Picked it up nicely. He's dropping down the order as we speak.
Now, look, unfortunately, I'm going to say to this that we've actually gone to... He's hit the tyre wall fairly hard, guys. So what I saw coming back off the tyre walls, I think, was recoil. So he's gone in very, very deep.
Well, it's been a long way for Michael Tuckwood to come to be in this race, and he may not get a lap.
Well, that's exactly right, and that would be such wretched luck for him. Qualified the car so beautifully for the team this morning.
Kostecki resumes.
Guys, what have we gone to at the moment? So, Kostecki's out, but...
Yeah.
So, now, my point is this. When he goes to this, can he now travel at pace round to the back of the field?
No.
He can't go past?
No, he can't.
So he's held at that pace.
This is like virtual safety car conditions.
We have got a solid red, as we said.
That's right.
Yep.
So 80 k's an hour, he has to maintain that, and he'll be almost a lap down when this thing gets back underway.
Well, he's got to be hoping that the cars in front of him are doing about 70 k's.
Yes, exactly. Wow, what wretched luck, particularly for Mike Smith and Michael Tuckwood. Now that car in so heavy down there. Given that it's such a long race, would they let it run for extended time under clamp down, or would they be better to suspend it and then resume it? That's a question for race control to answer.
No,
depending upon how long it's going to be to retrieve that car.
Well, remember that the reason why this is a 170 race is because of fuel and fuel surge. So we can't extend the race.
No, that's what I'm saying. If you rather than there's the pit window opening now.
Who's on pit duty?
Although would you like to go down, sir? Wes, Jonesy, whoever, someone? Jonesy knows the ins and outs of the aerial down there, I don't.
Attention pit lane, pit window is open,
For mine, that's a lap early, because it was meant to be 18, not 17, so that's interesting. But, all good. Jonesy, thank you. We'll hear from you very shortly. Wes is going to stay up with me in the booth.
This is going to be interesting because now... Whatever tactic you had's now gone now. So this is on the fly. So someone like Parrish, who would be wanting to call the shots, will be on the radio going, guys, look, seriously, I might be a bit spent. I might be a dead duck in this car. I'd rather come in now.
Window is open. Everyone should be coming in.
Well, that's exactly right, Jonesy. You make a very good point.
Because you're losing nothing out of it. So that's the point. You don't want to lose anything out of it. So Mark Jones will go down. I won't have any fold back for him, and I'll have to allow Zach to pick it up. In fact, I can do. You know what I can do though? I'll get a bit smart. I'll open the commentary door. That might work.
So Wes will jump back in a moment. Let's update you on where things are On lap 17, it's Will Brown leading the way from Brett Parrish. It's Declan Fraser third. It's Jordan Boyce fourth. It's Matt Thewlis in fifth. Trent Young, Jake Camilleri, Caden Olsen, Josh Richards, Ben Smith making up the top 10. Frank Mamarella in amongst all that kerfuffle has moved up into 11th. And look at the flurry of activity down pit lane. Jonesy called it beautifully. Brett Parrish in. Jonesy, yours.
Yeah, car 51 came in too. So, righto, Jones, we've got you feeding back a bit though, mate.
All yours. Or not. Okay. Yep.
The Parish car is right next to me here. Here's 195. Bartholomew ready to get aboard.
Smart tactical play from both of those guys, Jonesy. I spoke to VP on Friday, and he said, you know, I'm near 50. It's nice to have a young bloke in there to carry the weight. I said, I thought that might be a tactical thing.
Yeah, Jordan Boyce is in as well, so handing over to...
You know,
three car of Fraser is in, so Brock Feeney's getting aboard.
Yep.
I reckon out of all of these, the ones that's got goal here, Feeney is away, and that's an absolute goal kick there by the number 93 team. They're going to be the first car out.
So they're going to lead the race.
But hang on, Jonesy. There are timed pit stop.
Yes, but if you're that timing is on how fast a pit stop can be. If you're too slow in your pit stop.
Yeah, I don't think that's an issue, Jonesy. I don't think anybody's going to be slow. There is ample time. I could get him out of the car.
Well, okay. Either the 93 car is due for a penalty, or the other three cars that were in the pits at the same time were slow in their pit stops.
Rightio. No use running through the order now because it's all mumbled and jumbled. Now, we've just had the lights go out here, but we are still under clamp down conditions because they are still retrieving that car. My concern was, Jonesy?
The 52 is in, just by the way.
That's, of course, Matt Wells and Jake Camilleri.
Yes, indeed. And the 94 is in now. The 65 of Needham's car is in. Here's 53, Whittington car.
Terrific.
Over to Darren Whittington.
Yeah, terrific. You're dropping in and out there a bit, Jonesy. Terrific opening stint from Will Brown to hand over to Darren Whittington to get us home here. So this is going to be interesting now because Rowbotham's in Parrish's car, Whittington's in his own car. And the other thing that BP said, it's not just because, you know, I'm a little bit older and he's a little bit younger and he'll have a bit more energy. It's also because he's a damn good steerer, Jalen Rowbotham. So he's been on double duty this week and ran the Toyota Ready 6 in the Queensland production cars, now out to drive an XL. Parrish, Boys, Tulis have all... Now, very tactical play from those guys. Get in, get out, and game on for the rest of the racing. There's no way that
Kostecki is out, Morris is in.
Kostecki out, Morris in. Thank you, Jonesy. And away they go. The Seaton, Connor Young and Trent Young car is in the lane.
Darren Whittington in the car now. So Whittington up behind the back of Morris. So he's not in a good position where he wanted to be, I don't think.
No.
So when this rolls out and we go green, this is going to be very interesting. A lot of guys stayed out. One of those is Caden Olsen. Josh Richards stayed out. Keep in mind, they know that they've come down. They've still got to maintain that track position. So they're going to wait till the track to open up. They've got pace in the car. These guys won't be at pace straight away. They're going to gain 4 or 5 laps of those guys building pace and rhythm in the car. They're going to have the pace straight off the ball. That will give them an absolute advantage, and that will be an absolute plus. So look at this. Look at Frank Mamarella got caught coming in behind the safety vehicles, and that slowed his access. He has lost valuable time.
We are about to go back to green because they've just cleared the circuit there. More cars coming in to complete their pit stop. They've just got the stranded car of Mike Smith off the circuit. So we can't be far away from a restart here. And the EFS 4x4 accessories 170.
We have gone green, in fact.
We have gone green. So there we go. Back underway. The resumption of play. Long clamp down. Long chunk of time chewed out of the race. We were a bit concerned that if it was going to take them too long to either repair the car or like remove the car and repair the wall or whatever the case may be, to suspend it and hold it so that we didn't lose too many green flag laps. But it's a tremendous job from the QMSO officials to get us back going as quick as they did.
More cars into the pits, guys. We've got the Mamarella car in for Scott Green. I think maybe they've missed the opportunity now that the race has gone to green flag running. The pit stop is completed and the 67 is rejoining the race. But we've also got Dan Natoli's car is in the pits and the 555 car as well. And the number, by the way, the number 38 car of Mike Smith and Michael Tuckwood has gone straight out the back. They're not rejoining.
Such a shame for Michael Tuckwood, come all this way and not get a race lap. Wretched luck.
Well, Cam Bartholomew now will be flying.
He certainly will.
So race leader effectively is across the start-finish line now, which is the Feeney car. So where is Brown in relation to that? He's behind him now. So it's Brown, Fraser, Parrish, Jordan Boys, Olsen, Richards, and I'm now confused.
Oh, boy. Tyrone Gotti about to jump on and have a listen to the live stream. He's just asking me about it at the moment. So nice to have Tyrone listening in. Shame he's not here, but family and other commitments prevented that. And he would have been another good steerer to have out there on his day. He had Paul Morris co-driving with him last year, actually.
That's what he did too.
Yeah. So shame that there was rumours that Paul Morris and Russell Ingall might team up this weekend. It's a shame that didn't come to fruition.
That would have been fun.
That would have been great fun.
Imagine that. Imagine the seating difference, though.
Yeah. Imagine the banter coming from up here.
Imagine the radio chatter. That would have been... You're going too slow. Now... Lock up into turn 4 and 5. Effectively, our race leaders in turn 4 and 5. Into Snake Gully and exiting it now. So where is car 53? Righto, Whittington's out here now. Start-finish line. Second and third are just coming into turn 6. There is 20 seconds ahead of down the road. That is the gap for our race leaders.
Oh, boy. And it's interesting now when you look at it, Will Brown as the leader of the race benefited greatly from coming in and completing his pit stop under clampdown conditions. So too has Rowbotham, so too has boys. Brock Feeney's in there, he's completed his stop. All the guys that have completed their stop have really benefited from this. The only one that hasn't is Caden Olsen, and with no disrespect to Darren Curry, Olsen's probably the stronger of the combo, and they're keeping him out there as long as they can.
The Josh Richards car, 557, now sitting in position 6. Great. That's been a great drive.
Richards is a fine young talent. Got Chris Heaton with him this weekend as well as a co-driver. We'll just wait and see if there's any more news coming in from Jonesy down the lane, but not at this point in time.
I don't think there's any driver changes left. No, I think they all came.
Every single one of them. That would have been the quickest pit window in XL Cup history. And silly not to, it was long enough to clamp down. But there would have been some guys that lost out because as they come into the lane...
Green, just pile up at turn 3.
Oh, pile up at turn 3. Cars off.
That's Caden. Is that Caden Olsen? No, it's not actually. It's the Hyundai N Sport colour car.
Where are they?
Here, your list is here.
No, the binoculars. Oh,
there we are, binos.
In the car in the factory Hyundai colours, that's Hamilton and Rankin.
Well, that's not the car, I think it is.
3 cars off in the gravel trap, Jonesy.
It looks like the Dan Curry car is one of them.
Might be one of them. Yeah, Dan Curry's car, Caden Olsen, is one of them. Might be Cam Bartholomew. I can't quite make out the number of the light blue car. And this will be another clamp down in this race. Huge drama here on the resumption. It's been a clamp down plagued affair thus far. What's that, number 3?
No, 2.
Number 2.
No, 3.
Yeah.
3.
No, yep. And we are only 21 laps into the thing. This is lap
More
32.
pit stops, guys. More pit stops.
And unsurprisingly so, Jonesy.
The Corey Willis is in.
Righto, James, you're in a bad...
Gordon Smith.
You're in a bad position there, Jonesy. We'll come back to you in a moment, mate.
Ash Izod sitting down there on the wall. Done her job, handed the car over to Angelo. So Have a look at all the drivers coming. Have a look at all the Bepo drivers standing around. They're all a bit hot and bothered. And the only one who doesn't look at all sort of worried is Ash, and she's the freshest.
Yeah. And
she's the part-time racer with a lot of them.
She hasn't hopped in yet.
No, Ash is here.
Yeah, that's
No,
right. Angelo started the car.
No.
Angelo started the car.
They've been in and changed.
Oh, they have?
Yep.
Okay.
Ashley's.
Sorry, I had it down.
I'm just going to check that because Ash is cooling herself down. Ashley Izod.
Jonesy's down on the lane, but the mic is absolutely wretched, and we apologise for that. It's really playing silly buggers with us today.
Ashley Izod, can you hear me? Ash.
Can we get a thumbs up from Ash down there?
She's not paying any attention at all.
No, that's okay.
Hey, Smithy, Josh Smith, can you hear me?
All right.
Now, there's a guy we needed in the car this weekend,
that's exactly
and his
right.
new car's being built.
33 laps to go. Will Brown leads Brock Feeney, Jalen Rowbottom, so it's 1, 2, 3 for the B Pro squad. Board, Goddard, Young, Mashota, Rankin, Allen and Wells, the top 10, and Angelo 11th at the moment. And I'm just having a look here for the 51 entry. Yeah, for some reason, Chelsea Angelo was listed as the start driver on our list here, so if that was a late change, our apologies for that. We could only do the best we could do with the information we had.
Because it's the light orange-brown car.
Yeah.
So I knew they came in because they quickly came in and changed. They were really, really quick on the get-go.
So Darren Whittington leads this race, but it's going to take us a while to clean this one up. So we can confirm that there were 3 cars involved. Jonesy, we've got you.
Yeah, the Air Force car is coming in now.
We saw that, Jonesy. He came in on runway 7 when he came in.
Yes. The Vanta's strong this afternoon. Scott Green's down in 19th position at the moment. Nick Carroll in 20th. And it is Caden Olsen down there. It is also Matt Thewlis and Cam Bartholomew. And we've just had a little bit of trouble picking up the other car that is involved in that one down there. Maybe your eyes are better than mine, Wes. Yeah.
I'll have it for you.
I hesitate to say that it's Josh Richards, actually, because he's the other name dropping down our leaderboard here.
Yeah, I can't see from that distance, but the timing's going to tell us the answer to that question.
Yeah, so the cars dropping down our list are Olsen and Curry, Richards and Heaton, Thewlis and Bartholomew. Such wretched luck, 3 contenders in one moment.
Josh Richards absolutely on the money too. How he was flying, and that's the bit that's probably, once again, they're all showing so much pace. And now it's cost them.
Well, we went for about 11 hours yesterday, just a little bit over 11 hours, and we are into the 9th hour of our broadcast today here at Queensland Raceway on Facebook Live audio and across the circuit as well.
Here's something that the race officials will be monitoring. There is a 14-second gap between Brock Feeney and Whittington.
Yep.
Remember I said when they changed position before prior to the clampdown?
Yep.
The gap was 20 seconds.
Yep. And that's the other thing as well that we've got to have a look at. The margins.
The creeping that can occur.
The creeping that can occur, but also the only way that we can monitor those margins lap on lap is here at the one control line. Unfortunately, there isn't anything in place to monitor sector to sector.
Well, Whittington's just come past now and he's in the middle of traffic, so he's got to negotiate that car that's ahead of him.
There's Feeney there. It's now 8.
Yes, I'm telling you.
And it's 9 to right.
You're right.
So there's some good creeping going on.
But having said that, though, it's not them creeping.
It's
Whittington is being slowed down by the car in front. He cannot pass that car in front. That's going to be the defence, I can tell you now, from everybody, that, hang on a sec, we never went any faster.
Yeah.
Our gap stayed the same. We were in the group. The front guys were slowing down, and the problem is Whittington's being slowed down by the car in front of him, which is the all-car spares car.
Just a quick question, guys, from... do the dark-coloured car of the 3 cars, do we have an identity for that car?
We believe it's Josh Richards, Jonesy.
Oh, dear, okay.
Yeah.
Right, thanks.
So, just recapping, folks, 3 contenders out. We didn't see the incident, unfortunately. we could only hope that someone had a camera on the corner, or otherwise we'll see the onboard footage at some point in time.
I'm waiting
But
to
the,
see
the contenders.
Where's our world's best photographer?
Matthew Paul, I don't know. I'm waiting for a message from him. You know, it's funny. He lives with me, and he just sent me a message after we spoke about it on air. Oh, crap, I forgot your birthday again. 2 years in a row. He's good, isn't he? He's consistent. But he is very good at what he does, Matthew Paul Photography. And it's, Caden Olsen, Darren Curry, Josh Richards, Chris Heaton, and Matt.
Trying to get a word in, Zak. I've got Jake Camilleri here, who's been... you're in the midst of a pretty fierce battle there with Brady Costello and others. How was it out there?
Yeah, no, it was good. I had a lot of fun. Bit different to what I used to drive, but no, we had a really good battle together, side by side, pretty much the whole lap, I think, lap after lap. So no, it was good. I was trying to get a little bit of a break on him so I could get onto the front bunch, but we sort of held each other up a little bit. But no, we had plenty of fun out there.
So, how do things look for you now, right at the moment? Has the pit stop worked for you, or?
No, it didn't work at all. But I think we might be hopefully 5th or 6th, but I'm not sure. So how it all worked out.
Well, thanks very much, Jake, and hope the rest of the race. Oh, hello. We've gone red. We've gone solid red. The race has been called.
Well, it hasn't been called. It's just been suspended for the moment.
Well, yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah. So
the race has been stopped.
It has been stopped, and it's because the retrieval of the cars down the bottom is taking a little bit longer than they would have anticipated. And this is something we talked about with the first clampdown, or the second clampdown, was when they were retrieving Mike Smith and Michael Tuckwood's car down in turn number 6. If it's going to take a long time, for the sake of the race, they're better to stop it and restart it when they don't lose too many race laps, because at the moment, no one's winning from this. However, the big beneficiaries are, well, everybody that was behind by a considerable margin was, because at the end of the day, it's now going to be a line astern single file restart, just like a safety car.
And now,
the race is on.
The race is on. So that bit of what's happened is that bit of benefit that Whittington had, but then lost because of the slower car slowing him down, has now been gone. Now, interesting enough, let's have a look at where this all unfolds. You've got Whittington, Feeney, Robotham, Board, Connie Young, but in the middle of this, a lap down, right, is actually the car of Scott Green and Frank Mammarella.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know. I'm trying to understand this. Are they actually a lap down?
I'm not sure, if I'm honest.
Are they a lap down? Like, seriously, is the timing not picking this up to where I think it should be?
I think you might be onto something there, because if they were one of the last cars in to pit, they would have got the clamp down to green crossover and then dropped.
He got a little balk coming in because of the safety cars in front of him, but he would come out like, have they just rolled the dice and had a cracker?
And that's a huge story if that is the case.
Because to me, that doesn't seem right. He should not be in this lineup at that particular point, because they didn't lap him.
There's tow trucks and flat tows and everything happening down at turn 3 at the moment. It is such a sad scene for 3 contenders to be ruled out this way. And in fairness, as much as we could have kept going around under clampdown, nothing would have progressed in the race. Sensible decision for the race to be stopped here. A reminder to those of you joining us on West Bremer Sport and 2MCE Sport, this is the last race on the program. We'll have the XL presentation at the end of this broadcast. And then for 2MCE viewers, you'll be straight into, Thursday morning brekkie with the chairman, Jeff Cox. West Bremer radio listeners will be straight into your usual Sunday evening fix of music. And everybody else here trackside, you can go off and enjoy happy hour, a well overdue, well-earned happy hour. I know I'm off to the Formula V National Challenge presentation ceremony at the Yamanto Tavern. The work just doesn't stop. It's been good fun. I hesitate to say it because I know it's only 4 weeks away, but the way this event has been in the build-up, the context of the event, the stature, everything else, the work that's gone in, the prep behind the scenes, and then on to the racing itself, it's been like preparing for Bathurst 1000. It has been extraordinary. I think I'm going to sleep very, very well on Wednesday or Thursday.
Well, there's a whole lot of teams that are going to sleep very well too, because there's been a lot of work done outside. But having said that, now I'm starting to worry whether my thing... The car 134 in the middle of this pack definitely is not where it should be. So it has been lapped.
Yeah.
Right? But I'm starting to think whether Mamarella's lap. He was still on the lead lap when and it doesn't seem right.
No,
I'm not sure. I'm still trying to work out where they are, because you look down the field, and car 67 isn't where he was in about position 16 or 17.
Yep.
When it comes through. Now, when they read that, is he that far behind? He can't be.
No. So QRDC round 5, last event of the day.
And here's the interesting thing. I'm looking at the Needham car. Now, the Needham car was the car that was in front of 53.
Yeah.
It was the car holding him up and bringing him back to the field. The Needham car is now the last car on the back of the pack. And when they roll past the start-finish line the next time round, the counter's going to reset everything. There's going to be more cascading cars and times in this timing screen than if you won $1,000 on the pokies.
Yep.
It is going to be going absolutely silly.
Yep. I'm hearing you. And it's going to be up to you and Jonesy and I to be across it for the next 30 laps now, because Darren Whittington, as he sits on the control line, has completed lap 24 of this motor race. And 30 laps to go. And if there was ever any doubt about whether this was going to end under the lights or not, that has now been removed. This is going into the twilight and into the night.
I see Mark Jones in there chatting away with some of the drivers, one of them being my bloke.
Yes.
Jonesy's going because
Jonesy's been
he can and he can't hear. That's his problem.
Yeah.
Jones, your general field for the drivers, are they what's happening down there at this stage? You got any news?
No, that's
obviously no.
No.
That might be Jonesy returning
to the commentary box
after coming back.
And I see there's a couple, like we know Feeney and Robotham have been in, but it didn't register on our
Exactly right. We know they've been in. Again, see, that's the problem.
I don't know about the 23. I didn't see those guys. Now there's the interesting thing. Nash Morris has of course been in twice. Scott Green in once. I'm not sure who beyond that, if anyone, hasn't yet pitted in this race. What wretched luck for this long list of retirements. We had 30 starters. Smith, the first retirement. Thewlis, Richards, Olsen, Sedgley's out there. He's still running. He's the last of the runners. But, it's a game changer, the fact that we have a race suspension and we've had everyone come in and complete their pit stops. It is now essentially 3 10-lap sprints rolled into one.
Two jobs you don't want to be. You do not want to be the race officials trying to do this. The other piece you don't want to be is timing.
Exactly.
Because at the moment, there's no algorithm for this. No. Well, there possibly is.
Yeah. Taking a while to clean things up down there, but it looks like we are.
I just had a moment because I looked out there and I saw the drone.
It's always good to see the innovative social media and media outlets that are covering this event going hard to work with their drones and their cameras and their photo cameras and everything else.
Well,
and us with microphones.
There's our number one supporter of B-Pro.
Yes.
There he is, our little mate.
It's good to see him here as well, isn't it?
He's he's on the tooth too, so he's feeling okay. Like his first thing he did on his left home this morning was his first thing he wanted for breakfast was a quarter pounder.
That's it.
Got to know you're feeling better if you go for a quarter pounder.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with a quarter pounder, that's for sure. Now, as far as everything else is concerned here, so much happening for the XL Cup going forward. There are still 2 rounds of this championship, 2 weeks time off to Lakeside Park, September 27, 28, 29, and then, of course, on the first weekend of November, back here for the Ipswich Classic, incorporating the EFS 4x4 Accessories 200, and also round 8, the finale of the Track Attack Australia XL Cup, going for 3 races that weekend. Scott Green, the leader at the moment. I spoke to him earlier. I said, have you got this wrapped up? He said, mate, I just need to maintain consistency. If I can have 75 points up my sleeve after Lakeside, we're home. And that's exactly right, because it'll only be a 3-race round here.
Jonesy, we're trying to work out at the moment. You might want to go and find out for us. Go past race control and find out what happens now, because that's something we're going to. Oh, that's right. So this is a plan. So at the moment we've got a plan in action.
No, that's good to know.
Righto, away and moving. So
this is good.
So this is going to be interesting.
The glorious sound of Hyundai XL race cars going back into life.
No cascading.
What next? It's already been an extraordinary weekend, an extraordinary afternoon. I mean, if you're just joining us and you want a little quick wrap up of the weekend, because anything that Jonesy and I were going to do in terms of wrapping things up is virtually evaporating right now, because we're going to run out of time in our broadcast window, which is only 8 hours on the 2MCE end of things. The fact of the matter is that Darren Whittington leads this race. It's still got 30 laps to go. We are on lap 25 of 54. Earlier in the day, if you're just joining us, New South Welshman went P1 through 6 to dominate the National Formula V Challenge, and Simon Pace grabbed his first, and he did it to defeat the bridesmaid Dylan Thomas by 0.02 of a second. First National Challenge win for Simon Pace. Brilliant achievement there. And then, of course, on the back end of that, we had Queensland Production Car Championship Racing. Wade Scott TJ Herford winning the first race. Yes, Wes. Oh, we've got a car stopped on the main straight here. Hasn't been able to fire off the restart. What next? This is like Bathurst 2014. Everything that you wouldn't expect is happening.
That's why Lotto
It's the 77.
That's why Lotto jackpotted 150 million.
It's Sean Evans and Ryan O'Sullivan. Would you believe that? Are you kidding me?
That'll be Ryan, actually, because Sean's already got out of the car. Now, what's happening with the restart, gents, is they will restart the race in the order that the cars are on the track right now.
Well, that makes a hell of a lot of sense. Otherwise, there'd be too much more mucking around, I guess.
Well, they're not going to have a restart. Well, not while there's a car on the track.
No. Well, this is going to have to stay on the clamp down at the moment.
And to be honest, they really can't. I would imagine that they actually can't go past the car.
Oh, no, they will. If the car is stopped.
They're coming into pit lane, Jonesy.
I'm telling you, Jonesy, they can't go past the car.
No. So the race is held up yet again.
So they're going to hold it in pit lane while they restart that car.
And this will be the end of lap 25 when Darren Whittington crosses the control line, and we'll have 29 to go as they now retrieve the Ryan O'Sullivan Sean Evans entry.
Get the confused. I didn't say which lap the race was going to be restarted.
Yeah.
It's not going to be this lap, obviously.
No, it's not going to be this time by.
But that when the race does restart, it will be in the running order that the cars are in right now. Basically, how they pulled up at the start-finish line is how they will restart. There's been questions about lucky dogs and sending lap cars back to the rear, past the leaders back to the rear of the field, but no, none of that is going to happen. Everyone's going to restart exactly as they are, exactly on the lap that they are on now.
Well, thank you, Jonesy. Now, interesting times because something has failed in that car.
This is reminiscent of, who was it? Shane Van Gisbergen when he pulled up in the pits there at Mount Panorama, lap 151, 5 years ago. Not to mention as well, as the cars now do head back out onto the circuit,
There's
they
something
get that car on the tow rope.
There's something interesting, and I want to remind people, you cannot warm up brakes and cannot swerve in pit lane.
That's a very good point. Now, we are almost into the second hour of this race. We are only at half race distance, and we haven't had stoppages like this in our previous Enduros for the XLs here at QR. So this is going to extend well beyond what any of us ever thought. It's a good thing we've got a little bit of time up our sleeve in the broadcast window. But Darren Whittington, Brock Fetty, Jalen Robotham, Chris Broad, Seton Connor Young, Brett top 5, Machota in 6, Wells, Angelo. So there
Ryan
you go.
Sullivan's car's been towed into life.
Excellent news. So
just a little bit of heat sink, perhaps, gents, after sitting cold with the engine not running for several minutes.
True, although it's
now the two incidents that have caused all of this, I believe, And this is just going on gossip, I've gathered, rather than anything in particular. But both of them have been triggered by cars that have just lost their brakes or just gone way too deep under brakes. With regards to the first incident, Mike Smith appears to just have completely run out of brakes on the run down towards turn 6.
So this changes everything, doesn't it? I mean, 29 laps to go, 28 when they cross the line. Linus turn single file at the restart. And it's going to be like a safety car restart here. They are actually going to form up an Indian file. It's like a karting restart after a red flag, not the usual clampdown restarts where we see the staggered field. So they're going to be pretty well bunched up, which bodes well for an exciting 28 laps here to get us home on sensational Sunday at Queensland Raceway. Darren Whittington will lead us across the line, but we're not green yet. We're still waiting. We are still waiting to get going. When the field is all bunched up and together again, they'll probably wave the flag. It must be so frustrating for these drivers sitting there, wanting to get into it and being, held up red flag intervals because of the game-changing moments like what we saw for Evans and O'Sullivan that can take place. They just want to get out there and race, and the momentum, the psychology behind it all.
Now, what's happening right now, gents, is the way the cars are pulled up.
Yep.
Some of the cars pulled up not in the order that they were in when the race was red flag. So they're just shuffling the order slightly to put the cars back in the order they were in when the race was
Sullivan
stopped.
has been given a green light to roll through the field.
Yeah, like I said, they're reshuffling the order. But also, something else to bear in mind, the pit window is still open, and not everyone has made their stops.
Green.
We are going green, ladies and gentlemen. After a lengthy delay, we're back underway at Queensland Raceway. Darren Whittington with a clear lead at the moment. The field stretches up the lake straight here. Look at the charge from Brock Feeney. Jalen Robotham in behind him. They've swamped the 134 of Matty Brudd, who's been forced out to dryers lap traffic. That's good to see that he's jumped out of the road. And this is going to be a B-Pro 1, 2, 3, and it's all on from here.
Well, what an interesting restart of the race. In fact, probably something that's never been pre-done before.
Yep.
I've never seen anything like this. This is extremely probably frustrating time because there's no rule book for this.
There's not. And the game has changed as far as the race is concerned. 1 hour in the books, 27 laps in the books. We're at half race distance. Finally. It took us a while, but we're there. Scott Green looking to make his way through there. In amongst traffic with Seaton and Trent Young to turn 1. But he's still showing well down the order at the moment.
Interesting enough, I'm watching the Angelo car. She's got pace on board.
Hamilton is in, so there's these last few cars that have still to make their stops. Hamilton and Rankin are coming in.
Angelo has got some pace on board, guys. She is flying.
We knew she would be. They make their way down to turn 3 once more. So that's 5 B-Pro squad cars in the top 8. How happy would Brett Parrish be at the moment? He'd be a little bit happier if Jalen Robotham was leading this race, but it's Brock Feeney that does. Robotham up on the outside of Whittington. These 3 teammates are going to drink it out for 27 laps, and it's going to be our great privilege to bring it all to you. Commercial free across West Bremer Radio and to MCE as well. Down the hanger straight. Feeney's got 3 car lengths at the moment. We'll have a look at the running order as they come back to the line and see which of our contenders is stuck in lap traffic at the moment. And see if it's just going to be a B-Pro Duke out to the end or not.
The mover and shaker out there is Connor Young.
Oh, yeah.
He is absolutely flying mid-pack. He's got some pace on board. He's got natural exuberance. And you know what? He doesn't care. He does not. Zero given at the moment. He's gonna send this thing.
Yeah, absolutely. So the sun's setting here at Queensland Raceway. They'll be getting ready to flick the switch. The lights will be on here. This will finish in the dark for the second day in a row. We're going night racing, ladies and gentlemen. What an epic weekend of motorsport it's been here at the home of motorsport in southeast Queensland. Down the back straight. Whittington down the inside. Nope, not yet. And Feeney will hold the high line, and that'll put him on the inside for Snake Gully, but he won't need to worry about which line he takes because he's got the lead. He hasn't got anyone side by side with him at the moment. B-Pro squad cars 1, 2, 3, and Seaton Connor Young in 4th. The gap, though, Wes, 4.84 seconds. Last time around, though, Connor Young at 33.9. The B-Pro boys in the 32.0s or the 33.3s. Or the 30, or somewhere in between that number.
He's passing cars in traffic, though.
He is.
And he got clear of it now.
So that's the gap now. We can see it there. Rowbotham down the inside to second.
Double fakes Darren Whittington.
Oh yeah.
Well, that is actually a Darren Whittington move. Double fakes and goes left, goes right, and goes back to the left, then comes back right again. Oh, nice work. Nice work. And Rowbotham was on the brakes then. Behind Feeney. Actually had to stop the momentum of the car. He got such a good run in. Here goes the Curry Olsen car.
Jonesy?
No, not with us.
No, I thought he was trying to break in there. We heard the back, the feedback, but not the case. So a hugely frustrating afternoon for these guys. Stop, start. Hopefully now a clean green run.
Did you guys see who just restarted?
No, we did not. Jonesy, what can you tell us?
Car number 5, Dan Curry, back in the race.
He's lost a couple of laps, though. That's going to be the problem for those guys. Darren Curry back out there.
Have a look at this.
And car 33 is in the pits with the bonnet up. It looks like the engine has, they've got dramas aplenty there, so they're done.
Challenge for the lead, side by side through turn 5.
That's the Rankin Hamilton entry that Jonesy was just talking about.
2. Here comes Whittington again. Now he's going to tuck in behind Feeney, but he won't. He'll actually push Rowbotham through. Oh, look at this. Here's the under and over coming. He is going to hold speed on the exit of 6. Watch this, folks. 3 wide on the front straight.
Down the main straight, the B-Pro squad cars go. They've been 3 wide down here before. Don't rule it out again. Rowbotham pushing Feeney. These guys, as the lights go on here at QR, these guys were pushing each other all the way last year as teammates. Now they're pushing each other as rivals yet in the same team squad as well. So they didn't have it their own way though last year. They had all sorts of bad luck as a combination. Now they're going to duke it out as 2 separate individuals fighting for 2 separate cars on the back straight here as we have lights on with 24 laps to go.
Connor Young's got nothing to the pace of 3. These guys at the moment, they've broken away. They're using each other. They're bump drafting.
Rowbotham down the inside of Feeney. Feeney holds it wide on the outside. Have a look at that. And look who's there.
You'll have the exit speed too. This is going to be interesting. At what point does Darren Whittington say,
let's go 3 wide and make a real race of it?
No, don't do that. that is only going to end in tears.
Seaton Connor Young, 4.6 seconds in arrears of this, but if they keep fighting like this, he'll be there in no time.
But they're not. The problem is they're not slowing each other down. In fact, the side drafting, the bump drafting, everything else.
Rowbotham kisses the dirt on the exit of 5.
Oh, he's going to have a run.
Oh, yeah.
Here he goes, deep on the brakes in the 6.
Not yet.
Last driver change just completed, car 23.
Thank you, Jonesy. 23, of course, the combination of Machota and Sadler. So Machota now out of contention in all of that. Great driver change for those guys. 23 to go. Feeney, Rowbotham, Whittington separated by 0.6 of a second. This is how we like it. So the second hour of the EFS 4x4 Accessories 170. That's a good thing about it being a distance race rather than a time race. That, even though it means a later finish for us, that stoppage doesn't affect us greatly.
Bit of bump drafting going on now. Whittington onto the back of Rowbotham. Back onto the back of Feeney. Feeney takes a little stab of the brakes. Connie Young needs board to help him.
Yeah.
He needs that momentum kick. So they need to work together. But I don't think he's got the pace to take him. Connor Young seems to have all his own pace that really Board's getting no advantage. So the lights are on, and the rest of the field is chasing them down.
What a lovely sight it is. It's nice for our eyeballs as well, Wes, that the sun has fallen behind the trees on the western side of the circuit.
Attention pit lane, 5-lap warning for pit window closing, 5-lap warning for pit window close. Thank you.
So 31 make that 32 laps in the book. And Brock Feeney PBs for Rowbotham and Whittington that time round. 32-1 for Feeney, 32-0 for Rowbotham, 32-1 for Whittington, and Connor Young there with a 33-0. So they've gapped Connor Young that time around. It's now 6.5 separating the top 3 and 4th.
TU's quick on the track at the moment, but nowhere to be seen, believe it or not, is Ryan O'Sullivan.
Yep.
Right, he has got he's doing 33s. And he's faster than anybody else that's ahead of him. He did go down that lap when they passed him.
So the margin, 0.2 first to second and 0.59 separating first, second and third, if you don't mind. And these guys are teammates. We talked about the potential for our good mates at B Pro to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, they've got 3 pieces of the puzzle sorted at the moment. Down the inside. Feeney trying to defend Rowbotham on the outside at Snake Gully and does so for the moment. It's going to be interesting to see how these guys adapt to the cooler temperatures on the circuit as well. Too wide through Snake Gully.
The under and over, but now they're going to go side by side and Darren Whittington says, tag, my turn.
Thank you. And he goes straight down the inside of Rowbotham. Back to the main straight. 21 laps to go.
Or 3-1 into turn 6. Back further.
That is incredible. No holds barred in this XL racing. As we said at the start, a 54-lap sprint. Sure, we've had a couple of stoppages, but this is exactly what we wanted to see tonight.
Well, as that air's got colder too, the HP's come up. The tyres are coming back. All right, so we should see some more 31s out of these cars. As the fuel load lightens as well, keep that in mind. They're going to lose 40 kilos of weight.
Matthew Paul asked me the question, and I'm sure a few of you are wondering on Facebook Live, is this race time certain? No, it is not. As I said to Wes Beadman, this has Bathurst 2014 memories written all over it. Ryan O'Sullivan stalling there like Van Gisbergen did in the pits. And then also David Reynolds coming unstuck under a clamp, or a safety car as it was back in the day. It's got Bathurst 2014 written all over it. There's going to be drama right to the last.
Board and Seaton Young are working together. Board was on the bumper bar. Yep. Push. Here we go.
Board actually moved into 4th place a couple of laps ago, and they've swapped over positions again since then.
But the gap's 7 seconds, and they're slower than what Feeney, Whittington and Rowbotham are.
Yeah, these 3 out front are a machine together. Now, are they doing it? Is there a plan in place here that, okay, guys, 10 laps to go, it's on. No holds barred. The car that we're forgetting about in the middle of there is Wells Angelo. And have a look, he's in position number 8.
Yeah, Corey Willis.
I told you guys.
Brendan Strong.
Is that Corey at the wheel or Nick Rangeley?
Brendan Strong started the car with Corey Willis in for the finish.
Righto.
Strong, of course, another Super 3 supercar driver.
Okay, righto. We're just getting word, Dave Shinner's informing me that Mike Smith broke a rear brake line cable. Or a rear brake line, I should say. So thank you for that, Dave. I'm between messages and phones at the moment, so I've only just got that message, mate, from 10 minutes ago. But that's the news. That's what happened to those guys there.
I did say, that the car had made a complete brake failure.
Yep. So, Michael...
And I've walked past the car...
For Michael Tuckwood.
Well, yeah, I walked past the car on the trailer downstairs just now, and the left-hand side of the car is completely caved in over the entire length.
That's such a shame for him. That might rule him out of 2 weeks' time at Lakeside as well, round 7 of the championship.
I can't see that car being ready for 2 weeks.
Oh, boy, you feel sorry. I mean, my word of the day has been wretched, but it's so true. I mean, for Michael Tuckwood, the chance to race while he's over here on family assignment presented him a beautiful opportunity to get back behind the wheel, and he didn't even get to turn a lap, head into a corner in an anger in this race, which is so unfortunate. But look at this. This is set up so perfectly for the last 19 laps of this race. It's going to get difficult for us to spot cars in a moment because it's going to be pitch black here in about 20 minutes, but Brock Feeney leads. It's Jalen Rowbotham second. It's Darren Whittington third.
Car 41's just wandered through the pit lane, although they're a long way down in the entry, so there's been a couple of additional problems. Entry. Yeah.
So just behind that top three, second Connor Young fourth, Board fifth, Wells sixth, Angelo seventh, and Willis eighth. So Wells and Angelo 5 B-Pro cars in the top 7, would you believe that? If anything happens to Seton Connor Young and Chris Board, contact or whatever, those guys are going to go straight in there. However, Wells is only a second off Board now. And Angelo is 6 seconds away. I don't think 10 seconds is going to be redeemable in the remaining 19 laps.
Jason Hannigan's a bit of a man on the move at the moment. He's just worked his way past the Ben and Gordon Smith car. Gordon's at the wheel, and Tom Needham's car as well. So he's moved into 9th place.
I know it means nothing given how close they are, but Jalen Rowbotham on lap 35 of this race just set his PB 1:32.0336. Compared to Brock Feeney and Declan Fraser, their PB was on lap 12 when Fraser went into the 31s. The only car to go into the 31s in this race so far, the fastest lap of the race. So it's interesting to see who's adapting to the conditions in terms of the car performance better than others. But at the moment, nothing separating the B-Pro squad, although the younger two members, Feeney and Rowbotham, have got a couple of car links on Darren Whittington. And we should point out a couple of birthdays in area here as the pit window is closed here at Queensland Raceway. We have got 18 laps to go.
Attention pit lane, attention pit lane, pit window is closed, pit window is closed.
And now a new fastest lap for Brock Feeney, a 1:31.85, 31.9 for Rowbotham. They put a second on Darren Whittington. Hey, a couple of birthdays in the XL Cup paddock this week. Happy birthday to Darren Whittington. Happy birthday to Michael Antonieff as well for a week or so ago. And I know he'll be listening via Facebook Live. 50 this year for Michael. Congratulations. Raise the bat.
And good to see Grumpy up and around after the knee reconstruction as well.
Yes. And I know we were interested, we were talking about him at the start of the broadcast, how our good mate Cliff Sedgley's faring. Well, he's down in 24th and still running at the moment, him and Andrew Bond, so that's really good to see. They are a couple of laps down, but they are still circulating.
Righto, Whittington's dropped off the back of this battle at the moment, and it's still Brock Feeney and Rowbotham at it. And Rowbotham is tucked now. Has Whittington got it? Whittington fallen off? Has he spent the tyres? Has he got a problem? Is anything different about that car? The car that's moving through the field now is the another one of the cars, and that is in fact, is that Angelo coming through? No, it's not. Angelo's further back now, but it's Wells actually. It's the 52 car. Yep. So another one.
Yeah, Matty Wells.
So another one of those cars is coming through to join him.
And that could be a B-Pro 1, 2, 3, 4 before too long. And they'll be willing Angelo on. There's no doubt about that. Scott Green just going by our start-finish line 14th, and the first of those a lap down. I can't believe that the championship leader, after all the bad luck they had, of course, had to go and do some changes after the oil issues in qualifying, had to rush back to the workshop, bring some parts out, put the car back together. But I can't believe that they've got a lap down, a combination that strong, Green and Mamarella.
This race has unfolded into something that you really couldn't write these scripts.
No, and
you can't conceivably throw this many tangents in. I just want to say something here. Whittington's fallen off the back of this bus. He's got nothing. At this stage, he is a full 0.7 of a second off their pace. He can't go with them.
No, he cannot.
But what's going to happen? Are they burning their tyres up?
Well, that's a good point as well. Although, are they going to burn slightly less quickly, slightly slower?
Oh, change for the lead coming. Look at this, down the inside. Rowbotham on Feeney.
Unable to get it done in the first part of the corner, but he'll hold the inside line for the second part of the corner.
Got
it done.
Got him on the exit.
Feeney for the switchback, 2x2, side by side down the main straight. The young blokes. Have a look at this. Feeney on the inside. Will he get him under brakes? Rowbotham doing all he can to hold him off, but he can't do a thing. Feeney goes back through the lead once more. Now watch Rowbotham. Can he get the switch back on the inside to 2? No, he can't. Feeney has it covered for the moment. But what we were saying about, as I bring the voice back down to a normal level, the tyre wear issue, because the track temperature is going out, it's cooling off. Is tyre wear going to be one of those things where it takes longer? Because if that's the case, these guys might be okay in the long run.
Where did Whittington have his tyres preset at?
Well, that's
What have they come back? Are they starting to bag now? Did he have too low a pressure in him? The other guy started. Now they're equalised. With the track temperature coming down, these guys aren't getting the fall. Has Whittington's tyres come out of that window?
It's a very good question, and only they'll be able to answer that when we get to the presentation a little bit later on this afternoon. Yeah, don't forget, we've still got that to come your way tonight, ladies and gentlemen. The XL Cup, EFS 4x4 Accessories 170 presentation. The boys will spray the champagne in Victory Lane. In about, 16 laps time will be the end of the race. So what's that, about 30 minutes of racing still ahead of us here. And then, the long pack-up begins in the dark under the lights of the Ipswich night sky here at Queensland Raceway at the end of Champions Way, Willowbank. What an extraordinary long weekend. It was billed as the event of the year, and none of the racing's disappointed thus far. And look at these two B-Pro teammates, the young blokes, Feeney and Rowbotham, still nose to tail. 0.29 of a second separates them. We got 15 to go.
Now, I've just been down in race control.
Yes.
Now, we're going to have to say the results going across the start-finish line when the race is completed are provisional.
Oh.
There's a number of investigations going on with regards to speeding in the pit lane and speeding under clampdown. But no race numbers have been given to me, so I can't even give you a hint as to who it might be, but it's multiple cars.
Okay, I stand corrected, ladies and gentlemen. We may not be able to bring the presentation here tonight because the results may not be known until tomorrow.
There's possibly going to be some timing anomalies too.
Well, yeah.
We will have results tonight. It's not going to be, come back next week and you might find out. We will.
Next week's edition, please join Zak Caban and the team at Queensland Raceway for round 2. No, it won't be that at all.
No.
I haven't done that voice for a while.
No, you haven't. I can't go that hard next weekend because when I'm here commentating the Superbikes, Terry O'Neill keeps me on a leash. And I think the vocal cords would actually give out if I went that hard again next weekend.
Have a look at this gaggle of cars trying to work together.
Matt Wells has got bumped in a 4th spot. That's the key point there. B-Pro cars now 1, 2, 3, 4. Where is Chelsea Angelo?
Coming.
She's about 10 seconds back. Could they pull off the unimaginable?
She does have the pace to go with them at the moment, unfortunately.
Jalen Rowbotham, second car of the race into the 31s, pushing Feeney all the way. He's got a 31.90.
Young's having nothing of that.
No, not at all. Back down the inside. So Trent and Seaton got a Young's car back to 4th spot. And I think I've dropped another cylinder.
I was just actually looking at a lot of the cars running the high vis light at the back, which is some people call them a follow me light, depends what you want to do. But I'm amazed they're still working in the back of Hyundais, because I don't think Bryn's road going version works. They all tend to fracture and get hurt. So good to see these guys running everything quite bright and light. Look at this battle. It's a cracker. Now, what's interesting is you look at that pace and that gap. Whittington, they've done 31s in front of him. He's 32s. The pace has picked up. Whittington stayed. The gap hasn't really got out, but he can't match the pace, guys. He just can't match that pace.
Yeah, Feeney and Rowbotham are doing 31s. Whittington's doing 32s. That's the simple arithmetic there.
Well, he's got no
half a second lap slower than his teammates at the front of the field. Now, by the same token, the top 3, assuming nothing happens to them, are in no danger from anyone else because the 3 of them are lapping 2 seconds of a lap faster than everybody else.
I just want to say something too. Ryan Sullivan at the moment coming back through the field is in position 15, effectively because of the start knob out the cars, and they passed him on the inside pit lane. He's lost a lap. What might have been for him? He's actually lapping cars. He's right up behind Chelsea at the moment, and he's catching her. This
Yeah.
car's got pace
There's
late in the
Chelsea.
race. What could have been for those guys? Where would they have been? They would have been somewhere in the top 10, top 6, top 7 cars.
Agreed. And also, he's going to be very shortly on the bumper bar of Scott Green in the battle to be the first of those a lap down. Battle for 14th place. If you can call it a battle at this point of the day.
But that's what I said. Oh, we've got to spin it over in turn 4.
Yeah, so
We do.
I was just going to say,
Our race leaders have just arrived there too. So slowing traffic in front of them. And that's the car 100. That's
the Bates, yeah.
car.
It's Bates Robertson, yeah. Wow. Good to see Greg Robertson back on the XL Cup stage as well. Last time we saw him, he was on his little lakeside.
Could we possibly suggest that that's the Bates Hotel car?
No, we couldn't.
No. Very
We'll
good.
get Alfred Hitchcock involved in this one. Now, here comes Trent Young. Oh, sorry, I should say Seton Connor Young. Doing a
Matt
little bit
Wells.
of bump drafting on Matt Wells. As these 4 cars, they're fighting over, 4th place. They're not going to make the podium,
No.
but they're continuing to fight over this 4th
Anything
place.
can happen. It's happened
yes.
so far.
I did say that before, that barring,
And,
other
and if
incidents.
anybody can put the kiss of death on a race, you and I are very well qualified, Mr. Jones. Because we have done it to several people in our career.
Oh no, we've been eclipsed over the last year by this
By
fellow over
this
here
man
with the ZC initials.
ZWC strikes again. Nicely done. Not for the first time. I used to be the commentator's curse in New South Wales as well.
Yeah.
So.
You've been zwacked.
Oh dear. What about this, boys? 12 laps to go. Now it's a sprint race, and it's still between Feeney and Robotham. Still, there they are, coming up the lake straight. Our 2 race leaders, 0.3 of a second separating them here. This is extraordinary motor racing in the closing stages. If you split it up into 9 6-lap sprints, we're about down to the last. We're into the last 2 of those now. It's like the laps around the Champs-Élysées on the last day of the Tour de France, essentially. Everyone's having a friendly ride, and now they're going to duke it out and get serious because at the end of the day, they do want to win the thing.
Yeah, I've been down on the pit wall for most of the race. Trust me, that's not the case. It's been serious from go to way.
Well,
there's no festival stuff going on here.
There's no champers yet. There's no champers yet. 43 in the book. Feeney, Robotham, Whittington, the top 3. Wells is 4th, but under pressure from Seton, Connor Young and co.
When you were talking about in the middle of the race there about how Brett Parrish must be smiling with the way the team's going, nope, no smile. Focus. I was standing next to him at the time. This is race drivers for you. No one smiles until it's done.
It's no blinking at all.
Yeah.
Oh, down the inside now. Robotham on the inside of Feeney into turn 3. Feeney's got the run on the outside again, so that won't. Now, this is going to be interesting. They are coming into slower traffic. It's going to take a couple of laps to get there. Well, it mightn't. Actually, they might be there pretty quickly, actually, dead set honest. They are just electric at the moment, these pair, and they are flying. So what's going to occur here is that this traffic is going to affect their running at probably 2 very vital parts of the racetrack, turn 1 and 2 at this stage.
That's exactly right. Robotham on the brakes, behind Feeney there. He follows him through the corner. 10 laps to go, ladies and gentlemen. The EFS 4x4 accessories 170 not over yet.
Wells and Connor Young have found some pace, and they're now moving sharply away from their 2 playmates that they've been operating with for about a dozen laps or so.
But they're not going to make up 15 seconds to Whittington now.
Well, they're not going faster than him anyway. So it's they're just going faster than the 2 cars they were fighting with. So yeah, Seton Connor Young and Matt Wells, 4th and 5th. They're starting to put a big gap between themselves and Chris Board and Chelsea Angelo, of course. Actually, no, Angelo's not in touch. The other car that's in that 4-car group is actually, of course, Scott Green, who's a lap down. So that 4-car fight we've been describing for a long time, only 3 of them have really been in position.
Brett can't cop it. Come in here, son. Come and have a seat.
Come and have a seat, Brett. Come and have a chat. Brett Parrish into the commentary booth. Mate, you've got to be delighted. Top 4 and Chelsea Angelo flying the flag for the girls in 7th, but your stress levels must also be high because these Enduros have eluded you for the last couple of years, and Feeney has got the measure on Jalen by the narrowest of margins at the moment. It's anyone's game. Look at them now.
Yeah, just look at them go now. I mean, look at these 2 young guys in the same cars just going for it. Unbelievable.
Robot them down the inside. In the dusk at QR, the 54 takes the lead.
And he's cleared him too. That's what he needed to do. And he's holding him wide. So now this is where I think Jay Robotham said about enough. Yeah. Oh, hello. No, he's not going to give Feeney any room.
No way Brock is going to give up. No way.
Big moment at the exit of 5.
Further back, no car involved in terms of getting... Oh, they're 2x2 through turn 1. You can't take it, Brett. This is great to watch.
It's very hard. It's awesome to watch. Very hard to take.
Just going to take your pulse rate here for a moment. Nurse Beadman on hand. Can we get the defibrillator up here from Brett Parrish?
They were saying the same thing about me earlier in the day. No, the dust cloud, nothing eventuated that. That was just a car running wide. No car getting caught, stuck there or bogged. So that was good to see. The focus is on Feeney and Robotham.
I mean, we're very, very happy with Chelsea too. Chelsea's driving an awesome race this afternoon.
I'll tell you what. Look, actually, Ozod's opening stint, she was right in the money in that whole group. And and I've got to say, mate, all credit to you. She said she's never driven a better race car.
It's nice to hear that, Wes. Thank you.
And Chelsea's driven a few at a time, Wes. TCR Australia. I mean, those guys, we spoke to them earlier in the weekend, and they said it's a totally different ball game, but it's a more relaxing weekend, and it's great to be here. They were so excited. So many people are loving the concept of coming and driving in these Hyundai XLs, and as a 4-time champion, you must be proud of not only the team you've assembled for this weekend, but also the calibre of drivers elsewhere in the paddock that have assembled for this race.
I'm going to jump in. Yeah. Whittington's found pace.
Yep.
Car's come back on. So whatever that gap is now, we've got 8 laps to go. He's got some pace coming on the car. He's still got some fight in him.
Out to 5.24.
Darren, he does his best work in the dark, Darren Whittington, I'm telling you.
He always has, yes.
Just to go back to what we were saying, mate, the calibre of drivers here is superb, not just in your team, but the field as a whole. And as someone who's been here for much of the XL Cup history, you must be proud of the reputation that XL Racing's formed in the country.
Yeah, very proud of what expectation the category's getting now and the calibre of drivers that's attracting, because it's door handle to door handle, as you can see.
It certainly is.
And your team alone attracting the calibre of co-drivers that want to drive in the team as well. That's not a bad thing.
It's pretty good to have Will Brown, Chelsea D'Angelo, Jake Camilleri turn up.
Yeah, I just wanted to break in there right at the moment. Something has happened with Chris Board there in 6th place. He suddenly dumped 6 seconds out of his race position. So Chelsea might be on to catch Board before this race is done. Now, potentially, that Board might have been the source of that big dust cloud over here at turn 5.
That's very true.
But yeah, something happened there. He went from a 33 to a 39. He's back up to pace again, and he gained a second on Chelsea Angelo last time around.
3.5 seconds between that pair at the moment. 3.5 seconds between that pair at the moment, Jonesy. So we watched that battle unfold. Angelo and Board.
There's Board's there now between 5 and 6. Chelsea's just exiting turn number 5. So she's now within the 100-metre mark of him.
This is an incredibly tight fight at the head of the field. They're all 2 teammates.
Wells and Young going at it.
Connor Young going at it for 4th and 5th. And Connor Young's on the outside, but he can't get the job done.
Wells has found some speed in that car this weekend for sure. So and so Seaton really.
And Matt's really come on leaps and bounds as a driver in the last 12 months as well, mate.
He was always going to improve. He's just got that natural ability in him. So.
Yep. So where are our leaders? There they are. Have a look at this. Not much separating this, is there? 4 tenths of a second. First to second. we said it at the start. It's just like a 54-lap sprint, and it's delivered in spades. I said at the start of the weekend that this is the best race meeting we've seen here this decade, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to stick with that statement and not regret making it, because everything is delivered as they make their way down into turn 6. One more time, back to the line. 6 laps to go, gentlemen.
This is just
round to the race.
This is just a warm up for Brock for next weekend at Shannon's for the Super 3.
That's exactly right. The Super 3 standings for him at the moment. He leads that championship, and it'd be great for him if he was able to knock it off next
Last
weekend.
car on the lead lap is in fact Carr. Look at the times. Look at the
Bradley
consistency. He's closing on Hannigan too. Well, he's not going to get there, but he's closing on the back of that top 10 feet. What a great drive by him. Done the job, head down, moving forward.
Closing stages here. What a race this has been.
Oh, Seaton's going at Wells again.
I dare say next year you're going to ask to run this race in the dusk, mate, because
there's a few people going
loves their night racing here.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a few people going to miss their flight tonight.
Well, this is very true.
But they're here watching one of the best races for all year. Absolutely.
I think I might end up missing the Formula V presentation. Actually, that's how that's going. I'll make some phone calls at the end of this and make sure they can hold that up for us. But Feeney, Robotham, Whittington, Wells, and Connor Young, the top 5. Board 6th, Angelo 7th, Willis Smith and Hannigan the top 10, and just battles forming right throughout the field. Angelo, Willis is right there at Angelo now, so watch that battle. 1.3 seconds between that pair. Feeney leads, Robotham second. I believe that's them coming into turn 6 now. Round onto the main straight to complete yet another lap here as Brad Carr completes lap number 48. So 49 in the book. 5 to go this time by, and Brock Feeney leads by 2 car lengths over Jalen Robotham. If you're going to be beaten by anyone, you may as well be beaten by a teammate, mate.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit sweeter. In some way, I'm trying to find it now. But anyway,
you keep searching for that. You keep searching for that, because
I'm looking. Where's I'm looking?
No.
I don't think it is, man. Like, I'd rather lose to somebody else than the teammate. I really would, because the teammate's going to be nigging into you for the extra. Like, mate, seriously, I had you covered the whole time. I was just playing with you.
Paul Feeney will never let me forget this for sure.
That's exactly right. I said to you at the start of the weekend, was there the prospect of a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 going through your mind? Well, 1, 2, 3, 4 is pretty damn good.
It was going through my mind, but I wasn't going to say it.
All the same, this is a reasonably impressive way to celebrate 200 motor races in XL Cup cars here, Mr. Parrish.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Actually, we didn't get a chance to even mention that yesterday, because we didn't get a chance to interview him because he's been running around like a rabbit jackal all weekend. That was race 2 yesterday, was it not?
Race 2 yesterday, and it's gone very fast.
Well, I've thought about this, the way your voice has ended up, 200 decibels for you and 200 race starts for him. So we're probably on the money, aren't we, really?
I think you hit about 300 this weekend here.
I had people over on points 2-1 and 2A and 4 saying, we don't normally hear you. We heard you this weekend. My job here is done. 0.4 won the margin. 4 laps to go this time by the line. They're closing on Bradley Carr. They will get to him before this race is over.
Here they come now.
Across the line. 4 laps to go. 3.5 minutes past 6 local time. If you're joining us on Facebook Live. Pitch black almost here at Queensland Raceway. Lit up beautifully by the new permanent lighting here at the circuit, which has been a real hit. And I wouldn't be surprised if we do more night racing next season. Such is the popularity of that investment by John Tetley and the team here. Back straight upon us. Holding on. Big moment further back.
Now that was interesting, because they both got a bit squirrely on the exit.
Yeah, the cars are moving around out of 2.
And I was seeing alternate headlights from the front of Feeney's car. So that was a bit of a moment. Now it looked to me like Robotham lifted to give him some room.
What was your advice to Jalen before the race? If it was to come down to an out-and-out fight, was he either sit there and wait or just go for it when he thought that the moment was right?
You can't stop a racer.
You can't stop him. He'll go. He'll take it. Feeney will do the same thing, so it doesn't matter. They're both the same.
It could be a side-by-side photo
Both
finish.
very, very talented young drivers, these two.
What an incredible day we've had here at Queensland Raceway. Again, you'll hear from the top 3. We hear it'll be provisional at the end of this race. We know it'll be a B Pro 1, 2, 3 at this stage. Good performance from Darren Whittington, just not the pace to go with these boys at the moment. At the start of the second portion of this race, it looked like it was going to be a three-way fight. Now it's two.
I don't know. We don't know what's happened to Darren's car, whether something's gone wrong or whatever. But he's always got the pace. That's for sure.
He'd be very happy with his round win though yesterday in the
Oh,
XL Cup.
that Carnes
Brock's going to get the better run here.
Oh,
He's going to get in the road.
Jalen.
No, he didn't actually. Didn't
Got
hurt him at all.
Oh no, that's good.
He just committed. He committed at the towel that he was going to go.
He was going to go.
Well done, Bradley Carr, stepping
getting
right
out of
over
the
the
road.
road there to make sure that
was
they
the
were well impeded.
He was the last one on the lead lap too, so they've now lapped everybody up to
Except the top
position
11.
12.
So the top 11 on the lead lap, everyone else behind them. And we should point out that Corey Willis has got by Chelsea Angelo. So Willis into 7th and Angelo 8th. Smith is 9th, Hannigan 10th. So a good run from Hannigan and Spray here as well. We've been so enthralled in this fight for the lead that we should just quickly run through the top 10.
Problem.
5, sorry.
Binos.
There.
In fact, that looks about like one of the Aussie Auto cars, actually. From what I can see on the edge. He's well off the racetrack, which means he's not going to affect anything in the final couple of laps here.
And that should mean we get
Got the car running again, so he's coming back on, but hopefully he doesn't make an unsafe re-entry.
I think we'll be okay.
No, it
Well-
wasn't. It wasn't actually.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, exactly right. I agreed. Orange and black car, can't work out whose. We'll find out very shortly.
Yeah, we certainly will when they come around across the line.
Yeah, was it
Gordon and Ben Smith?
You're right.
So they've dropped down to 11th now. Tom Needham and Chris Holt into the
Race
top
leaders.
10.
2 laps remaining.
2 laps remaining. It's Feedy and, of course, Declan Fraser from Robotham and the man alongside us. Whittington and, of course, Will Brown in 3rd. Wells and Camilleri 4th. Connor Young and Young in 5th. Board and his co-driver Jordan Boyce sitting there in 6th spot. Angelo and Izod 7th has got back by Corey Willis, so we need to keep an eye on that. Hannigan and a spray up to 9th. Needham Holt make up the top 10.
Ryan Sullivan's dragging young Angelo with him, and he's dragging her past cars as well, so she's got some pace on.
Brock gone so deep there into the 3. Guys, I'm going to go back down the pit wall. This is killing me. I'll let you have a good chat up here.
Good on you,
Well
mate.
done,
Well
Ben.
done.
We'll see you at the presentation one way or another, mate. Thank you. And we are inside the final lap and a half now. Our leaders approaching Snake Gully. It is nothing but a sea of headlights and taillights from the commentary position here as the XL Cup goes into the night here at Queensland Raceway.
Angelo's back into 7th place, just by the way, ahead of Willis. So there's a bit of toing and froing going on there. I'm wondering actually if Willis might have been caught up in the incident with what's happened with Gordon Smith. They were roughly at the same place at the circuit.
That's very true. Rightio, last turn, main straight, last lap, board's about to fly here at Queensland Raceway. 1 to go. Feeney leads, Robotham 2nd. He's got 3 car lengths. He's got 0.45 of a second. It might be enough. Caution at turn 1. Caution lights on at turn 1. So there is an incident somewhere around the circuit.
So they've actually passed 2 cars under. Well, they passed a car under caution, but he did pull aside and let him go past.
Back straight for the last time.
He's got to run.
He's right there. This is going to be neck and neck sort of stuff. Will he be brave enough to go deep under brakes, or is he going to save it for 4 and 5? There he
Sends it down the
goes.
outside.
Round the outside, and if he can hold it there, it'll put him on the inside for the run up to turn 4. No wonder Brett Parrish's heart rate's going through the roof.
There is a car off at turn 6.
Okay.
So if there's any overtaking to be done, it's got to be done at Snake Gully because turn 6 is now blocked out.
That's exactly right.
We were on caution everywhere, so the flashing light for caution is down here. It's not going to get it done. He's not going to get it done.
No. So Brock Feeney and Declan Fraser. Feeney on the precipice of Super 3 glory next weekend. He's got that title to try and sew up at Sandown.
He can't pass him.
He might be able to just get the job done here unless Robotham gets a tremendous run onto the main straight. Round they come. Checkered flag in the air. Brock Feeney and Declan Fraser get the job done in a B-Pro Classic at Queensland Raceway. The EFS 4x4 accessories 170 goes to the youngsters.
And again, Brett Parrish gets robbed to the victory.
Oh, boy.
He'll be as happy as buggery, but he would love to have won it again. Oh, right, what a finish.
Third place to Darren Whittington, who's coming down the main straight now. That is a tremendous drive from him and Will Brown. Will Brown set it up perfectly for them.
Matty Wells, this is going to him and Connor Sealing Young have just had, look at this.
Oh, photo finish. Wells got it. Wells and Cavalieri fourth. It's a B-Pro. 1, 2, 3, 4. Happy days, ladies and gentlemen. Seaton and Trent. Connor Young in for fifth. Chris Ford and Jordan Boyce sixth. Chelsea Angelo's going to get the job done over Corey Willis for seventh and eighth. That was great racing. Jason Hannigan and Tom Needham still to come around.
The car that's parked over there in the sand trap at turn 6 is Ryan O'Sullivan.
Oh, wretched luck. In the last couple of laps, there's that word again. In the last couple of laps, for Ryan O'Sullivan, after the drama they had on the restart, to not get to the checkered flag.
It's heartbreaking. Motorsport, it's a cruel, cruel woman. It really, really is. Congratulations to Brock Feeney and Jay Robotham and Darren Whittington. What a top three. Three very talented guys. Wellesley comes home for 1, 2, 3, 4 for B-Pro. Next, they 1, 2, 3, 4 and 7 out of the cars. Well done to those guys. Fantastic result. And once again, guys, what a privilege to come and be involved in what is probably a premier endurance race in Queensland racing.
Great to have you back in the seat as well, mate. Absolutely fantastic. Stay with us, though, as we wrap things up here. Just looking back through, Gordon Smith, Ben Smith at 11th, Brad Carr 12th, Scott Green and Frank Mamarella 13th. The Imhoff entry, number 71, in for 14th, and then Sadler in for 15th, of course, with...
That's Imhoff, that's the Air Force car.
No, Imhoff was up here in 14th. I'm talking about 15th, the 23 entry, of course, and that was Machota with
that's actually
with Sadler there.
That's actually a great result for them because they were the team that was caught out with all of the pit stops because they were the last team to do their pit stops, and that was well after everybody else, and it was the only team that did their driver change after the race suspension.
That's right.
I'm going to have a big shout out. We're going to go through them. We go through you go to Sheridan, Natoli, Roon, Harrison Bates, and Robbo.
Yep.
Harrison Bates on debut, never been in a racetrack before, done a couple of bits and pieces, comes out here, this young, talented speedway driver. What a fantastic result for those guys. A top 20 finish in a really big field, and to be 2 laps down on a field and lapping in consistent times in a car that really does not have the development of anyone else. You know, seriously, hats off to you. Well done, boys.
Absolutely. 8 retirements and all of that. O'Sullivan, Curry, Brown, Rankin.
Hang on. There's still 3 cars you missed there. We only got down to 20th.
Yeah.
21st Nash Morris and Brody Kostecki. They got into dramas late in the race. The car actually made another pit stop right at the end of the race with about 10 laps to go. So that's probably cost them a lap in the end. Then we've got the number 74 car, Richard of Spray's come home in 22nd. That car actually didn't sound all that healthy.
No, they're broken a header pipe.
Yeah,
but
finishing. Happy result there. In 23rd, they may have been the last car to be classified, but nonetheless, Andrew Bond and Cliff Sedgley made the finish. And that brings a smile.
It certainly does, and it'll probably bring us here to the IR Cliff Sedgley. He was emotional on Friday talking about the return and the support he had from the XL Cup family. Coming back in this weekend, he'll be delighted to make it to the finish, and he'll feel him with a lot of confidence, not only health-wise, but just getting back into the car, mentally, psychologically, all that sort of stuff. He'll say, right, now I can go and have a crack at the sprint round at Lakeside and potentially get back into it on a more regular basis after a very difficult 12 months. I was going to say Richard again. After a very difficult 12 months, it's great to see him back here and smiling and looking well.
Certainly is. It's great having him back. Well, folks, I'm going to take a break. I've got some cars to put back in the garage to do some bits and pieces.
Actually, I've got a little bit of a question, although not for either of you. So,
all right.
Well, no worries.
Thank you, guys. It's been a pleasure, as I said, being up here again, and thank you very much for having me.
Wes Beadman, ladies and gentlemen, a star of this place for more than 2 decades, and it's great to have him back on a regular basis, but not frequent as it used to be. Jonesy, final thoughts on all of that? B-Pro 1, 2, 3, 4, they cement their status as just...
I'm actually wondering if we had 24 cars that made the finish.
Okay.
Because I think that maybe car number 5
actually made the finish. One of the 3 cars involved in that pile-up over at turn 3, though it's covered in race tape, but I'm wondering if they were actually mobile at the finish, so that's something we may have to clarify. And I should point out, as I did this 20 or so laps ago, that yes, the results are provisional because there are several cars under investigation for speeding in pit lane and speeding during the clampdown.
Can we just give a shout out off on the record, off cuff from yesterday's to Mike Smith? I know it was a difficult day for him and Michael Tuckwood, but he actually got the Rookie and Veteran Award for round 6 yesterday as the first bloke home, not only over 50 but also in his first full season of Truck Attack Australia XL Cup racing. So well done to Mike Smith on all of that. Quickly, B Pro 1, 2, 3, 4, they really cement their place as one of the stalwarts of XL Cup racing, not just in Queensland but right around the country as well.
I would say that's well and truly that was cemented some years ago because this team has won a national series. Not the national series. The equivalent of the Formula V National Challenge that was held today. Well, they've won. Cameron Wilson, when he was a part of the team, won his first national challenge title with B Pro. So yeah, it's already well established that, and particularly from their efforts at the XLs at Bathurst as well. So now there's a whole bunch of bad luck and battles all over the weekend. I guess one of the ones I feel most for is Scott Green and Frank Mamarella. They're one of the fastest cars in the field, but that blow up in the sprint race this morning has just cruelled their chances. And I dare say that the car was probably not in peak condition in the race anyway. But that's just one of a dozen hard luck stories.
Jonesy, thank you for your help. We'll get a final thought from you downstairs after the presentation. An extraordinary weekend here, not just Formula V, but also Queensland production cars, and now the Hyundai XLs as well. We need a break on West Bremer and 2MC Sport around the country. Back to interview the top 3 and a B Pro saturation on the podium as the EFS 4x4 accessories 170 wraps up under the lights for 2019. Stay with us. Far from done from Queensland Raceway on 2MC and West Bremer Sport. You're simply the best. Better than all the rest. Better than anyone. Yeah, anyone I've ever met. Ooh, I'm stuck on your heart, baby. Well, I hang on every word you say. Oh, tear us apart. Oh, no. 'Cause baby, I would rather be dead. Each time you leave me, I start losing control. You're walking away with my heart and my soul. I can feel you even when I'm alone. Ooh, baby, don't let go. For the second night in succession, the biggest meeting of the year, the best meeting of the year went into the dark at Queensland Raceway, and the racing that we've had this weekend Oh, vintage stuff. Some of the best we've seen in a long, long time. And memories for the ages here at Queensland Raceway. Welcome to those of you joining us once again on West Bremer Sport and 2MC Sport around Australia. Welcome to those of you joining us on Facebook Live. Welcome to those of you joining us trackside as we bring you the presentation now for the EFS 4x4 Accessories 170 for 2019, the first running of this event. And what a thriller it was, the epic that we expected it to be from the XLs. And a cracking finish right to the very end. In fact, the last 30 laps, a sprint every step of the way. One team dominated it. We talked it up in the previews. They've lived up to the hype. Third place today, Team B Pro, and a PB for this guy, Matty Wells and Jake Camilleri. Colin Cortina from EFS 4x4 Accessories will present the cheque for $250. For third place to Matt Wells and Jake Camilleri. Thanks, guys. Well done. Matty, jump in here, mate. That was a sensational day for you guys. You had pace every step of the way, and had it not been for lap traffic off that restart there's no reason why you couldn't have been with Whittington and the boys ahead of you.
Yeah, I think we got to consider ourselves pretty lucky there. We're a fair way back just due to some traffic early on, and with some other people, so unfortunately, we managed to crawl our way back. And yeah, as you said, we've had pace as soon as it came off the trailer on Friday, and it was just unreal.
And I spoke to BP in commentary. In terms of your development, you come on leaps and bounds as a driver in the last 12 months. You must be happy with your development.
Oh yeah, I mean, it comes down to how good your equipment is underneath you. I can't take full credit for that as much as I'd like to, but no, the car was really good today, and so was Jake. I mean, he only did 8 laps this morning in qualifying and managed to put in the top 10. It was the first time he's in the car, and it was just unreal.
And what about the guy alongside you? A sensational team effort.
Oh, he's a freak. It's a shame we're not a bit taller and a bit better looking, but yeah, no, it was unreal.
Jake, come in here and have a chat to us for a moment, mate. Congratulations. You've been prominent at a national level. To come back and run a club level event like this, let's get your thoughts on that firstly and then talk about the race itself.
Yeah, no, I had a really good time. It's super fun coming back to these events and being able to run at club sort of level. The racing's unreal. Got in a pretty feisty little battle in my stint. Probably held ourselves up a fair bit, but no, it was unreal. Had a good time, and awesome drive by Matt. So yeah, pretty stoked to be top 3.
And to join a squad like B Pro as well, a good step for you coming straight back into a competitive car. For one of these club level events, you've sitted in with the right squad from the get-go, haven't you?
Yeah, it's all pretty professional. Even the level it is, everyone does an awesome job, and Matt and his dad do a really awesome job on the car too. So yeah.
And of course, we know your feats in Australian production cars. Where's the XL stack up with all the other cars you've driven over the time?
That's pretty cool. It's different. When I first got in, I thought it was a little bit slow, but that was all right. They are what they are, and you got to drive them. So yeah, it was fun.
Excellent stuff. Matt Wells, Jake Camilleri, third outright, and the EFS 4x4 Accessories 170 for 2019. Let's get their teammates up here. Second place today, also for Team B Pro, and once again, the head honcho, the 4-time champ, denied in an Enduro. It's kind of like Dylan Thomas, Formula V written all over again. Ladies and gentlemen, Jalen Rowbotham and Brett Parrish. Just you, mate, the youngster on his way back to the airport, no doubt. We were told that there were a few people that were going to miss flights tonight with the late finish, but it was an awesome finish, and your heart rate seems to have come back down to a normal level now that the thing's over.
It's getting near it. It's getting really near it. I'd like to thank the team. I really like to thank Scott's Rods. We had a full engine rebuild on Thursday night before this event. My stress level was through the roof then, and the engine has just gone very well all weekend, so ecstatic.
And to get all 5 home in the top 8 as a team owner, you've got to be stoked with that.
Very, very happy.
And what about young Jalen? I mean, he and Brock put on a tremendous show there for the last 30 laps, set up nicely by yourself in the opening stint, and a clamp down which triggered a flurry of pit stops.
Yeah, they weren't here for a picnic. They were here to race, and that's what they did.
Yes. It was fantastic, mate. Well done. Brett Parrish, ladies and gentlemen, with Jalen Rowbotham. Second outright, the cheque from Colin Cortina for $500 for you guys. For all of 2019 in the EFS 4x4 Accessories 170. Well done, mate. Fantastic. And what about these guys? The winners of the 2019 EFS 4x4 Accessories 170. Team Repro strike again. This guy yesterday has cemented his place as the winningest driver of the XL Cup so far in 2019. Next week he goes to try and wrap up a Super 3 title at Sandown. The achievements keep racking up for Brock Feeney and Declan Fraser. What about these guys, eh? The youthful exuberance gets the job done at QR on a Sunday night. Firstly to you, Brock, finishing in the dark. I dare say that there'll be some committee meetings had and there'll be some more night racing next year. That looks spectacular.
Oh, that was unbelievable. What a race. Like, as soon as I came out of the pits and Jalen was behind me, I knew it was going to be 35 laps of hell, you know, trying to keep him behind me. And Desmond did an awesome job in his stint. Got us back. We fell back a little bit at the start, but he had mega pace. And, you know, I think if the clamp down didn't come back out, we would have been fighting for the lead with Declan, and he handed it over in an awesome spot.
As someone that was in the car at the time of the race suspension, how frustrating is it for you? How much does it upset your rhythm and change your mindset for the remainder of the race when it eventually does get back underway?
Yeah, it's obviously different to just going for a 35-lap stint. So we had a little break, and it was kind of good for me because I got closer to Darren, and you know, once we went back away again, you know, I thought we had a good fight for the win. So yeah, it kind of helped us in a way, but you know, I was just super excited to be out there. What a race! Massive thanks to Johnny, Mum, Dad, you know, the whole B Pro team this weekend. You know, they did an awesome job, and credit to Brett and the whole operation. You know, everyone's up the front, and it just shows the big effort that they're putting in.
And we wish you the best of luck next week as well. Stick around. We might ask you one more question if we've got time. Get Declan in for a moment, mate. How much have you enjoyed this experience? Obviously capped off by victory, but the whole weekend at large.
Yeah, it was fantastic. My first race in an XL. I can't believe how awesome it was ran. The guys at B Pro made me feel welcome straight away, and I just enjoyed myself from the very start.
What was the tactics at the start? Obviously, it was probably a shorter and a sharper sprint than you expected. A stint, I should say, at the opener there because of the early clamp down. But what were the tactics with you and Brock from the get-go?
Brock just said to me, just keep it clean, keep my nose clean, just hang on to the guys. And then I started catching them, and then he's like, just get me in a good position, and that's what we done, and handed it over, and he just done a fantastic job. Just that battle for the last few laps was just absolutely crazy. So credit to him. He drove absolutely fantastic and come away with the win. I'm just lost for words, ecstatic. So yeah, it was fantastic.
We'll try and get some more words out of you in just a moment. In the meantime, we'll get Colin in to present the cheque for $1,000 from EFS 4x4 Accessories. Straight to the pool room, this one, no doubt. Winners are grinners, as they say. First time XL Cup. I mean, I take it the fuel of the fire, the bugs there. You've caught the drug now. You're going to come back and do more of this?
Oh, definitely. I will be back. Don't worry about that. I absolutely loved it.
And your exploits we've detailed in great detail at length right throughout the course of the weekend. More XL racing on the horizon, obviously dependent upon your ongoing growing commitments as a rising star of Australian motorsport?
Yeah, for sure. I'll be back at Lakeside in a couple of weeks' time and back for the Enduro at the start of November. So be looking to go for another win and just finish the year off. I love this racing. It's so great. Just showed it in that race how good it really is. So I'm here for a while.
When you look at your teammates, Will and Chelsea, and even some of the guys from Super 2 that have come in for this weekend, you must be delighted that you had an inkling with the best kept secret in Australian motorsport before they did and had the upper hand this weekend.
Yeah, no, for sure. It was just great racing. Great to have so many people come for the event this weekend. People have travelled from Victoria and everything. So same as Declan, down from Mackay for the weekend. So massive credit to everyone for coming down this weekend. We really appreciate it. It's great racing, such great talent.
The winners of the EFS 4x4 Accessories 170 for 2019, Declan Fraser and Brock Feeney. Well done, boys. Congratulations. Great stuff. Brock Feeney and Declan Fraser, from fresh-faced youthful exuberance back then to stars of Australian motorsport in 2025. Their star was on the rise in 2019. It's well and truly grown since then. Not only have they added their name to the XL Enduro on a roll here in Queensland once or twice more in the years that have followed, but they've also, of course, gone on to tick some enormous boxes elsewhere in Australian motorsport, and we are immensely proud of that. That was a magnificent race, an instant classic back then, ladies and gentlemen. We sincerely hope that you've enjoyed our trip back down memory lane as much as we've enjoyed bringing it to you, and it sets us up perfectly for next weekend as another great chapter, another great instalment of one of the iconic events on the Queensland Motorsport calendar, one of the signature events on the Australian Motorsport calendar plays out before our very eyes next weekend at Queensland Raceway. It'll be the 14th edition of the Queensland XL Cup Enduro, and it promises to be the best yet. What's more, you'll have every moment covered by our camera crew out there at Queensland Raceway. So you will have the best seat in the house as we bring this XL Enduro to you like never before across 2 days of coverage. It'll be live, local, exclusive and free via the West Bremer Sport audio channel and the West Bremer Radio YouTube channel. Sound and vision for an XL Enduro broadcast like never before, and we cannot wait to have your company. We hope you'll come along for the ride with us to watch every twist and turn play out across 2 magnificent days. Yep, tough act for us to compete against on Saturday afternoon with the AFL Grand Final being played at the same time as race 1 of the Enduro. But still, that's the beauty of the on-demand catch-up service of the YouTube channel offering. You'll be able to go back and watch the replay of the XL Enduro after the AFL is done, or you might watch us live and watch the AFL on delay. The choice is yours. You'll be able to watch the XL Enduro anytime you like. Let's have a look at what's coming your way on the platforms of West Bremer Radio and West Bremer Sport across the website, the app, Amazon Alexa, Google Smart Speakers, and also on YouTube. Tomorrow morning, Spark and Davo pick it up for you, 6 to 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is the Brekkie Club, as it is each and every other weekday morning right here, local, exclusive and free to the platforms of West Bremer Radio. And then, of course, on Saturday morning, Danny Hoyland wakes you up like no other lunatic is capable of. He will do that between 6 and 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, as he does each and every other Saturday morning. Wake up with Dr. Dan. Sounds of the City will be at 12 o'clock on Sunday with Dell between 12 and 1 p.m. That is our local showcase of local music, local talent on West Bremer Radio. And of course, that will continue next weekend, despite the fact that we'll have live exclusive coverage of the XLs over on West Bremer Sport. The whip around it is usually a Saturday offering between 9 and midday Eastern Standard Time, and of course it is followed by the All Abilities Hour between 12 and 1 p.m. Eastern. As far as West Bremer Sport is concerned, one event, one thing only for us to spruik at this particular point in time, and that is next weekend's 2-day coverage of the Hyundai XL World Enduro from Queensland Raceway, proudly presented by Nankang, Peters Motorsport Promotions, Queensland Raceway and West Bremer Sport. We'll be on air with you from 9 a.m. Eastern Time on Saturday and Sunday morning, and we are looking forward to that immensely. We were looking at a potentially earlier start time on the Sunday morning, but having already had a look at the draft on-track schedule for next weekend, I dare say it'll be a 9 o'clock treatment across both days of coverage, and we'll take you right through till about 5 o'clock on the Saturday, and I'd say about 5:30 on the Sunday, with the XL race on the Sunday, the second of the 150-kilometre races, scheduled to be starting a little bit later than it did on the Saturday. So stay with us for all of that. There's a good support cast as well. We may be bringing some of that to you. We're not 100% sure just yet, but we are looking forward nonetheless to showcasing Hyundai XL racing in a way it's not been showcased on our platforms for quite some time, and in a way that it has not been showcased before as far as the XL Enduro weekend is concerned. We'll be there from Friday. We look forward to seeing you there. And of course, if you can't be there, as we've been saying all afternoon, make sure you catch all the action right here, live, local, exclusive and free on the platforms of your home of sport in Ipswich, West Bremer Radio and West Bremer Sport. That's it from us for this afternoon. We're done. Sincerely hope that you've enjoyed our throwback to 2019 as much as we've enjoyed bringing it to you and putting it together for you. Our thanks to Mark Jones and Wes Beadman for their expert commentary throughout the course of the afternoon. On behalf of them and the entire West Bremer Sport broadcast commentary and production team here, I'm Zak Caban bidding you a very good afternoon, and we look forward to your company next weekend when motorsport takes centre stage once more on the platforms of your home of sport in Ipswich, the one and only West Bremer Sport. Have a great afternoon, everybody. Bye for now. This has been another West Bremer Sports presentation.